Chapter 1279. Gates of Hell? Alright. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His ancient flame devil has already recovered to its peak, so he will leave the treasure to Yaksha King. Then I will go. Yaksha King sank into the ground, as if he is the lord of the earth. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, then he looked at Elder Z and asked, Elder Z, how do I go to Ghost Domain? Your Majesty, the 3 Xian continents of the mortal realm have ancient void teleportation to Ghost Domain, and Xianpeng Province is the most eastern. Elder Z said respectfully. This world is really vast and boundless. Just Xianpeng Province alone, there are many places that I have not been to, and outside of Xianpeng Province, there are 2 other continents. Lin Ling sat down, drank a mouthful of wine and threw it to Elder Z. Elder Z immediately felt flattered. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Elder Z is good at everything, but he cares too much about etiquette. He often kneels down and greets. Elder Z is not tired of kneeling, but Lin Ling is tired of watching. Elder Z, you are actually my good teacher and helpful friend, so I should be the one to respect you. There is no need to be so polite in the future. Your Majesty, you can't. Elder Z knelt down with a plop. This made Lin Ling gloomy in his heart. It really doesn't make sense. Your Majesty, other than the 3 Xian continents of the mortal realm, there are also Ghost Domain, Devil Domain, and Demon Domain. Elder Z saw that Lin Ling did not care. He quickly said, What about the mortal realm? Lin Ling curiously asked again. Titled martial emperors can break the void with their fists. They can go to the most mysterious place, but what kind of place is that? Even the former emperor did not know. They only know that it is the lifelong pursuit of all martial artists. To go to that place is to live as long as heaven and earth. You can even go to any place. Elder Z said. Titled martial emperors. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. This should be the most powerful expert in the world. Moreover, he had the same lifespan as the heaven and earth. He could go anywhere. Would he be able to return home? Shaking his head, Lin Ling tossed aside these unrealistic thoughts. Currently, he couldn't even defeat Empyrean Voidstar, much less a legendary martial emperor. My current foundation is very strong, but my cultivation speed is too fast and slow. I need to find some cultivation resources. Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, Lin Ling was rushing towards the easternmost part of Xianpeng Province. Along the way, Lin Ling encountered a large number of taboos and mysterious experts. Finally, after 10 days, he arrived at the easternmost part of the province, the Gates of Hell. This place was one of the most mysterious forbidden grounds in Xianpeng Province. Very few people could come here, and it was cold and gloomy all year round. Tens of thousands of ghosts wailed and howled. Those who were weak would die at any moment if they came here. Woo-woo. The mountain was like a ghostly fog. The fog covered the sky, and the surroundings were silent. From time to time, the sound of ghosts wailing could be heard. In the forest and valleys, white ghosts could be seen floating around. Is this the Gates of Hell? Walking along the mysterious mountain range, Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. Beneath his feet, there were dried-up bones. Woo-woo. At the same time, a large number of ghosts rushed towards him from all directions, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. Kiki, it's been a long time since someone came here. Vigorous vitality. If I swallow him, I might be able to leave the Gates of Hell. We ghosts are trapped here. We can't enter the ghost realm or the human realm. This makes me very resentful. The ghosts floated around Lin Ling. Moreover, the sound of rotting wood came from the forest. Coffins opened one after another, and a large number of stinky zombies walked out. Moreover, they were golden zombies. This place was indeed terrifying. Junior, hand over your life. The ghosts were like locusts, and they began to pounce on Lin Ling, uprooting the heavens. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed fiercely. Ignorant. A faintly discernible voice sounded in the sky. As expected, Lin Ling's sword missed. The sword of strength was useless against ghosts. These ghosts have existed for countless years. It's as if they all have spiritual intelligence. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword. In his left hand, a blue flame bloomed. With a light wave, thousands of lotuses bloomed. Fire, it's fire. A large number of ghosts were frightened. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. They were afraid of the flames of extreme yang, but the golden zombies were not afraid of fire. Yaksha King, come out. Lin Ling shouted softly. Demonic chi rippled out, and Yaksha King's tall body appeared. Then he grew to the same height as Lin Ling. He roared angrily, and like the demon king of hell, he tore apart the golden zombie alive and swallowed the zombie core in its body. In terms of defense, Yaksha King was superior to the ancient flame demon. As long as he stepped on the ground, he could revive. In terms of speed, the ancient flame demon had the advantage. Overall, the ancient flame demon was slightly stronger, and it had 9 lives. Just like that, Lin Ling continued to advance. However, there were too many ghosts in the gates of hell. Although they could not defeat Lin Ling was beginning to feel tired. If the gates of hell were already like this, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the ghost realm was. Die! With a slash of his sword, a large number of golden zombies were cut in half. Lin Ling frowned and continued to advance. During this time, Yaksha King gradually recovered to his peak state. Finally, a palace appeared in front of them. The palace was gloomy, as if it was the hall of hell. An old man sat at the entrance of the palace, his calm voice drifted out. This is the passage to the ghost domain. Your strength is not enough to enter, I am the person guarding the passage. The old man opened his eyes. There was an ancient look in his eyes, as if he had been guarding this place for millions of years. However, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. The young man in front of him was only a transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator, but his strength was terrifying. With 2 demon gods by his side, he was almost invincible in the transcendent realm. The guardian of the passage? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was surprised. Yes, the passage to the ghost realm is of great importance. It concerns the lives of the world, so the 3 mysterious associations of the mortal world have experts guarding this place. If you want to enter, you are not strong enough. The old man slowly floated up, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lin Ling. Moreover, those who come here will die 9 times out of 10. What a terrifying pressure. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He was sure this old man had reached the Saint Realm or even surpassed it. Moreover, 9 times out of 10 meant this old man wanted to kill him. Little friend, this is the price to pay for entering the ghost realm. If you can enter, we will not stop you, but if you cannot, we will kill you. This is a 9 times out of 10 chance of death. The old man said indifferently. This seemed to be the rule of the 3 mysterious associations of the mortal world. After all, if everyone rushed here, the order between the ghost realm and the mortal world would be disrupted. Therefore, the rule was that if you wanted to enter, you must have the corresponding qualifications. If you did not, you would die 9 times out of 10. Give him a chance. At that moment, an old woman walked over from the distance and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The old man pondered for a moment before nodding. Soon after, another old man appeared and the 3 of them looked towards Lin Ling. You may leave. Today, we will make an exception for you. Only when you reach the Transcendent Realm 7th layer can you enter the Ghost Realm. The old woman still looked at Lin Ling, but her eyes were filled with kindness. Although the rules were as such, this child was still a member of the 3 mysterious associations of the mortal world. Moreover, his talent was extremely high. It would be a pity to kill him like this. Transcendent Realm 7th layer? N. Chapter 1280. Arriving at Splendid Land, this is for your own good. Otherwise, with your current strength, it would be hard for you to escape death. Another old man said indifferently. Lin Ling took a deep breath and turned to leave. I'll come back in less than a year. Yes. The 3 old men heard Lin Ling's resolute words and their hearts fiercely trembled. This child was very resolute. It wasn't hard for them to guess why he had entered the ghost realm. It should be for someone, and that person was very happy. If someone was willing to enter the ghost realm for him, what regrets would he have in this life? A triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. It's been a long time since I've seen such a junior. Yes. That's right. If he can persevere, perhaps his name will spread among the 3 mysteries of the human realm. Yes. Let's wait for a year and see if he comes. Yes. The 3 mysterious old men said one after another. The first old man sat down and turned into a stone statue. I will definitely reach the transcendent 7th stage. Lin Ling touched the bamboo tablet hanging around his neck. It contained the soul of the second dream. He had promised the latter, so he had to do it. Go to Splendid Land. Lin Ling said to Little Flame. He had Little Flame take the Jade Pagoda and run towards the sky. Splendid Land was a world of heroes with countless experts. It was a very suitable place to find money, and Lin Ling was currently lacking money. As Lin Ling headed towards Splendid Land, his mother-son sound transmission bug transmitted a voice. It was Venerable C. Calming. What surprised Lin Ling was that Venerable C. Calming also told Lin Ling to go to Splendid Land. He said that the Black-White Dao Palace's Lord Water Mist had summoned him. Lord Water Mist was one of the 4 pillars of Xianpeng Province, the second most important person in the Heavenly Temple. He could be said to be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. Why would he summon him? Lin Ling was puzzled, but Venerable C. Calming also said that the C. Calming Heavenly Prefecture was now a subsidiary sect of the Black-White Dao Palace. From his voice, he seemed to be very happy. However, this was normal. In Xianpeng Province, powerful experts could fall at any time. For example, the Dark North Dark Territory had been destroyed by Lin Ling not long ago. Therefore, no expert was safe. However, with the Black-White Dao Palace behind him, it was undoubtedly much safer. Lin Ling, the reason why my C. Calming Heavenly Palace was able to become a subsidiary of the Black-White Dao Palace is because of you. Lady Watermist seems to favor you greatly. Venerable C. Calming's excited voice sounded, which surprised Lin Ling. He shook his head and smiled. I haven't been able to repay Venerable C. Calming's kindness in the past. I'm happy to be able to help Venerable C. Calming. Venerable C. Calming suggested, you're such a loyal person. You've already repaid the favor you owe me. However, it's good for you that Lady Shui Wu wants to see you. In this way, no one will invade your 6 sacred realms. Venerable C. Calming proposed. Lin Ling nodded. His 1,000-sound 10,000-star array could resist any transcendent realm master, but not Saint Realm masters. Therefore, it was necessary for him to meet Lady Watermist. The splendid mountain and river is the core of Xianpeng Province. It's not like Heaven City. The splendid mountain and river is where all the masters of Heaven and Earth Temple are gathered. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. Venerable C. Calming reminded. Lin Ling nodded and continued on his way. The splendid mountain and river was southeast of Xianpeng Province. It was like a fairyland of mountains and rivers. It was once the site of the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom, one of the 4 great ancient kingdoms. According to legend, there was a huge spirit vein under the mountains and rivers. If one cultivated there, they would get twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, all the super sects had established their headquarters here, resulting in fierce competition and countless masters. According to legend, there were immortals hidden in the splendid mountain and river. The Black-White Dao Palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, so it wasn't difficult to find. 3 days later, Lin Ling arrived at the foot of an ancient mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Looking up, he saw an ancient sect sitting in the middle of the mountain, surrounded by multicolored light. What was surprising was that the ancient palaces were all black and white. People entered the ancient mountain gate one after another, seemingly attracted by its reputation. Lin Ling took a deep breath and strode forward. The Black-White Dao Palace is the #1 power of the Heavenly Temple. Together with the Hong Residence, the Shintian Dynasty, and the Sword Pavilion, they are known as the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. Over the years, countless people have tried to enter the Black-White Dao Palace and become heroes. Unfortunately, the Black-White Dao Palace isn't so easy to enter. Young Master Do, you're a hero. Could it be that you can't enter with your status? You're the young master of the Western Sea's Dragon Qilin Palace. It'll be difficult. However, I know some people in the Black-White Dao Palace. Those elders tested me once, and in the end, They gave me the chance to become a disciple. Amazing! On the winding steps, young men and women were constantly chatting, their spirits high. Young Master Do, have you seen Lord Watermist? Yes. In the past, we were fated to meet, but we were too far away. I could only look up from afar. Yes. I'm so envious of you. Lord Watermist is one of the top experts in Xianping province. What? What's there to be envious of? Besides, I'm about to become a disciple of the Black-White Dao Palace. We'll definitely meet again. Really? Really? Can you recommend me? I also want to become a disciple of the Black-White Dao Palace. The Black-White Dao Palace only accepts peerless geniuses. I have the talent of a peerless genius, but you don't. Yes. Among them, a handsome young man received the most attention. Young women from all over the world crowded around him, their eyes filled with worship. These young men weren't weak either. They were between the 5th and 6th stage of the Transcendent Realm, and they all had hero tokens. Clearly, their backgrounds weren't small. Who's that? He's only at the 4th stage of the Transcendent Realm, and he has a hero token. He's not strong at all. However, his eyes are so attractive. Yes. Yes, I feel that his temperament is so unique. Yes. At this moment, many people looked at the young man walking up from the foot of the mountain. He wore a blue and white robe and carried a large sword on his back. His expression was calm, and his eyes contained an indescribable depth, as if he had experienced many storms. As for the Transcendent Realm cultivators, they could sense the unique auras of others. Therefore, many young women looked at the young man, their hearts beating wildly. As for the young men from the great forces, they frowned. For some reason, they felt somewhat unhappy when they saw this young man. Perhaps he was too calm, or perhaps he was attracting too much attention. He's just putting on an act. Ha! The young man from the Western Sea's Dragon Qilin Palace said indifferently. His name was Du Ku, and he was only 23 years old. Even in Xianping province, he could be considered a rare genius. As for the blue-robed young man below, he was only at the 4th stage of the Transcendent Realm. What qualifications did he have to be arrogant? The one walking down below was Lin Ling. At this moment, he didn't care about the gazes around him. He was talking with Purple Elder. Stuff. Ha! Du Ku shouted indifferently. These young women were all attracted by the young man. Previously, these lights belonged to him, so he was extremely unhappy. Chapter 1281. Lord Shui Wu's invitation. Who is this guy? He actually dares to ignore young Master Du. On the steps, everyone was shocked. A skinny youth said, "He's overestimating himself. Young Master Du is going to become a hero and was recommended by an elder of the Black-White Dao Palace. He dares to ignore young Master Du? He's courting death." Exactly. Just wait, there will be a good show to watch. The other youths sneered and nodded. In any case, when they looked at that indifferent youth, they were very unhappy. However, the girls were different. Their eyes were filled with worry. They could sense that the youth wasn't pretending. He had indeed experienced many hardships. But now, the youth had attracted the displeasure of young Master Du. If this continued, there would be trouble. You're very arrogant, but do you know where this is? Young Master Du's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and blocked the steps. He wanted to see if the youth dared to go up. At the same time, he released his 6th stage aura, like a dragon and a qilin. Behind him, a huge innate saint body appeared. It was actually an earth grade. So powerful. 6th stage transcendent with a dragon qilin innate talent. As expected of Du Ku. Many people frowned. Young Master Du was able to enter the Black-White Dao Palace. His strength was indeed above his peers. Rumble. The terrifying aura transformed into a dragon. A qilin guarded the steps. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling continue to pretend? However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see the aura. He continued to talk with Purple Elder and didn't stop walking. He's not afraid of young Master Du's aura? He's only a 4th stage transcendent. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, young noble Do's expression turned ugly. One must know that as a hero, there was no need to doubt his strength. Not to mention a transcendent 4th-stage cultivator, even a transcendent 6th-stage cultivator would be shocked by his aura alone. But now, he had failed. Seems like I've underestimated you. However, you're only SOSO. Young Master Do's body released red and green light. The Dragon Qilin innate talent behind him changed. It turned into a Fire Dragon King and Jade Qilin. His innate saint body also increased in grade, reaching the rare heaven grade. A heaven-class gifted saint physique could easily crush an earth-class gifted saint physique, unless there was a huge gap in cultivation between the two. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked over. Your Majesty, this is the innate saint body of the Li Fire dynasty, one of the 4 ancient nations, said Mr. Z. Lin Ling nodded. Even though Mr. Z's holy body wasn't weak, it was a pity that he had met Lin Ling, who was a triple cultivator. Mr. Z's holy body couldn't suppress him. Hee, I thought you were amazing, but you're just a piece of trash who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Now that young master is serious, you still have to obediently stop. Prince Do, make him kneel down. This brat is so arrogant, he dares to ignore us. Many young men saw Lin Ling stop and immediately laughed. The young women frowned. They had a good impression of young Master Do before, but now it was all gone. Young Master Do was used to being in the limelight. If someone dared to steal his limelight, he would immediately be ruthless and make the other party lose face. His temperament was too narrow-minded. However, just as their thoughts settled, Lin Ling stepped on the stairs again. It was a light step, but it made the entire stairs quiet down. Young Master Do's pupils constricted. How could it be? He had a heaven-class gifted saint physique, and his cultivation was stronger than the other parties. How could the other party not be afraid of his aura? While he was still in shock, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of him. He raised his eyes and said indifferently, "The path of martial arts is not about proving how powerful you are, nor is it about pleasing the crowd with claptrap. You're venting your anger on me because you lost the attention of others. How senseless are you?" After saying that, Lin Ling didn't do anything. He just walked past Duke. Disdain. Everyone noticed that the young man was disdainful. He even disdained to make a move. This is how a martial artist should be. The hearts of the young girls jumped. In the situation before them, if it were anyone else, they would have arrogantly retorted. However, the young man didn't. It was as if he didn't care at all. His calmness wasn't an act. Perhaps in the process of growing up, he had experienced many storms and waves, and had formed a mentality that wouldn't be shaken even if the sky collapsed. You. At this moment, Duke felt extremely humiliated. Suddenly, he sneered, "Not just anyone can enter the Black-White Dao Palace. Your gifted saint physique can't compare to mine. You'll be kicked out in the end." That's right. Apart from Duke, it's hard for anyone else to enter, let alone a clown like you. Get kicked out. The other young men were stunned for a moment, then clamored. Perhaps this was the only way for them to regain the face they had lost before. Boring. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the clamoring of the crowd. His indifferent voice floated down. That calm and indifferent aura made the crowd gnash their teeth in anger. Anyone could see that Lin Ling was indifferent, but they were angry out of humiliation. The two sides didn't seem to be on the same level. Let him be arrogant. In a bit he'll lose face. Duke strode forward, catching up to Lin Ling. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he wanted to see Lin Ling get kicked out. The others clenched their teeth and followed. At the same time, Lin Ling also arrived at the mountain gate. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that the gate to the Black-White Dao Palace was also black and white. A white-haired elder sat cross-legged there, as calm as an ancient well. "Elder, I was called here by Elder Shan. Can I enter the Black-White Dao Palace?" Duke was the first to speak. The elder looked over and said with some surprise, "Elder Shan is a senior figure of the Black-White Dao Palace. For him to recommend you, it seems that your talent isn't bad." "Ha, Elder, you flatter me." Duke hurriedly bowed, a look of pride on his face. He glanced sideways at Lin Ling as if to say, Apart from me, it's impossible for you to enter the Black-White Dao Palace. As expected of young Master Duke. What he said before was true. The others also seemed to be elated. Then they looked at Lin Ling. Now, how can you still be so proud? Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He looked at the elder indifferently, and the elder naturally looked at Lin Ling. He had also seen the matter of the stairs. Young people were hot-blooded. Everything had to be decided, so this kind of competition wasn't strange. However, Duke's talent wasn't bad, and Elder Shan had taken a liking to him. This youth's talent and strength couldn't compare to Duke's, so why did he look down on him? I was invited by Lord Watermist to come see him. Lin Ling didn't know what the elder was thinking and said indifferently. What? Lord Watermist invited you? Dream on. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then began to laugh. If it was said that Lin Ling knew an elder, they would believe it. But Lin Ling knew Lord Watermist? This was impossible. Even they didn't have the chance to see Lord Watermist, so Lin Ling was even more impossible. His Excellency invited you? Chapter 1282. Introducing the Human Emperor. Elder, this boy is lying. How could Her Excellency Aqua Mist invite him? If this is the truth, I will roll down the stairs. Duke doubted Lin Ling even more. He had only seen Her Excellency Aqua Mist once in his life. So, he wanted to see how Lin Ling would be driven away. My young friend, may I know your name? The elder also felt that it was impossible, but he still asked. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling said lightly, which made the elder's pupils dilate. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. He remembered that after the hero's assessment, Her Excellency Aqua Mist had praised Lin Ling. After that, Her Excellency Aqua Mist knew that Lin Ling had defeated Li Funga, so she wanted to recruit him. You may go in. I hope you can forgive me for my negligence. The elder stood up and bowed slightly. He knew that someone who was valued by Her Excellency Aqua Mist would definitely have a higher status than him in the future, so he had to do her a favor. At this moment, Duke and the others were still laughing, but when they heard the elder's words, they all froze. This young man could go in. How could this be? Moreover, the elder bowed to this young man. This was even more ridiculous. Lin Ling, he is Lin Ling, the newcomer who shocked Xianping province during the hero's assessment. It's just the hero's assessment. What's so great about it? Why can he enter? The others shouted angrily. Although Lin Ling was famous, they were all heroes, so they didn't take Lin Ling seriously at all. After all, Lin Ling was only a hero at the moment. Lin Ling didn't care about these people at all. He smiled at the elder and stepped forward. Stop! Duke shouted angrily, you can't go in. Your talent is not as good as mine, and your cultivation is not as good as mine. Why don't you give me the chance to see Her Excellency Aqua Mist? You are so lame. Lin Ling's brows furrowed as he finally grew impatient. You have no choice. Duke was extremely unwilling to accept this. His enormous aura finally erupted. Since Lady Watermist had invited Lin Ling to see her, then he would defeat Lin Ling in front of the Black-White Dao Palace. He would let everyone know just how much of a waste Lin Ling was. Young Master is about to make a move. The others took a step back and cheered. Lin Ling and Duke, they naturally valued Duke. The latter's strength was obvious to all. Moreover, Lin Ling was very arrogant and had ignored them from the beginning to the end. Therefore, they wanted to see Lin Ling lose face. The cheers of the crowd made the pride in Duke's heart even stronger. He said indifferently, you have no choice. You can only roll down the mountain and give the opportunity to me. Sure, but that depends on whether you have the strength to seize the opportunity. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He took a step forward, and his left hand stretched out like a dragon. It didn't seem to have any spiritual energy fluctuations, but its power was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Child's play. Duke's eyes were full of contempt. Even with such strength, he dared to make a move. He took a step forward, and the dragon scale behind him roared. It actually turned from an incorporeal form to a physical form. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Duke, throw him down the mountain. The surrounding youths became even more excited. However, in their eyes, something terrifying happened. Lin Ling said indifferently, "In the Western Sea's Dragon Kirin Palace, I met one in the star-plucking Violet Mansion. His family background and inheritance were not bad, but unfortunately, he had too little training. He only relied on his family background. He was like a flower in a greenhouse. Such a warrior would not go far." Then, Lin Ling's left hand grabbed the red dragon's tail. With a force that could uproot mountains and rivers, he smashed the dragon into the ground, causing the entire mountain gate to shake. Then he took a step forward, and his right foot kicked out like an arrow. The Jade Kirin was shattered by his kick. With one punch and one kick, Duke's dragon scale was destroyed. Duke's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble. However, in the next instant, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. He looked at him with cold eyes. "Now, roll down the mountain." Duke sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Stage 4, but it was extremely easy for him to kill a Transcendent Stage 6. No wonder Lin Ling did not make a move before. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was disdainful. He was really too lazy to make a move. "Get lost." Lin Ling growled again. "I'll get lost." Duke's body trembled. When Lin Ling was keeping a low profile, he could not see how powerful his opponent was. However, when he was like a dragon emerging from the sea, he felt terrified. It was as if Lin Ling could kill him at any time. Moreover, he faintly sensed that Lin Ling did not need to use his full strength to kill him. Dong dong dong. Duke took a step back and rolled down the stairs. The others did not react. The situation had changed too much. Duke was defeated without being able to block a single move. "All of you get lost too." At this moment, Lin Ling's cold laughter was heard. Everyone's expression changed. "They had to get lost too? I've said it before. You're all very boring. I did not counterattack not because I was afraid of you, but because I did not want to waste time. However, the moment I make a move, you will have to pay the price. Moreover, how far do you think you can go in martial arts by using others to vent your anger?" Lin Ling said indifferently. He slowly took a step forward, causing the crowd to subconsciously retreat. This scene was extremely strange. A Transcendent Stage 4 young man was able to scare a large number of Transcendent Stage 5 and even Stage 6 young men. "We'll get lost." In the end, those young men could not withstand the pressure in their hearts and rolled down the mountain like gourds. "Ha!" The young ladies could not help but laugh. These guys were asking for their own humiliation. Then they looked at Lin Ling and were shocked. Lin Ling was so strong, but he kept a low profile. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Moreover, Lin Ling was able to meet Lord Shuewu. One must know that they were extremely envious of him. Not to mention that Lin Ling was invited. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped into the mountain gate. He did not have time to care about those clowns. "Lin Ling, Lord Shuewu is waiting for you in the mist." The elder laughed. After what happened just now, he could see that Lin Ling was stronger than the rumors said. No wonder Lord Shuewu thought so highly of him. "All right." Lin Ling nodded and walked along the mountain. It was not difficult to find Lord Shuewu in the mist. This place was on top of a cliff. In the distance, there was a waterfall like the Milky Way, rumbling down. A figure stood on top of the cliff, as if he would disappear from the world at any time. "Compared to the last time, your strength has increased again." As soon as Lin Ling arrived on the cliff, the figure turned around and smiled. It was Lord Shuewu. "Greetings, Senior Shuewu." Lin Ling quickly bowed. In the entire Xianpeng province, there were not many people he could not see through. Lord Shuewu was one of them. This man seemed to be formed by mist, ethereal and mysterious. "You and I should address each other as peers." Lady Shuewu revealed an amiable smile, causing Lin Ling to be stunned for a moment. He was somewhat puzzled. Then he heard Lady Shuewu continue, "At our level, there is no distinction between seniors and juniors. There is only the weak and the strong. Your current strength is inferior to mine, but in the future, you will definitely not be weaker than me. Therefore, it is better for us to address each other as peers than to change the way we address each other in the future." Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Lord Shuewu really thought highly of him. I know a little about you from Venerable C. Calming. I did not expect Venerable C. Calming to have such good foresight to find a seedling like you. Chapter 1283. Don't use people you don't doubt. The Human Emperor? Lin Ling's heart subconsciously skipped a beat. The Human Emperor was the strongest existence in Xianping Province, a figure comparable to the former great Emperor Zhai Xing of the Four Ancient Kingdoms. He was actually fated to meet him? Of course, you're only a seedling right now. But don't underestimate the qualifications of this seedling. My heavenly palace only has 4 people with the qualifications, and the Black-White Dao Palace only has 2. You are one of them. Lord Watamist's expression was grave. Thus, this matter is extremely important. You must raise your strength to the appropriate level. Otherwise, if you are too ordinary, it won't be good for either of us. After all, qualifications are too precious. You must be a monster amongst geniuses. Yes. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He nodded heavily. I can, but I need cultivation resources. Yes. You sure know how to raise the price. But I can promise you that just like Venerable C. Calming, he supported you in the past and you didn't let him down. I support you today and you won't let me down in the future. Lord Watermist stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Ling was very straightforward and decisive in his answer. Such a martial artist's heart of martial arts was extremely firm. He didn't fear the fame of the Human Emperor. Instead, he hid a will that surpassed the Human Emperor. This was a true martial artist. I know you have many enemies right now, but since you've agreed, then I will support you. Your hometown's 6 sacred realms, as well as your friends Yangon and Yuman Yun, will all come to the Black-White Dao Palace. All you need to do is not disappoint me. Yes. Lord Watamist added, causing Lin Ling to nod. He also knew that there was no free lunch in this world. Lord Watermist supported him because he wanted him to become stronger in the future. But if he didn't display his strength, then Lord Watermist might change his mind at any moment and give up on him. Thus, Lin Ling could only let Lord Watermist know that his investment was not wrong. Tomorrow, my disciple will bring you to familiarize you with splendid landscape. Moreover, I'll give you 10 Black-White Dao fruits. Lord Shui Wu took a deep look at Lin Ling before dispersing like a cloud. Her faintly discernible voice was emitted. Lin Ling, monsters are born in this world at all times. However, many of these monsters are unable to reach the end. Therefore, I hope that you will succeed. Hearing this, Lin Ling grinned. His eyes were shining with confidence. In terms of talent, he wasn't a monster. Everything he had was obtained through hard work. Moreover, he had the Purple Palace, so he would definitely become an emperor in the future. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, apart from the Purple Palace, he still had his eyes, which he hadn't discovered yet. He had a feeling that his eyes were even more mysterious than the Purple Palace. Black and White Dao fruit, Tiesquere, this is a rare treasure. Your Majesty, your luck is not bad. At this time, Purple Elder's voice rang out, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat curious. Was there something mysterious about this Black and White Dao fruit? This fruit is formed from the Black and White Dao tree. It is said that this tree is the Yin and Yang tree from the beginning of the world. It contains the laws of heaven and earth. Not only can this fruit increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects, it can also increase one's martial laws. Purple Elder smiled, causing Lin Ling to nod happily. Coming to splendid landscape was the right choice. He had obtained cultivation resources so quickly. 10 Black and White Dao fruits are enough to double your Majesty's strength. It won't be difficult for you to reach the transcendent 7th stage. Purple Elder affirmed. At this moment, after Lord Shui Wu left, he walked towards the depths of the Dao Palace. He stopped in front of a large hall and spoke his thoughts. What? 10 Black and White Dao fruits? Moreover, you gave 2 of the Black and White Dao Palace's spots to Lin Ling. In the Grand Hall, there were 18 elders sitting there. They wore black and white martial artist robes respectively. The one who spoke was wearing the same robes as Lord Water Mist, but his body was thin and his cheeks were thin. He was Lord Mountain Mist. The Black and White Dao Palace had 2 great palace masters. They were Shui Wu and Mountain Mist, representing black and white. My lord, you can't. This Lin Ling isn't someone from our black and white Dao Palace. He cannot waste a spot. Moreover, the black and white Dao tree only produces one fruit every 100 years. In these past years, our black and white Dao Palace has only accumulated a few fruits. Giving 10 to Lin Ling is not worth it. The elders all spoke out, feeling that it wasn't worth it. Lord Shui Wu, if you give the human sovereign spot to your disciple, then we can agree. But if you give it to an outsider, then why don't you give it to my disciple? Lord Mountain Mist narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp. Don't you already have a spot? Could it be that you want to take the spot that belongs to me? Lord Shui Wu looked at him indifferently. The black and white Dao Palace had 2 spots, and he and Lord Mountain Mist had 1 each. But now, Lord Mountain Mist was actually eyeing his spot? Lord Mountain Mist laughed. Naturally, I don't care about your spot. I just don't want you to waste it. Moreover, this matter is of great importance. It doesn't mean that the spot belongs to you. You still need to go through our Elder Council. What a joke. Does my spot still need the Elder Council's approval? Then, Lord Mountain Mist, if you give the spot to your disciple, why didn't you go through the Elder Council? Lord Shui Wu sneered, causing Lord Mountain Mist to frown, but he didn't say anything. Let's not talk about the spot for now. We'll decide after the Elder Council's final meeting. However, the black and white Dao fruit cannot be given to an outsider. That's right. Although Lin Ling has a demon god, his potential is only at the peak of the transcendent realm. However, how could a seedling to be recommended to the human sovereign be just that? What's more, he's not the only one with a demon god. In terms of saint physique, Lin Ling is only at the earth grade. In our black and white Dao Palace, the most basic talent is the heaven grade saint physique. The other elders said indifferently. They still felt that Lin Ling was very ordinary and didn't have the qualifications. Although Lin Ling's talent is only at the earth grade, he's a cultivator who cultivates essence, energy, and spirit. Lord Shui Wu said in a low voice. These old fogies were too stubborn. However, although the black and white Dao Palace was ruled by the 2 palace masters, important matters still had to go through the Elder Council. Therefore, he didn't have the right to decide. Has anyone ever succeeded in cultivating essence, energy, and spirit? Moreover, cultivating one's talent alone is already very difficult, let alone cultivating essence, energy, and spirit. This kind of cultivation path is very complicated and vast. It's definitely useless. The elders said again. They had never seen a cultivator who successfully cultivated essence, energy, and spirit, so they didn't believe it. However, Lord Shui Wu fell silent. He wasn't sure, so he couldn't refute. He said, Then give the black and white Dao fruit that I obtain every 10 years to Lin Ling. Lord Shui Wu, you're crazy. The elders' faces immediately changed. In the past, Lord Shui Wu had fought with the masters of Kuan Temple and had left behind injuries. He needed the black and white Dao fruit to suppress them, but Lord Shui Wu was actually giving his black and white Dao fruit to Lin Ling. What qualifications did this Lin Ling have? In truth, Lin Ling wasn't even worth a single black and white Dao fruit. Chapter 1284. Black and white Dao fruit. Elders, since Lord Shui Wu has his own plans, let's go along with it. Lord Shan Wu advised, causing the elders to shake their heads, but they didn't say anything else. Lord Shan Wu wasn't helping Lord Shui Wu, but if Lord Shui Wu gave up on healing, it would be beneficial to him as well. The Council of Elders has agreed to give 3 black and white Dao fruits to Lin Ling, but Lord Shui Wu won't be able to receive them for 100 years. Lord Shan Wu said darkly. He wanted nothing more than for Lord Shui Wu to give up on healing and have his strength greatly reduced. That way, he would have the final say in the Black-White Dao Palace. Lord Shui Wu glanced at Lord Shan Wu indifferently. He knew what the other party was trying to do. Every 10 years, he could receive 1 black and white Dao fruit, 10 in 100 years. But now, the Black-White Dao Palace was only allowing him to take 3. This was going too far. However, he still nodded in agreement. The black and white Dao fruit was priceless. Even the geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace weren't qualified to obtain it, so he had already done his best to obtain 3. Farewell. Lord Shui Wu turned and left, his heart heavy. In the past, he had been the #1 leader of the Black-White Dao Palace, but after being injured, his strength had continuously decreased. Now, in front of the Council of Elders, his prestige was also gradually decreasing. The next day, in front of Lin Ling's wooden house, a slender figure stood there quietly. Is Lin Ling here? Lin Ling was temporarily staying in the Black-White Dao Palace. Hearing this, he walked out and saw a woman in a black and white dress standing outside. She was about 27 or 28 years old and looked somewhat cold. She handed a green ring to Lin Ling. There are black and white Dao fruits inside. Master gave them to you. Her attitude wasn't good. She knew that these 3 black and white Dao fruits were for her master to heal, but she gave them to Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have? Master? Master? Lin Ling could roughly guess that this woman should be Lord Shui Wu's disciple. She was very strong at the 7th stage of the transcendent realm, and her talent wasn't weak either. Most likely she had reached the heaven grade. A person's talent determined how far they could go in the future. A heaven grade saint body meant one would definitely surpass the transcendent realm. Thank you. Lin Ling replied politely. There's no need. Although I don't agree with Master's way of doing things, he is still my master. Therefore, whatever he says is right. I'll be cultivating at the foot of the mountain. If there's anything, you can come and find me. At the same time, she muttered to herself, it's just an earth-grade saint physique. Even if he has a demon god, he's only invincible in the transcendent realm at best. How could such a person be worthy of Master's training, and even let Master fight for him? I really don't know what Master is thinking. Looking at the departing silhouette, Lin Ling frowned. He faintly sensed that something had happened, but he didn't think too much about it. Right now, cultivation was his priority. In the Purple Palace, Lin Ling was standing on the ground. There were 3 black and white fruits in his hand. These fruits were extremely mysterious. There were complex patterns on the surface of the fruits, just like the patterns of a formation. However, Lin Ling was a bit puzzled. Before, he had said that there would be 10 fruits, but now there were only 3. Your Majesty, this fruit contains the principles of heaven and earth. It can greatly improve your supreme martial arts. Old Z looked at the black and white Dao fruit in amazement. He had seen it before in the star-picking nation, but not many times. Lin Ling was excited. Such a treasure was probably not weak. Your Majesty, this fruit can only improve cultivation and the principles of heaven and earth. It can't improve physical strength. Therefore, Your Majesty can only use it to improve cultivation. Oldzi said. Lin Ling nodded. He was currently wearing the Void Spirit Lock, so the effects of his cultivation were more obvious. This fruit could probably allow him to improve by a level. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and swallowed the black and white Dao fruit. A strange thing happened. In his mind, Lin Ling faintly saw the 2 worlds of yin and yang. It was like chaos. Below was yin, and above was yang. In the yang world, there were hundreds of changes, and the great Tao of fire appeared. Fire was fire. It had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. It was one of the great Taos. This black and white Tao fruit was indeed mystical. It could greatly improve a martial artist's martial Tao according to the changes in their martial Tao. At the same time, Lin Ling's fire aura quietly changed. Heaven and earth were like fire, and the laws of fire were formed. It had to be known that when Lin Ling used the ancient flame devil, he could also use the laws of fire. However, it was difficult for his main body to use it. First, he didn't have enough spiritual energy to support it. Second, the laws of fire were not complete. But now, the laws of fire were becoming more and more perfect. This also meant that Lin Ling's Fire Supreme martial arts had reached the transcendent realm. If he took another step, he would be able to reach the heavenly martial arts and form the laws of fire. As for Lin Ling's cultivation, it was still at the transcendent 4th stage. However, Lin Ling knew that it was because of the suppression of the Void Spirit Lock. If the Void Spirit Lock was released, Lin Ling's strength would increase even more. He would definitely reach the transcendent 5th stage and possess 6 paths of spiritual energy. Time quietly passed. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, a mysterious law of fire bloomed. Elder Z couldn't help but laugh. Supreme martial arts at the transcendent realm. His Majesty was indeed powerful. It had to be known that this was the power of a single black and white Dao fruit. This kind of cultivation resource was innumerable for the younger generation of other major powers. From another point of view, if Lin Ling also had a powerful family background, Lin Ling's strength would be even stronger. To the second layer of the Violet Palace realm. Lin Ling stood up and said with a smile. Now that his fiend god overlord body had reached the second layer and his soul force had increased, he could enter the second layer. There were even more heavenly tomes in the second layer, all of which were supreme martial arts. Moreover, there were a large number of soul fragments here. They were the masters of the former star-picking country. Moreover, the Violet Palace realm had also given him a reward, the Emperor Refined Armor. This armor could withstand 3 attacks from an early Saint Realm master. Within the Transcendent Realm, Lin Ling was invincible. However, within the Transcendent Realm, Lin Ling had 2 great demon gods. He was already at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, so this armor wasn't of much help. Elder Z, summon the Transcendent 7th Stage Master. Lin Ling said expectantly. Although his strength had increased, he didn't want to be a flower in a greenhouse. Therefore, he still wanted to fight and familiarize himself with his strength. Good. Elder Z nodded with a smile. His Majesty was as diligent as ever. Your Majesty, please excuse me. A master appeared. It was one of the 10 great generals of the star-picking Great Emperor, Marshal Che-Chi. Although he was also a soul fragment, his strength was extremely terrifying within the Transcendent Realm. Let's fight. Lin Ling nodded indifferently and pulled out the Tyrant's Song Sword. In his left hand, raging flames erupted. The second layer of the Violet Palace realm was even more terrifying. Furthermore, there were more heavenly tomes, which greatly increased Lin Ling's strength. At the same time, he unlocked the Void Spirit Lock and discovered that he had indeed reached the Transcendent 5th stage. He could even fight against a Transcendent 7th stage master. Chapter 1285. Disappointing. Apart from fighting, Lin Ling also spent the rest of his time on forging. He gradually became more familiar with the basic runes, and his soul force also reached the 43rd level. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, Lin Ling finally left the Zifu. Now, he needed to find resources to strengthen his body. And in the outside world, only 3 days had passed. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Ling appeared in front of a luxurious mansion. He softly called out, "Senior sister." If he wanted to find money, he naturally had to go to Splendid Land. However, Lin Ling wasn't familiar with that place, so he wanted to ask his senior sister to lead the way. "You finished cultivating?" A slender figure walked out of the mansion. It was Lady Watermist's disciple, Li Lingxian. At this moment, she looked at Lin Ling indifferently and shook her head. Lin Ling's aura hadn't changed at all. He was still at the Transcendent 4th stage. However, 3 black-white Dao fruits could raise a martial artist's cultivation by 1 or even 2 stages. Lin Ling had really let down her master. "You've disappointed me," Li Lingxian said indifferently. Lin Ling was puzzled. He asked, "Senior sister, what do you mean?" "It's useless to say it. Forget it. Do you want to go to Splendid Land?" Li Lingxian was too lazy to say more. She grumbled in her heart, "Master even gave you the black-white Dao fruits she used to heal herself, but your progress is so slow. If this isn't disappointing, then what is?" Moreover, the black-white Dao Palace had 2 recommendation spots for the human emperor. Master fought for one for you, but you didn't have the qualifications to obtain it. Although she felt disdain, Li Lingxian still followed Lady Watermist's instructions and brought Lin Ling to Splendid Land. If she knew that Lin Ling had reached the Transcendent 5th stage with just 1 black-white Dao fruit, she definitely wouldn't have thought so. The black-white Dao Palace was located in a fairyland. From time to time, there would be people flying in the sky. The clouds were ethereal, and it was extremely beautiful. Lin Ling and Li Lingxian walked through the mountains, immediately attracting the attention of many black-white Dao Palace disciples. These people weren't weak. They were all at the Transcendent 6th stage, and there were even Transcendent 7th stage cultivators everywhere. and their talents were all at the heaven grade. The Black-White Dao Palace didn't accept people who weren't heaven grade. That's Lin Ling? He's just a transcendent realm 4 realm cultivator. I really don't understand why Lord Shui Wu values him so much. I heard that he became famous during the hero assessment and even defeated Li Fengge. Unfortunately, his strength comes from the demon god, and the limit of a demon god is only the peak of the transcendent realm. Many people from the Black-White Dao Palace and Black-White Dao Palace, he is? Many people lightly said. They had heard that one of the 2 spots of the Black-White Dao Palace had been given to Lin Ling. This caused them to feel very uncomfortable. Heaven and earth and heavens and black-white. Secondly, Lin Ling's talent was only at earth rank. He couldn't compare to them at all. 3. Lin Ling is very powerful in the Black Pin Great region, but this is the Black-White Dao Palace, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Therefore, they believed that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to stand above them. Li Lingxian also heard the commotion around her. She suddenly felt that her anger had been vented. She calmly said, "The disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace all have heaven-grade saint bodies. In the future, they will all become saints. So, no matter how powerful a transcendent is, they are not qualified to enter the Black-White Dao Palace." Lin Ling, do you understand? Her words were filled with contempt. What she meant was that Lin Ling had a demon god and was invincible in the transcendent realm, but in the future he would only reach the transcendent realm, while everyone else would be saints. Didn't Lin Ling feel that this was a disgrace? I understand. Li Lingxian was stunned. Lin Ling didn't feel inferior at all. How thick-skinned. Lin Ling didn't feel inferior at all. Lin Ling, I heard that you obtained 3 Black-White Dao fruits. You don't have the qualifications to possess such treasures. It's better if you hand them over to senior brother. At this moment, several figures floated down from the sky and blocked in front of Lin Ling. These people wore black and white robes, and their faces were indifferent. Their cultivation was vast, as if they were emperors. The one in the lead was extremely handsome, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked like a dragon or tiger. Senior brother Nameless. Many Black-White Dao Palace disciples' eyes flashed. Nameless, the disciple of Lord Shan Wu, was also a peerless genius. Although he was only at the transcendent 6th stage because of his heaven-grade saint body, his strength was terrifying. He was famous among the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, and some said that he had the chance to become one of the 10 Langya temples. Lord Shan Wu's disciple, Nameless. However, Lin Ling is one of Lord Shui Wu's people. You're too bold to want to steal his Black-White Dao fruits. Although Li Lingxian looked down on Lin Ling, she still couldn't bear to see Lin Ling being humiliated. Senior sister Lingxian, this person used Lord Shui Wu's Black-White Dao fruits, causing her injuries to be unable to recover. Don't you hate him? Nameless said calmly, not afraid of Li Lingxian. So what if I hate him? Whatever Master says is the truth. So, as long as Master doesn't say anything, I will protect him. Move aside, or else you'll be humiliating yourself. Li Lingxian shook her head, causing Nameless to frown. He was a bit afraid of Li Lingxian, but he still said unwillingly, Senior sister Lingxian, this trash has obtained a spot to recommend the human emperor. That spot should have been yours. Are you willing to let it go? As soon as he said this, Li Lingxian fell into a rare silence. How could she be willing? After all, that spot should have been hers, but now it was taken by Lin Ling. I won't kill him. I'll just teach him a lesson. At least I'll let Lord Shui Wu know how trash the person she favors is. Move aside. Nameless saw Li Lingxian hesitating, so he shouted again. That's right. You can protect trash like him for now, but you can't protect him forever. Roar. The crowd also roared. The Black-White Dao Palace had its own pride. No matter how famous Lin Ling was, they didn't place him in their eyes. Even so, Master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Move aside. But Li Lingxian took a step forward, still protecting Lin Ling. This caused Nameless' expression to become even uglier. Enough. Move aside. At this moment, a cold shout rang out, causing everyone to fall silent. They saw that Lin Ling was speaking and he had said enough. What did that mean? I finally understand why you were so cold to me. Move aside. Lin Ling walked out from behind Li Lingxian, speaking indifferently. He had also heard that Lord Shui Wu had used the black-white Dao fruit he had used to heal his injuries to give it to him. No wonder the promised 10 had become 3. It seemed that it hadn't been easy for Lord Shui Wu to obtain these black-white Dao fruits. It's good that you know. Now go back. Li Lingxian frowned and reprimanded. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Nameless. I'll deal with my own matters. As for the favor I owe Lord Shui Wu, I will repay him. How will you repay him? Li Lingxian was so angry that she began to laugh. She had protected Lin Ling out of the kindness of her heart, but Lin Ling didn't need her protection. Instead, he arrogantly said that he would repay the favor. He was simply overestimating himself. How will I repay him? You don't need to worry about that. I want to see just how this trash will take my black-white Dao fruit. Chapter 1286. The Great Law of Fire. If you want to die, do as you please. Li Lingxian was furious and stepped back. She wanted to see how Lin Ling would face Nameless without her help. Trash? You think you can call me trash? Nameless was so angry that he was laughing. His cold face had a hint of arrogance. He was very clear about Lin Ling's strength. He had defeated Li Fengge and had a demon god. Unfortunately, they were disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace. The Black-White Dao Palace was second only to the 7 emperors in Xianpeng province. In other words, those who could appear here were definitely the top of the top. I'm not one of those transcendent stage 6 cultivators you defeated in the past. Nameless took a step forward. Invisible astral winds gushed out. His extreme rune aura grew stronger and stronger, even shaking the distant mountains. Kill him. A large number of people shouted. Lin Ling was arrogant. He actually called Nameless trash. What was the point of such a person not dying? Moreover, Lin Ling was Lady Shui Wu's subordinate, and they were Lady Shan Wu's subordinates. So, it didn't matter if Lin Ling died. Use your demon god. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. In the endless astral winds, Nameless' body seemed illusory. He walked over step by step, and with each step, his aura rose. It was extremely terrifying. From a certain point of view, Nameless was stronger than 70% of the experts in Xianpeng province. The Black-White Dao Palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. It had its own capital. A disciple's strength was comparable to the experts in the outside world. This was the difference. I forgot to tell you. A month ago, I killed a cultivator with a demon god. That cultivator thought it was beneath him, so he looked down on me. In the end, I killed him along with his demon god. As for his demon god, I didn't bother using it. It's only at the transcendent stage. My goal is the Saint Realm. The arrogant voice drifted out again. A saber appeared in Nameless' hand. It seemed to be condensed from the wind. It seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Senior brother Nameless is so powerful. You even killed a demon god. This was the first time many people heard this news. They couldn't help but gasp. You want to take a spot? In your dreams. Let me kill you and end it. This proves that Lady Shui Wu's vision is not good. It's time to abdicate. Countless cries of shock rang out, making Nameless feel as though he was the ruler of the world. He took a large step forward in a domineering manner and slashed out with the great saber in his hand. His heaven-grade saint physique allowed the might of the wind to erupt and fuse into his saber, engulfing everything in its path. Coupled with the sharpness of the saber, Nameless could probably slay any transcendental 7th realm cultivator. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator. Many people felt their blood boiling. Even if Lin Ling was a transcendent realm 6th stage cultivator, he wouldn't be able to block Wu Ming's blade. Lin Ling's eyes were calm as he felt the heaven-shaking saber light and the wild wind momentum descend upon him. Even so, a trace of anger surged through his heart. He never thought that Lady Watermist would believe in him so much that she wouldn't hesitate to give up heavenly materials to heal her wounds. For him, she wouldn't hesitate to resist the pressure of the Black-White Dao Palace. Thus, all he could do now was prove himself. Kill. A soft word floated out. His voice was not loud, but it made Wu Ming, who was rushing over, feel a surge in his heart. What a firm killing intent. He had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high, but his aura wasn't weak. The ground shook. Lin Ling stepped on the ground. His sword shot out. This guy. Many people gasped. Lin Ling didn't block. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. He was crazy. Even Li Lingxian's beautiful eyes narrowed. She had planned to let Lin Ling suffer some losses. At the critical moment, she would save Lin Ling, who knew that Lin Ling would fight to the death. It was hard for her to save him, but she didn't know that she was overthinking. Lin Ling needed her to save him? Boom. Sword and saber clashed. Astral winds blew. Violent energy bloomed. It was as if they wanted to destroy everything. What? After clashing with Lin Ling's sword, Nameless' eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's sword looked ordinary, but after clashing with it he realized how terrifying it was. The energy was so vast that it could split mountains and seas. Blade of the Wind Demon, get lost. Wind energy erupted again. Nameless wanted to break Lin Ling's sword in half. You think you can? Dream on. Lin Ling roared. The sword in his hand didn't lose its momentum. Instead, it pressed down on Nameless. Unstoppable. The energy increased instantly. Nameless felt that he couldn't hold his saber firmly. What kind of energy was this? The cheers of the crowd also disappeared at this moment as everyone's eyes widened. In their eyes, the great sword was like a heavy mountain, actually suppressing Nameless' saber. How could this be possible? Nameless was a transcendent 6th stage expert. I underestimated you. But you're only an Earth-grade talent. I'm a Heaven-grade talent. You don't need to use the demon god to win against me. Nameless' face turned ugly. He roared again. Boundless astral winds erupted. His Heaven-grade saint physique was activated. You think you're qualified to make me use the demon god? However, Lin Ling sneered. His smile was filled with disdain. The tyrannical song sword in his hand was even more majestic. With a crack, Nameless' saber shattered under countless gazes. One must know that it was a rare low-grade heavenly soldier. The crowd's hearts exploded. What kind of energy could make Lin Ling's sword so terrifying? Nameless' face changed. He turned into astral winds and roared, "Die!" After his saber broke, he was like a wind god. He controlled the wind energy and wanted to destroy everything. The wind energy even tore apart the spiritual energy in the sky. You think you have the right to be arrogant? You're too weak. Even if you cultivate for another 100 years, you won't be my opponent. Facing the huge astral winds, Lin Ling roared. His voice was filled with pride. It was like a dragon swimming out of the sea and soaring into the sky. Many people from the Black-White Dao Palace felt their ears ring. Lin Ling was actually so strong. World of Fire. However, something even more terrifying happened. Countless lotus flowers and flame birds flew out from behind Lin Ling. The great law of fire appeared, turning the entire world into a world of fire. Many people felt that they were in a sea of fire. It was as if no power could stop the roar of the sea of fire. This feeling was the power of the great law of fire. Pa. At this moment, the wind was also ignited. Although Lin Ling didn't have a heaven-grade saint physique, his extreme martial arts had reached the transcendent realm. It was even stronger than Nameless. Those flames were even more domineering than Nameless wind. Great law of fire. Inside the sea of fire, Nameless knew better than anyone how terrifying the flames were. His face turned pale. Lin Ling's cultivation and talent were weaker than his, but his other means were stronger. It was too strange. In the endless sea of fire, Lin Ling was like the master of the sea of fire. He stepped forward and walked towards Nameless. You said that you were the transcendent realm trash I defeated in the past. Why are you afraid now? Chapter 1287. So what if you have a heaven-grade saint physique? You came from the Black-White Dao Palace, so you thought you were strong. But in the end, you're the same as an ordinary transcendent 6th stage cultivator. You're just a piece of trash. Boom! Lin Ling stretched out his left hand, and an incomparably beautiful lotus appeared. It was even more ferocious, enormous, and divine. Then he gently waved it at Nameless. Arrogant and condescending. You don't have the qualifications to compete with me for a spot. Boom! The lotus floated out, and the dazzling light made it so that no one dared to look at it directly. The only thing they felt was the great Tao of fire. Then, with a rumbling sound, a giant lotus bloomed from the celestial mountain and soared into the clouds. Nameless had been burned alive. What a ferocious fire! The disciples of the Black-White Tao Palace all had ugly expressions. Not long ago, they had learned that the second spot had been taken by Lin Ling. At that time, they hadn't been willing to accept it. Many of them had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson and let Mistress Watermist know that choosing Lin Ling was a mistake. But now, Lin Ling had proven himself. He didn't need the demon god to kill Nameless. And the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was only a transcendent fourth-stage cultivator. Lin Ling's actions not only proved himself, but also proved Mistress Watermist's choice. They were unwilling. Did they have the qualifications? The Black-White Tao fruit is on me. If you want it, come and take it. I want to see just how strong a heaven-grade talent is. Boom! Lin Ling's arrogant voice floated out from the endless sea of flames. But at this moment, everyone was even more silent. The Black-White Tao fruit was indeed precious, but it seemed that one needed to be alive to obtain it. Lin Ling had killed a heaven-grade saint physique without using the demon god. What if he used the demon god? No one dared to imagine it. I thought that since the Black-White Tao Palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, there would definitely be some arrogant people. But in the end, it's just a bunch of trash that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Boom! Seeing no one speak, Lin Ling shook his head. The sea of flames flowed into his body like a tide, and his blue and white robes appeared. He slowly walked over to Li Lingxian. What an arrogant brat! Boom! The Black and White Tao Palace disciples were so angry their faces became gloomy, their hearts still unwilling to give up. Finally, one of them coldly shouted, "You're only a transcendent, but the referral quota requires you to reach the Saint Realm. I'm afraid you'll never have the chance to enter the Saint Realm in this lifetime." Boom! You're saying you want to fight? Lin Ling stopped and didn't even look at that person. Lin Ling's words made that person's heart tremble violently and he actually fell silent. 9. If you use heaven-grade talent? As a martial artist, if you dare, then you dare. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. You're indecisive, neither up nor down. What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Is this what the Lord above your head taught you? Lin Ling shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, shocking everyone so much that their hearts jumped violently. They all looked at the person who spoke. Indeed, if that person was not convinced, then let them fight. However, that person did not dare to fight. Since that person did not dare to fight, then what was the point of talking nonsense? I admit defeat. The disciple clenched his teeth and said in a humiliating tone. In the future, he would be stronger than Lin Ling, but now, he was not as good as Lin Ling. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Stepping forward, he arrived in front of Li Lingxian and said indifferently, "Let's go, senior sister." Li Lingxian was still in shock. When Lin Ling refused her help, she thought Lin Ling was ignorant, but now she realized that Lin Ling's combat strength was terrifying. Even she didn't know how Lin Ling had won. Of course, she didn't know that Lin Ling was a rare triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. In terms of talent, he was even stronger than a heaven-grade talent. He only relied on the ancient flame devil's flame. If eldest senior brother returns, he'll definitely die. That's right. Not only did he curse us, he even dared to curse Senior Shan Wu, saying that Senior Shan Wu doesn't know how to guide disciples. If eldest senior brother finds out, he won't let him off. That's right, there's also that madman. He cared a lot about the spots. Now that the spot has been taken by Lin Ling, he'll definitely be the most unwilling. Many people began to whisper, but their anger was extremely ironic. When Lin Ling was here, they didn't dare to speak. Only when Lin Ling left did they dare to be arrogant. At this moment, on a distant mountain peak, Lady Shui Wu faintly smiled. She had seen the battle with her own eyes, and she believed that the elders of the Black-White Dao Palace had also seen it. Although this couldn't change the elders' opinion of Lin Ling, at least they wouldn't give him any pressure. Transcendent extreme martial arts, a bit formidable. However, his saint body is earth grade. This is an unchangeable fact. Indeed. Look, he's still at Transcendent Stage 4. This means that his talent is ordinary. After all, if he had a heaven-grade saint body, 3 Black-White Dao fruits would have allowed him to reach Transcendent Stage 5. What's the final decision of this meeting? The elders were discussing amongst themselves, deciding whether or not the final spot should be given to Lin Ling. At this moment, Li Lingxian was leading Lin Ling towards splendid mountain and rivers. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she unwillingly said, "Your current strength is formidable, but talent determines everything. Thus, my opinion of you hasn't changed." Hearing this, Lin Ling lightly said, "Do I need you to change your opinion of me again? Don't think too highly of yourself. Moreover, on the road of martial arts, talent doesn't determine everything, but the heart of martial arts." With these words, Lin Ling took the lead, leaving Li Lingxian stunned. She was the grand eldest disciple of the Black-White Dao Palace's Lady Shui Wu, and yet she was being reprimanded by Lin Ling. However, her beautiful eyes flashed. Lin Ling's words weren't without reason. The heart of martial arts represented everything. So what if one's talent was weak? If one had a firm heart of martial arts, then there would be a glimmer of hope. One would be able to overcome all difficulties and rule the world. And so what if one's talent was strong? If one slacked off, then one would be surpassed by others sooner or later. It's not without reason that Master values him. His background isn't as good as mine, but his heart of martial arts is stronger than mine. Li Lingxian frowned as she caught up to Lin Ling. Her opinion of Lin Ling had changed somewhat. Splendid mountain and rivers was vast and boundless. A large number of great powers had gathered here. Among them were the Pill Forging Union, Universal Main Hall, and Martial Pavilion. Currently, if Lin Ling wanted to obtain cultivation resources, the best method would be to auction off heavenly weapons. However, this would take a lot of time, and Lin Ling currently didn't have the money to buy materials. Thus, after asking around, Lin Ling's final goal fell upon the Martial Pavilion. "You want to go to the Martial Pavilion?" After learning of Lin Ling's plan, Li Lingxian was somewhat surprised. She then explained. The Martial Pavilion was also a neutral power. It was said that their backer was a martial godlike existence. Of course, no one knew if this was true or not. However, in these past years, no one had dared to cause trouble at the Martial Pavilion. The Martial Pavilion had the martial ranking, which gathered the world's top experts, heroes, and great heroes. The martial ranking was divided into the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow rankings. Those who could enter the martial ranking were famous in Xianpeng province. They were even famous in the mortal world's 3 mysterious rankings. Chapter 1288. Martial Pavilion Yellow List. However, it was extremely difficult to enter the Yellow List. For example, the weakest person on the Yellow List was a Transcendent 6th Stage cultivator with a hero token. Furthermore, one had to win 10 battles in a row to enter the list. In the Transcendent 6th Stage, one would have to face all the Transcendent 6th Stage cultivators in the world. If one could reach the top of the list, they would be able to enter the Transcendent 7th Stage list. At that time, the reward would be doubled. The Yellow List had a total of 2 realms, Transcendent 6th Stage and 7th Stage realm. The weak could challenge the strong, but the strong couldn't challenge the weak. For example, a Transcendent 7th Stage cultivator couldn't enter the Transcendent 6th Stage list. Interesting. Lin Ling continued to listen, his interest rising. In the Yellow List, winning 10 battles in a row would reward 10,000 yuan stones. If one's ranking rose, they would also be rewarded 10,000 yuan stones. This was very suitable for the current Lin Ling. And with Lin Ling's current strength, he could only enter the Transcendent 6th Stage list. Although it's a ranking for Transcendental 6th Stage cultivators, not only are there many heroes on the ranking, they also come from the 3 profound realms of the human realm. Therefore, even the disciples of our black-white Tao palace don't dare to proclaim themselves as the overlords there. Li Lingxian said. She was a transcendental 7th-stage cultivator, but she had never entered the ranking before. Because the cultivators she faced weren't just mere geniuses. There were also many hundred-year-old monsters, too many hidden experts. Lin Ling smiled, his interest rising. The Martial Pavilion was located in Sky Connecting Mountain. This mountain towered into the clouds and was tens of thousands of li wide. The peak of the mountain seemed to have been cut off by an expert, extremely flat. Many buildings were built on it. Among them, several sacred and mighty stone tablets were the most dazzling. They were the heaven, earth, black, and yellow lists. Among them, the heaven and earth lists were blurry. It was said that they only opened once a year. Normally, one couldn't see the names on the lists. But for the black and yellow lists, one could see the names on the lists. There were 2 yellow lists, one of which recorded the 100 strongest cultivators. Whenever someone disappeared, another would appear. Is that the heaven and earth's strongest transcendent 6th-stage list? Lin Ling stared at one of the lists and smiled. Lin Ling. At this moment, a familiar voice was heard. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Yumun Yun, Venerable Si Kaming, Yang Gan, and the others. They were also staring at the list. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all shocked. "Ha, I knew you would come here." Yang Gan excitedly shouted out. Ever since the Si Kaming Heavenly Palace had become a subsidiary sect of the Black-White Tao Palace, they had come to the beautiful mountain and rivers region. Thus, they knew that they might encounter Lin Ling, but they hadn't expected to meet him so quickly. "Yes, everyone." Lin Ling was also extremely surprised. He quickly walked forward and held Yumun Yun's little hand as he asked, "Are you guys here to challenge as well?" "Yes, but I lost. I only won 2 matches in a row." Yumun Yun held Lin Ling's hand and smiled. This surprised Lin Ling. Yumun Yun had the great illusion White Dragon King. How could she lose? The Martial Pavilion doesn't allow the use of demon gods. Moreover, we can't use celestial weapons. Everyone is the same. We rely on martial arts and talent. Yumun Yun shrugged helplessly. "Yes, otherwise I would have won even more. Currently, I have won 6 matches in a row. Then I met a beast and was defeated by him." Yang Gan said helplessly. "If you lost 1 match in a row, you would have to start from the beginning again." Venerable Si Kaming looked at these people with a smile. These people were brought back by him from the insignificant sacred region. Today, these juniors had all grown up and spread their wings. This made him feel proud. He smiled and said, "It is said that only the heaven and earth lists can use celestial weapons. The others can't. The heaven lists are rumored to be the battlefield of the 7 emperors. The 7 emperors are also on the list." Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly felt that the Martial Pavilion's backer was the strongest existence in the mortal world's 3 Xian. "Lin Ling, you are currently in the Transcendent Stage 4. You can only enter the lowest stage. However, you should be able to win a lot." Venerable Si Kaming looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling was indeed very strong. However, the mortal world's 3 Xian opponents were included in the yellow stage martial platform. Therefore, he wasn't sure about Lin Ling's final result. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation was too low. "I will try my best." Lin Ling didn't become complacent and said indifferently. After that, the crowd brought Lin Ling to register. There was a sea of people registering. After spending an hour, Lin Ling finally registered. There were 10 yellow stage martial platforms and Lin Ling was assigned to the 9th one. As for the 9th martial arena, there was a sea of people at the moment. It was like an ancient Roman Colosseum, with a large number of warriors gathered around. Some of them were here to fight, while others were here to gamble. Obviously, the martial arena was also a good place to find money. "Lin Ling, it's you." "Hey!" Just as he stepped onto the edge of the 9th martial platform, a cold voice sounded. In one direction, a large number of people were sitting there. The leader was Celestial Venerable Void Star. At this moment, he was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be here. The splendid mountain and river was the core of Xianping province. This meant that Lin Ling had also entered the core. Celestial Venerable Void Star, is he an acquaintance of yours? Beside Celestial Venerable Void Star, a calm voice sounded. It was a man in white. He wore a jade crown on his head and held a wine cup in his hand. He looked down at the martial platform as if he was the ruler of the world. Young Master Hong, that is Lin Ling. During the heroic talents examination, his name shook Xianpeng province. However, he is my enemy. He is not an acquaintance. Celestial Venerable Void Star smiled and said politely. He didn't dare to slight the other party. Although the other party was young, his strength was almost on par with his. If he unleashed his full strength, he might even be stronger than him. Moreover, the other party's background was not small. He was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, a member of the Kuan Palace's Hong residence. The Hong residence was the descendant of the Hong dynasty, one of the 4 great ancient countries. The Hong dynasty was as famous as the star-picking nation. Moreover, this man was called Hong Tiandi. It was said that he was one of the 2 people recommended to the human emperor by the Kuan Palace. I've never heard of the heroic talents examination. However, since he is an enemy, let's just kill him. There's no need to drag this out. The white-robed man drank a mouthful of wine. With his strength, not to mention the heroic talents examination, even if the heroic talents examination shook the world, he wouldn't put it in his eyes. This child's background in the Kuan Palace is not small. Lord Shui Wu is also supporting him. That's why it's difficult to deal with him. Celestial Venerable Void Star gritted his teeth. That's because you're trash. The white-robed man said indifferently. He looked at Lin Ling and said, however, he is only a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator. How dare he enter the heroic talents examination with such a cultivation? Celestial Venerable Void Star, if you want to kill him, you can send someone to do it on the martial platform. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Hong. Celestial Venerable Void Star sneered as he stared at Lin Ling. Chapter 1289. Heavenly Emperor Hong Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He knew that the 4 spots for recommending the human sovereign were 2 for Heavenly Temple and 2 for Heavenly Temple. Those who could obtain these spots were definitely the cream of the crop. This Heavenly Emperor Hong was not simple. Lin Ling, do you want to enter the martial stage? At this time, Empyrean Void Star's voice rang out, drawing countless gazes. Lin Ling, he also came? Many people had heard this name before, and their faces were filled with curiosity. Of course, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Lin Ling wasn't the only famous person here. There were many people even more famous than Lin Ling. What surprised them was that Lin Ling was only a hero. How could a hero come to the martial stage of heroes? Be careful of overestimating yourself and dying on the martial stage. Empyrean Void Star sneered when he saw that Lin Ling didn't speak. In the past, whenever he met Lin Ling, he would look down on him like a divine emperor. But now, his mood was clearly affected, and he couldn't be arrogant anymore. Old dog, I didn't expect you to climb up to such a big thigh. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, his words full of ridicule. He could naturally see that although Void Star Divine Palace was huge, it couldn't compare to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. It couldn't even compare to the unfettered 10 halls, so this old dog was flattering Heavenly Emperor Hong. You! Empyrean Void Star's face turned ashen. Lin Ling's mouth was too poisonous. He couldn't put down his face after being called an old dog in front of so many people. I won't argue with a brat like you. If you have the ability, then enter the martial stage. Empyrean Void Star roared. You're already so old, yet you're still so unsettled. Be careful of anger that might cause you to go berserk. Lin Ling smiled and said to himself. Shwa. Empyrean Void Star couldn't help but stand up, his face turning red and blue. He didn't know whether to be angry or not. He didn't expect that his emotions would be controlled by Lin Ling. The dignified Empyrean Void Star was actually angered by a junior. This situation is rare. Many people shook their heads and laughed, causing Empyrean Void Star to tremble. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sat back down. As for Lin Ling and the others, they also found seats to sit down. Lin Ling coldly looked at Empyrean Void Star. His enmity with Empyrean Void Star had yet to end. Lin Ling is here too. He's only at the transcendent fourth stage. Could it be that he wants to go up? According to what I know, his strength comes from the demon god, but the yellow stage doesn't allow the use of demon gods. On another high platform, several experts spoke. One of them was Lu Susu. She sat with her legs crossed. Her languid appearance had a hint of charm. She attracted many people's attention, including Empyrean Hong. However, Empyrean Hong didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Old Man Wu's analysis is correct. However, Lin Ling has always been someone who doesn't play by the rules. Perhaps he might be able to win a few rounds as a transcendent fourth stage cultivator. Don't forget, when Lin Ling battled with Li Fengge, the Martial Pavilion lost a lot of money. Hall Master Lu's opinion is correct. How many matches do you think Lin Ling will win? At least 7. Lu Susu pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. Betting was the most common way for martial artists to earn money. Many martial artists would never tire of it. At the same time, 2 opponents appeared on the stage. One was a one-armed man, and the other was an old man around the age of 70. Both of them possessed a hero card, and they were extremely famous in the Xianping region. Songnan Sek's elder, He Phaeton. He, you have been in Transcendent Realm for dozens of years. What? You want to break through to Transcendent Realm before you die? Xiao Yi from the Jade Void Empire. I remember you were only in Transcendent Realm last month. You just broke through and you came to the stage. Do you want to die? The 2 of them didn't want to be outdone. Let's fight. Then, the 2 of them burst out with their strength. The stage had ancient runes that blocked their aura. Otherwise, this place would have been destroyed long ago. The one-armed man held a large saber. His extreme pattern martial art was extremely domineering. Layer after layer, it was like a mountain of sabers and a sea of flames. The old man used a walking stick. His saint physique was a little strange. It would disappear and reappear at times. It was hard to defend against. The 2 of them fought fiercely. They were evenly matched. Powerful. I can feel the terrifying spiritual chi fluctuation outside the stage. If it is inside the stage, it will be even more terrifying. Staring at the stage, Yang Gon said in shock. He then said to Venerable C. Calming, Venerable, who do you think will win? It's hard to say. After all, the stage doesn't allow heavenly soldiers and demon gods. It will depend on the saint physique and extreme pattern martial art. Both of them have reached great success in their extreme pattern martial art. I wonder who is hiding their trump card. Venerable C. Calming shook his head. I think it will be the old man. He is waiting for the old man to tire himself out. As time passes, the one-armed man will definitely run out of spiritual chi. Yuman Yun analyzed. She then smiled. I bet on the old man winning 3 rounds in a row. I bet 1 yuan stone. Meng Yun, you might lose. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He also wanted to bet, but unfortunately, he was poor. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Even Venerable C. Calming couldn't tell who was stronger, but Lin Ling could? The one-armed man's talent is amazing. The more he fights, the braver he becomes. Moreover, he didn't consume much spiritual chi. Therefore, when the blade of heaven and earth's momentum became stronger, the old man couldn't block it. All right. When he was cultivating in the Purple Mansion realm, he had comprehended a large number of extreme pattern martial arts. Although his current strength wasn't comparable to Venerable C. Calming's, in terms of knowledge, Venerable C. Calming was inferior to him. That was because Lin Ling had read extreme pattern martial arts from ancient times to the present. Is that true? Yang Gon didn't believe it. He trusted Venerable C. Calming more. However, as soon as he said that, a terrified voice came from the stage. I admit defeat. It was the old man's voice. Although he was fast and dodged the large blade, he realized that the entire stage was covered by the blade of heaven and earth. It was impossible for him to dodge. It's too late. The one-armed man shouted coldly. With a thought, all the blades in the space slashed towards the old man, killing him. Xiao Yi wins. Around the stage, voices rang out like waves. No one cared about the old man's death. After all, since they dared to go on the stage, They naturally had to be mentally prepared. They were excited that Xiao Yi would win and let them win. Lin Ling, you're right. Venerable C. Calming looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's comprehension of extreme pattern martial arts was so strong. He couldn't help but be a little dazed. How did the junior of the past grow to such a level? Xingjun, how is this person? On the other side of the stage, Venerable Void Star asked a young man beside him. The young man was blind and hugged a long sword. He sat calmly and said, Venerable Void Star, I can kill him with one strike. But if he wins 7 rounds in a row, you go and stop him. Venerable Void Star said indifferently. He had bet on Xiao Yi losing 7 rounds, and this kind of bet had greater returns. Chapter 1290. Battle, amazing, he just reached Transcendent 6th layer not long ago, and now he's going to win 10 battles in a row. This is rare even in the martial pavilion. However, he's going to lose. He's spending a lot of spiritual energy. Many people had different opinions. Winning 10 battles in a row was very difficult, and one of the problems was that it was hard to recover spiritual energy. Finally, the 7th battle came. A blind youth slowly walked towards the stage with a long sword in his hand. This person is Xingjun from the Void Star Divine Palace, ranked in the top 5. Although he doesn't have the talent of a peerless genius, he has been cultivating in Transcendent 6th layer for 5 years. With his strength, it's normal for him to defeat a great hero. This battle is going to be interesting. Deafening cheers came from the stage. Everyone was optimistic about this battle. After all, even though this was a Transcendent 6th stage battlefield, in actual fact, it was a common occurrence for people on the battlefield to defeat Transcendent 7th stage heroes. Xingjun. The one-armed man Xiao Ye's face turned serious. He was afraid of the opponent. I'll let you recover your spiritual energy. Yes. The blind youth said calmly. His words were filled with arrogance. After all, if he attacked now, his chances of winning would increase to 70%. Then I'll accept it. Xiao Yi nodded. It wasn't easy for him to win 7 battles in a row, so he wouldn't give up. As long as he won a few more battles, he would be able to get the prize money and increase his cultivation. After an incense stick's worth of time, the blind youth finally said, Use your strongest move, let's begin. Go! Boom! Xiao Yi didn't dare to be careless. His 6 spiritual sources were released, and his saint body was also revealed. It was actually an ancient mirror. His saint body had fused with his blade, causing his blade aura to almost reach the peak of extreme martial arts. Mirror, reflecting power, no wonder Xiao Ye's blade is getting stronger and stronger. Yes. Many people suddenly understood. In their eyes, the whole stage was filled with flashing blades, as if reflecting power from a mirror. These blades were all aimed at the blind youth. As long as they slashed, the blind youth would die without a doubt. At this moment, Xiao Yi seemed to see a chance to win. Starry Sky Sword. Go! However, the blind youth instantly attacked. Starlight scattered, and it was impossible to see whether it was a sword or a starry sky world. Shio! A ray of blood-red light surged out. At the same time, the blind young man sheathed his sword and left. Xiao Yi defeated. His winning streak of 7 matches ended, and he was killed. The true peak of the Supreme Rune Realm, it seems like apart from the peerless geniuses, no one in the 6th layer Transcendent Realm could match his strength. Some experts sucked in a cold breath. Xingjun was indeed amazing. Next, Lin Ling. At this moment, a voice drifted out from the martial platform. Lin Ling also stood up and looked at the martial platform with a smile. Lin Ling, back then you defeated Li Fenga and your strength is comparable to a Transcendent at the 6th level. However, you still have to be careful. After all, the ones here are all Transcendent experts from the 3 mystic realms. If you can't win against them, you have to surrender immediately. Reverend C. Calming reminded. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I will win. His current cultivation level was at Transcendent Stage 5. If he were to meet a true expert, he could just unlock the Void Spirit Lock. Furthermore, he guessed that there was no one in Transcendent Stage 6 who could unlock the Void Spirit Lock for him. Lin Ling, a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator, dares to fight? He is really arrogant. Maybe he is too hot-blooded because his name shook the entire Blackpern continent. In any case, I think he will at most win 3 rounds before being killed. Place your bets. The crowd didn't have high hopes for Lin Ling. They also knew that Lin Ling's strength came from the demon god. However, the demon god couldn't be used here. Reverend Void Star, your enemy is on the stage. Aren't you going to place your bets? At this moment, Hong Tiandi calmly drank his wine and asked. Naturally, I will place my bets. I bet that Lin Ling will lose 10 rounds in a row. I bet 10,000 yuan stones. Reverend Void Star narrowed his eyes and looked at the martial platform. Hong Tiandi glanced at him and nodded. You are really generous. However, I will also place my bets with you. Young Master Hong is indeed an Emperor Realm expert. Don't worry, not only will Lin Ling be defeated today, I want him dead. Reverend Void Star's face turned cold. Previously, he had used his 4 eyes to look at Lin Ling and knew that he hadn't broken through. He was only a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to it. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling walked down the stairs. When he passed by a fairy-like young girl, the young girl's heart pounded violently. She gritted her teeth unwillingly. She was Luo Xuan. Currently, she didn't have the strength to challenge the yellow board's martial platform, so she came here to observe. However, Lin Ling, who was in the same batch as her, dared to step onto the martial platform. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. As soon as he stepped onto the martial platform, a young man appeared in front of Lin Ling. He was about the same age as Lin Ling. He glanced at the jade token on Lin Ling's waist and shook his head. Hero? Are you trying to give me a chance to win? Although Lin Ling was famous in the hero assessment, it was still a hero assessment after all. He was a hero and was about the same age as Lin Ling, so he naturally felt superior. Moreover, Lin Ling was a demon god, so he didn't fear Lin Ling at all. Qian temples he family manners he woo, Lin Ling, use your sword. A black spear appeared in the young man's hand. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword wasn't allowed to be used, but there were ordinary saint weapons on the side of the martial platform. Lin Ling casually took one when he stepped onto the martial platform, and now it was hanging on his waist. Seeing that your cultivation isn't easy, I won't use my sword. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Why? The young man was puzzled. What did not using his sword have to do with his cultivation? Because if I use my sword, you will die. Lin Ling was still smiling. He was speaking the truth, but in the young man's ears, it sounded like he was looking down on him. Arrogant. The young man roared, 6 spiritual sources erupted, and the great success of the extreme martial art appeared. A spear shook the heavens. Rumble. A terrifying vortex appeared along with the spear and engulfed Lin Ling. This spear was extremely terrifying, and there weren't many transcendental 6th-stage experts who could block it. Because when the spear came out of the vortex, the opponent would be sucked into the vortex and killed by the spear. Many people saw how powerful the extreme martial art was and nodded. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and saw that Lin Ling was indeed sucked into the vortex. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling approached the vortex and threw out a punch, unstoppable. A majestic power erupted, and a punch exploded the vortex. In the next moment, the fist appeared in front of the young man. A terrifying wind blew, causing the young man's face to turn pale. There was a difference of 2 realms, and Lin Ling defeated him in 1 move. If he used his sword, he would really die. I admit defeat. The young man hurriedly shouted and ran out of the martial platform. He knew that Lin Ling was merciful and didn't kill him. However, Lin Ling only smiled, and his gaze swept across the vast martial platform. In the end, his gaze landed on Empyrean Void Star, and he waved his hand. His action was provocative, meaning to let Empyrean Void Star play with him. You are so arrogant that you can't see yourself clearly. Chapter 1291. Invincible in the past, Empyrean Void Star had come to the rainforest to massacre everyone. If it weren't for Venerable Sea Calming, Lin Ling would have died long ago. Therefore, when he saw Empyrean Void Star again, Lin Ling wouldn't give him any face. Moreover, Empyrean Void Star was like a divine emperor in the past, but Lin Ling no longer treated him as such. You! Empyrean Void Star stood up in anger. Lin Ling had once again humiliated him in front of countless people. However, there were countless experts present, so even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was also very good at taking advantage of the situation. Thinking this, Empyrean Void Star sat back down. Interesting, this kid is even more arrogant than the rumors say. The top experts laughed. Lin Ling and Empyrean Void Star weren't on the same level, but Lin Ling was still arrogant, which surprised them. Lu Susu shrugged helplessly. With a terrifying old ghost as his master, how can he not be arrogant? Lin Ling, I'll fight you. A moment later, another expert stepped onto the stage. This person came from the unfettered 10 halls and was also extremely famous. Boom. However, no matter how famous he was, Lin Ling knocked him off the stage with a single punch. The second round was won again. The third round. The fourth round. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already won 6 rounds in a row. Moreover, every opponent was defeated with a single punch. At this moment, the faces of those who were watching a good show turned solemn, especially those from the Mystic Origin Realm and Shenhuang Deyu Realm. They were shocked. A 4th stage Transcendent Realm cultivator defeating a 6th stage Transcendent Realm cultivator was already very rare, but what was even rarer was that the handsome youth had only used a single punch from beginning to end. He didn't even use his spiritual yuan. It was too strange. This person's talent hasn't reached the heaven rank, but his physical body is very strong. It said that he has the strength of 2 universes. Those who were familiar with Lin Ling said. Many people sucked in a cold breath and said in disbelief, physical strength? That means he hasn't used his spiritual yuan up until now. Could it be that no one can make him use his spiritual yuan? One had to admit that even if Lin Ling didn't use his demon god, his strength was still terrifying. When did such a freak appear in Xianpeng province? 2 universes? Interesting, let me test your strength. At this moment, a giant's was a giant elephant's demon. The giant elephants. At the same time, the giant's bodies. This black elephant was like a demonic creature. Its muscles were sturdy, like a great mountain. It was astonishing. I'm from the black-yellow big region. I heard that your physical body is very strong. I wonder how it compares to mine. Let's. Sorry. His star looked, star void. Star. He looked. Sure enough, as Lin Ling won, more and more mysterious 6th stage transcendent cultivators appeared. Maybe he can make Lin Ling. But in the next battle, Lin Ling will lose without any's. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling might lose this battle. That tall and sturdy man is called Han Li. Last month he won consecutively on stage 6 and entered the yellow board. He was defeated by an expert from the yellow board. That's why he appeared on stage 9. So powerful. Many people's blood was boiling. Lin Ling met an expert with 10 consecutive victories. Did you hear that? Do you think you still have a chance to win? Han Li said indifferently. A black axe that was taller than him appeared in his hand. The aura behind him poured into the axe, making it seem like a devil elephant had come to life. Tusks appeared on the axe's surface. When it was waved, the void exploded. The sacred tools on the martial stages are all of the same grade. Han Li actually used his innate saint body to cause the axe to change. His innate saint body most likely has the ability to borrow ancient power. Everyone's anticipation grew. As expected of an expert with 10 consecutive victories. You don't have the qualifications to make me use my's spiritual. Lin Ling looked at the devil elephant behind Han Li in astonishment. Soon after, he shook his head. Han Li wasn't a pure cultivator of the physical body. He mostly relied on his innate saint body to bring about the power. In terms of physical body, Lin Ling didn't fear anyone. His fiend god overlord body was the cultivation technique of the great emperor Zhai Xing. You're still being arrogant. Let me tell you, I have the power of 3 universes. You don't need to use yours, spiritual. Bang, bang. Han Li took a large step onto the martial stage and waved the axe in his hand, causing the void to ripple like water. It was as if he wanted to cut apart the sun, moon, and stars. Divine Martial Battle Axe. Bang! Rumble! The axe wildly danced and pounced towards Lin Ling. From its fearsome aura, even a transcendent seventh-layer cultivator wouldn't be able to block it. It was capable of cutting through any supreme pattern martial arts. Along with the might of the axe, an ancient black elephant galloped across the ground. It was the ancient black devil elephant. In that instant, the martial stage seemed to have turned into a battlefield of ancient desolate beasts. It was violent and berserk. Everyone's heart fiercely trembled. They looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling was slowly raising the sword in his hand. But to their astonishment, Lin Ling didn't draw his sword. Instead, he brought his scabbard to battle. Brat, if you don't draw your sword, you're dead. Ha! Han Li also sensed this and wildly laughed. Lin Ling wasn't using his spiritual, or drawing his sword against Han Li. Wasn't he courting death? At that moment, Lin Ling raised his scabbard with a calm expression, but the small world within his body was wildly erupting. His bones, meridians, flesh, and blood were all burning, causing an illusion of the great Emperor Zhai Xing to appear behind him. When it's time to draw your sword, draw your sword. Everyone heard Lin Ling's calm voice as if he were a peerless swordsman. At the same time, the terrifying black elephant and axe rumbled towards Lin Ling, causing the martial stage to tremble. Many people forgot to breathe. Life or death would be decided at this moment. But in that instant, Lin Ling moved. His scabbard stabbed out at an inconceivable speed. No one knew what he was trying to stab. But at that moment, a huge illusion of an emperor appeared behind Lin Ling as if it was moving with the sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ancient black elephant shattered under countless gazes. Han Li's axe stopped, and the scabbard was pressed against his chest. It seemed as if time had stopped. Impossible! You used your scabbard to break my axe. Roar! Han Li said in disbelief. In his mind, he should have shattered Lin Ling's scabbard with his axe. Uproar! At the same time, Lin Ling's mouth moved and his soft voice drifted out. I have the power of 4 universes. What? Han Li's eyes narrowed. He had the power of 3 universes through his innate saint physique, but Lin Ling's sword had the power of 4 universes. Lin Ling's innate saint physique wasn't of the wood attribute, so how could it have the power of 4 universes? While he was still in shock, cracking sounds rang out. His bones shattered, and in the end, he fell down like an ancient elephant. Boom! The sound was deafening, but it was also intimidating. Lin Ling had won without drawing his sword or using his spiritual essence. Chapter 1292. Battle Star Sword. Especially the martial artists from Xianyuan and Xianhuangdeyu, they were even more surprised. They had never seen such a strange transcendent 4th stage martial artist. He had completely given up on spiritual yuan cultivation and had such terrifying attainments in the physical body. Moreover, he seemed to have no flaws. Lin Ling has the hero card, but with his strength, there aren't many heroes that can be his opponent. Moreover, I'm afraid that 90% of the heroes wouldn't be his opponent. As for the martial artists from Xianpeng province, their hearts were heavy and many of them were angry. They had bet on Lin Ling's loss, but now Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to 10 consecutive victories. How could they not be angry? Of course, there were also some people who were looking forward to it. They were waiting for Lin Ling to create a miracle. After all, 10 consecutive victories weren't rare in the Huang board. However, a transcendent 4th stage martial artist was the first. Soon after, the 8th match began. The contestant was a delicate and pretty girl who specialized in speed. Once she got on the stage, she retreated far away. At the same time, she said, I know your physical strength is very strong, but if you can't attack me, then that's just empty talk. Speed is your weakness. Physical strength is all round, it doesn't mean that your attack is strong. Lin Ling said indifferently. He stomped on the stage and shot towards the girl like a cannonball. Even the void was crushed by his stomp. Abnormal. Everyone's expression changed. His attack, defense, and speed were all so terrifying. How could his physical body be so strong? In fact, they didn't know that ordinary physical body cultivation wasn't as strong as Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was strong because he cultivated the fiend god overlord physique. In addition, Lin Ling had comprehended countless extreme martial arts and fought against ancient experts in the Purple Mansion realm. Therefore, how could Lin Ling have any flaws? The scabbard appeared in front of the girl's neck in the next instant. The girl's face turned pale and she said in surprise, "So fast." Then, she admitted defeat in an extremely embarrassing manner. Previously, she thought that she had found Lin Ling's flaw. Therefore, even if she couldn't win against Lin Ling couldn't win against her. But now, the scabbard hanging in front of her neck explained everything. It's the 9th round. Everyone cheered loudly. Even many people from the other martial platforms came to watch. Today, a miracle was born in the yellow board. Xingjian, go kill him. At this moment, Empyrean Void Star's face was gloomy. He couldn't bear it any longer. Lin Ling was becoming more and more terrifying. Compared to when he had defeated Li Fengge, Lin Ling's strength had increased by at least 30%. Now, there was only one match left before he could win 10 matches in a row. He had to stop Lin Ling. Interesting. Xingjian patted his clothes and slowly stood up. Although his eyes were filled with light, he seemed to be able to sense the intensity of the battle earlier. He then slowly walked towards the battle platform. Xingjian is the strongest genius in our Void Star Divine Palace. Although Xingjian's talent is slightly inferior to Li Fengge's, Li Fengge borrowed Qiu's broken soul to descend. At that time, he didn't even display Qiu's strength. Therefore, if Xingjian meets Li Fengge will also lose, unless Li Fengge uses his demon god. Empyrean Void Star said indifferently. He was very clear about Lin Ling's strength. If Li Fengge fought with Xingjian, he would have to use his demon god to win. However, demon god couldn't be used on the yellow board martial platform. This meant that Li Fengge wasn't Xingjian's opponent, and so was Lin Ling. Xingjian has entered the stage. His sword is very mysterious. In the previous battle, Xiao Ye's strength was clear for all to see. He can stop Lin Ling from winning 10 matches in a row. That might not be the case. Lin Ling, do your best. The cheers around the martial platform became even crazier. The cultivators from the 3 Xian of the mortal world were all excited. It had been many years since they saw such an intense yellow board martial competition. If Lin Ling won the final battle, he would be able to enter the yellow board. Moreover, he would be able to enter as a transcendent stage 4 cultivator. What a crazy atmosphere! Yuman Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. She was surprised by the lively atmosphere. It's good to be young. Back then I was just like Lin Ling today. His battle made the 3 Xian of the mortal world cheer for him. Empyrean Void Star had always been calm, but at this moment his emotions were stirred and his blood was boiling. At this moment, under countless gazes, 2 figures stood facing each other on the martial platform. An oppressive atmosphere spread out. You know that when I enter the stage, it's either you die or I live. Xingjian was the first to speak. He was valued by Empyrean Void Star, so he had to win this battle. Only then would he be able to gain Empyrean Void Star's attention. And Lin Ling's appearance was just right. Of course, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. In the previous battle, Lin Ling had already proven everything. I know. Lin Ling nodded. Xingjian should be here to kill him. Therefore, he wouldn't show any mercy. I can tell that you've been through many battles in your life. At least a few hundred times, you've fought against opponents of a higher level, even to the point of death. Xingjian said indifferently. He then shook his head, but compared to me, you're still far from it. I've fought against opponents of a higher level tens of thousands of times and almost died a few thousand times. The reason why I have such strength now is because I've died a few thousand times. Died a few thousand times? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that Xingjian had fought against extremely powerful opponents several thousand times and survived the hands of the Grim Reaper time and time again. The effects of surviving a calamity were obvious, allowing Xingjian's strength to rise to his current level. Lin Ling was indeed incomparable. What you're trying to say is that this is the first time you've challenged an opponent of a lower level than you, and you won't lose. Lin Ling understood the meaning behind Xingjian's words and nodded. That's not the case. What I'm trying to say is that no matter what, you can't compare to me. I know you don't believe me, but you'll believe what I'm about to say. Xingjian shook his head and said, every cultivator has their flaws, and what I'm best at is finding them. Lin Ling, you definitely have a flaw. Mine's eye. Accompanied by his low bellow, his innate saint physique was displayed. It was actually a rare heaven-grade physique, and it was extremely mysterious. It couldn't increase Xingjian's attacking prowess, but it could allow him to analyze the opponent's flaws. At the same time, an ancient pair of eyes appeared behind Xingjian, looking at Lin Ling as if it was looking down on the world, wanting to find Lin Ling's weakness. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Xingjian actually had such an innate saint physique. It was indeed amazing. This innate saint physique was somewhat similar to Lin Ling's eyes. In fact, Lin Ling's eyes weren't as good as Xingjian's innate saint physique, because Lin Ling's eyes could see the flaws of inanimate objects. They couldn't see through people, and the only thing they could see was a rough idea of the opponent's strength and aura. However, was it possible for Xingjian to analyze Lin Ling's weakness? After all, the analysis was only for the previous battle. However, Lin Ling had countless hidden trump cards. Have you seen enough? I'm not a lady. No matter how much you look, you won't be able to see anything. Thinking of this, Lin Ling smiled and said, attack, speed, and defense are all at a level that's hard to deal with. It's as if there are no flaws. After a moment, Xingjian said with a solemn expression. However, he soon shook his head in disdain. Since there are no flaws, then I'll break the battle. Astral Sword. Chapter 1293. Analyzing Flaws, Uprooting the Heavens. Facing the colorful sword, Lin Ling bellowed and slashed out with the sword in his hand. It was as if the ancient emperor had waved his hand to conquer the world. Clang. A crisp sound exploded. Under the dazzling light, the two young men's swords clashed. Amazing. You must know that Xingjian's sword is as mysterious as the starry sky. No one can tell which sword is fake and which is real, but Lin Ling was able to sense it. Many people clenched their fists and said nervously, "Great starry sky sword." Xingjian's expression was calm. He was not surprised that Lin Ling had blocked his sword. The sword in his hand turned into the trajectory of heaven and earth as he slashed out again. It looked like one sword, but if one looked carefully, Xingjian had already slashed out millions of swords in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of sword arts were unleashed in his hands. This meant that his attainments in sword arts were terrifying. It was normal for a swordsman to cultivate millions of sword arts, but to slash out millions of sword arts in an instant was abnormal. Rumble. Endless meteors appeared, shooting towards Lin Ling, making him feel as though he was in the center of the starry sky, being hit by a large number of meteors. Furthermore, these swords were no longer illusory and real, they were all real swords. Good sword art. An ancient swordsman praised. That sword art was at the peak of the extreme pattern realm. It had a hint of the starry sky law and sword law. Unstoppable. Facing the densely packed swords, Lin Ling felt as if he could see countless people dancing with their swords. This made him close his eyes and hold his sword with both hands. Majestic physical strength erupted. Since he could not see it with his naked eyes, he would use his instincts. Lin Ling had cultivated the heavenly book martial arts in the Purple Mansion realm. His knowledge was stronger than Xingjian's. Clang. Ear-piercing sounds rang out continuously. Golden light shot out in all directions. Lin Ling seemed to be dancing with his sword in the starry sky. It looked majestic and domineering, but it was pleasing to the eye. It was as smooth as flowing water. Lin Ling's sword is also powerful. That ancient swordsman exclaimed in admiration. Regardless of how strong he was, a cool breeze brushed past the hills. This was also a type of sword rule. A flaw has appeared. However, at this moment, a cold bellow rang out at the same time. Everyone looked over and saw Xingjian smiling strangely. It was as if he had seen the hope of winning. He analyzed Lin Ling's weakness. It was not difficult for many people to guess what Xingjian was thinking, and this made them even more astonished. As expected of Xingjian, all of his previous sword moves had been to force Lin Ling to reveal his flaws and then analyze them. Your swords danced in an airtight manner, forming the rule of the sword. But this also shows that your strength is insufficient, so you can only resist. And this is your flaw. Previously, you erupted with fierce strength to win consecutively, but in reality, you wanted to confuse everyone, to make them think that your strength is very strong, but your strength is only the strength of 4 universes. Once the strength surpasses 4 universes, you won't be able to resist. Xingjian's voice sounded even more confident. Taking a step forward, it was as if he was strolling through the starry skies. He raised the sword in his hand high up, and in that instant, he had absorbed the stellar forces from the endless starry skies. Earthen Stellar Sword. Rumble. Xingjian gave up on the colorful Earthen Stellar Sword and chose to suppress with strength. It was because he knew that the Earthen Stellar Sword was useful against others, but it was useless against Lin Ling. On the contrary, it was more useful to suppress with strength. Pop pop pop. A new sword slashed out fiercely. It was as if the universe had condensed into a sword, slashing toward Lin Ling. Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword to block. At the moment when the swords clashed, the universe exploded, causing Lin Ling to retreat. As expected, Xingjian has found Lin Ling's flaw. Seeing this, everyone became even more excited. As expected of a battle between super swordsmen, it was extremely exciting. You've lost, Earthen Stellar Sword. Xingjian's aura was rising steadily, as if he was dominating everything that followed. His Earthen Stellar Sword slashed out once again. It seemed to be far away, but it instantly appeared before Lin Ling. Clang. Sword light flashed, and Lin Ling retreated once again. The situation had quietly changed. Everyone could see that if Lin Ling did not have a way to reverse the situation, his 10 consecutive victories would come to an end. However, at this moment, as Lin Ling retreated, his left hand slowly touched the sword. Then he took off the scabbard. What? He didn't even draw his sword before. Seeing this scene, many people reacted. Lin Ling had been using the scabbard to fight before, and now he finally drew his sword. What's the use? Xingjian also noticed that Lin Ling had drawn his sword. He shook his head in disdain. He had full confidence in his heart's eye. He had analyzed Lin Ling's previous battle. If he wanted to break Lin Ling's 4-universe force, the best way was to forcefully attack. Forcefully attacking was harder for others, but a swordsman could do it. Because a swordsman's attack was the most terrifying. Heaven and earth, stars and night, Starquake 100 Spirit's sword. Taking a deep breath, Xingjian exploded with his strongest sword. He had originally planned to use this sword on the yellow board martial stage, but now, if he wanted to defeat Lin Ling, he could only rely on this sword. Has there ever been a transcendent 4th stage cultivator who could withstand this sword of mine? Die. Once this sword was drawn, all the swords in the world seemed to lose their brilliance. A swordsman's aura was also displayed. It was likely that this sword could cut through any extreme mark martial skill, half a step into the transcendent extreme mark realm. Starquake 100 Spirits. A terrifying sword cry pierced through the martial stage and spread out in all directions. Around the martial stage, as long as one had a transcendent realm cultivation, all of them felt their souls being shaken by this sword cry. Some cultivators below the transcendent 6th stage even coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a sharp sword! Many people's faces changed dramatically. That sword had actually pierced through the martial stage's protective barrier. It was too terrifying. What a powerful sword. Unfortunately, I've already drawn my sword. However, facing this sword, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. Raising the sword in his hand, his divine demon overlord physique crazily erupted and merged with the sword, causing it to constantly tremble. But this wasn't the end. At the same time, a torrential stream of spiritual yuan appeared. Although Xingjian was only a transcendent 4th stage cultivator, 5 streams of spiritual yuan appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Facing Xingjian's most brilliant sword, Lin Ling didn't release the Void Spirit Lock, because while Xingjian was analyzing his weaknesses, Lin Ling was also doing the same. Therefore, Lin Ling was betting that Xingjian's most terrifying sword wouldn't be able to block his combined spiritual yuan and physical attack. Boom! At the same time, 5 streams of spiritual yuan merged with the sword, causing it to tremble even more violently. Countless people stared at this sword, holding their breaths. Lin Ling had finally erupted with spiritual yuan, and it was 5 streams of spiritual yuan. Shio! The 2 swords collided in midair, the dazzling light causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. In that instant, the sword's sharpness, domineering, and ethereal aura were all displayed. What? He merged his spiritual yuan into his sword? Xingjian's eyes narrowed. He had been looking for Lin Ling's weaknesses and had even managed to analyze them. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Ling would once again use a new trump card, which was to merge his spiritual yuan into his sword. As a result, with the terrifying power of 4 universe forces combined with 5 streams of spiritual yuan, the sharpness of this sword was likely to overshadow his own. Lin Ling was simply a sword lunatic. With all of his spiritual yuan erupting, how was he supposed to fight? Chapter 1294. Entering the yellow board, I've been tricked. Roar! At the same time, his will of the sword madly condensed. He couldn't lose, he had to win. However, the moment he raised his head to look at Lin Ling, he saw a large number of illusions appearing behind Lin Ling. The number of sword arts Xingjian had learned had reached over 100 million. They were colorful and mysterious, far surpassing the number of sword arts Xingjian knew. Over 100 million? How was this possible? Lin Ling was about the same age as him. Even if he started practicing the sword in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to know over 100 million sword arts. However, what he didn't know was that the time Lin Ling had spent in the Zifu realm far exceeded his. Wang wang wang. The 2 swords started to tremble, and in the next moment, under countless gazes, the 2 swords exploded, turning into countless shards that floated around the stage, dazzling everyone. In a battle of swords, the swords shattered. As expected of a super swordsman. Staring at this scene, the crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe. What an intense battle! You can die now, my blade cannot be blocked. Shatter! Just as the swords shattered, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His right hand heavily struck out, causing the countless sword shards to shoot towards Xingjian like meteors. That speed, that power, that sharpness caused Xingjian's face to turn deathly pale. He had miscalculated once again. Even if Lin Ling and his swords were shattered, Lin Ling still had his powerful physical body. Xingjian, on the other hand, didn't have a sword in his hand. He immediately turned into an ordinary 6th stage transcendent cultivator. In a short period of time, Xingjian knew everything. Furthermore, this time, the heart's eye talent told him his weakness. Shio! A dazzling light flashed through the air, causing Xingjian to stand there. The intense battle on the stage seemed to have stopped. Soon after, a line of blood appeared on Xingjian's neck. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Ling. In the end, he couldn't say a word and fell on his back. Ever since he started cultivating, he had fought against people of a higher cultivation level than him. However, this was the first time he lost to someone with a lower cultivation level than him. Lin Ling wins. Victory! The Martial platform announced the results at the same time, causing everyone to come back to their senses. A moment later, cheers rang out like locusts. Wonderful, incomparably wonderful. No one would have thought that in Lin Ling's 10th battle, a confrontation between swordsmen, Lin Ling would win. As for Lin Ling, blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He had not been able to block the previous sword strike with ease, causing him to suffer some injuries. Of course, that was because he had not used his trump card. He had wanted to use his own sword to defeat Xingjian's sword, to defeat the Void Star Divine Palace's sword. And in the end, he had won. Soon after, the 10th match also arrived. A white-haired old man appeared, but he looked at Lin Ling with extreme fear and finally admitted defeat. Although Lin Ling appeared to be injured, the strength of his physical body was obvious to all. Therefore, There was no need for him to continue fighting. No one can fight on the 9th martial stage. This Lin Ling entered the Huang board with a transcendent 4th stage cultivation base. If he reaches transcendent 5th stage or even 6th stage, then he has a high chance of reaching the top. Those ancient experts exclaimed in admiration. Today, another expert of the yellow board was born. As for Empyrean Void Star, he was still in a daze. He did not expect Lin Ling to win. Moreover, Lin Ling did not use the demon god, but his strength was already comparable to a demon god. If Lin Ling used the demon god, then Lin Ling would be even more terrifying. I can't stay, or else I will end up like evil god Baiming. Empyrean Void Star gritted his teeth and said. Beside him, Hong Tiandi's expression was somewhat ugly. He was not surprised that Lin Ling had won, but that Lin Ling had made him lose money. This Lin Ling was too abominable. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left the martial platform. Soon after, someone gave him 10,000 yuan stones. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly and smile. These 10,000 yuan stones were not easy to come by. Brat, you made me win money. These 1,000 yuan stones are for you. At this time, an ancient expert from the Xianhuang domain laughed. Then he threw a green ring to Lin Ling, who bowed to him politely. Lin Ling smiled excitedly in his heart. Hee, I am very optimistic about you. In the next Huang board battle, I will bet on you again. These are the yuan stones you won before. I made a lot of money, so I will give them to you as a reward. Another old man threw a yuan stone to Lin Ling. Since Lin Ling had made him win 100,000 yuan stones, how could he not be in a good mood? Of course, those who had won money were in a good mood, while those who had lost money were in a bad mood. All of them stared at Lin Ling as if they wanted to kill Lin Ling with their gazes. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Then he walked towards Empyrean Void Star. The martial pavilion was indeed a good place to find money. Right now, he had 50,000 yuan stones. Lin Ling, I also won money. Hee. After Lin Ling walked over, Yuman Yun also laughed and hugged Lin Ling. She had used all her savings to bet on Lin Ling's victory. Sure enough, she had made a lot of money. As for Empyrean Void Star and the others, they naturally did the same. They laughed cheerfully and slowly left the martial stage. In the distance, Empyrean Void Star's face was extremely cold. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly. He could no longer suppress his killing intent. Empyrean Void Star, there are many experts here. Don't mess around. Hee. However, at this moment, a smiling voice was heard. Empyrean Void Star frowned and looked over. He found that the person who spoke was Lu Susu. He immediately said indifferently, Why? Why? Because Lin Ling let us win money. So, while we're in a good mood, you can't mess around. Of course, I'm not the only one who says this. They all think the same. Lu Susu lazily said as she crossed her legs. Beside her, several ancient powerhouses were indifferently looking at Empyrean Void Star. It was clear that they had also placed their bets on Lin Ling and had made a great deal of money. These people were stronger than Empyrean Void Star. Moreover, even if they were equal in strength, Empyrean Void Star wouldn't dare to provoke the anger of everyone for Lin Ling. I understand. Understood. Empyrean Void Star's expression was indifferent, but he was roaring in his heart. He flicked his sleeves and left. Lin Ling, Jin Lin wasn't a fish in a pond. Once he encountered a storm, he would transform into a dragon. After coming to the beautiful world, he no longer feared Empyrean Void Star. Lin Ling, are you going back to the Black-White Dao Palace? After leaving the martial pavilion, Empyrean Si Calming immediately asked with a smile. Lin Ling shook his head. He planned to buy some heavenly materials for cultivation. Then he spoke to Li Lingxian. Li Lingxian's attitude was no longer arrogant. She pointed out the direction and then followed Empyrean Si Calming towards the Black-White Dao Palace. The beautiful world was a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. There were naturally a massive number of rare heavenly materials. Many martial artists couldn't wait for the Heavens and Earth Main Hall's auction, so most of them bought treasures from wandering cultivators. Beautiful World Valley. This was where wandering cultivators set up their stalls. The greatest difference between this place and the Heavens and Earth main hall was that the items here were both real and fake. It was extremely difficult to judge one's judgment. But the Heavens and Earth main hall's auction was filled with real treasures, so its reputation was much better. Within the valley, Lin Ling's eyes swept over the stalls. Although he seemed to be casually looking at them, the truth was that he was chatting with old Violet. He still had 2 black-white Dao fruits, so he only needed to buy treasures that could strengthen his body. Chapter 1295. Death-Waiting Blade, Star-Picking Nation's Ancient Treasure, Purple Thunder Sky-Shattering Spear, Low-Level Heavenly Soldier, only 1,000 Primeval Stones. Heavenly Rain, from Xianhuang Deyu's Dreamland. Legend has it that this rain comes from the void, 50,000 primeval stones per bottle. 9 revolutions pill, a huge amount of spiritual energy, 10,000 for one. In the valley, people were surging, and all kinds of hawking voices rose and fell. The people who set up the stall here came from the 3 profound realms of the human realm. The place where the treasures were produced was naturally the entire human realm. The broken death-waiting blade, in the past, was a high-level heavenly soldier, only 30,000 primeval stones. At this moment, a loud shout came from the corner. There, a burly middle-aged man was setting up a stall. There were many spiritual herbs in front of him, but they were obviously very ordinary. Only a black blade was more attractive. Thinking about money must be crazy. A broken high-level heavenly soldier costs 30,000 primeval stones. Someone mocked, but the middle-aged man ignored him and continued to shout. Your Majesty, the death-waiting blade is a treasure unearthed by the Star-Picking Nation. In the ancient 4 great nations, the Star-Picking Nation's heavenly soldier was the most famous. That blade must be obtained. At this moment, Purple Elder's voice came. Lin Ling was puzzled, but that blade is already broken, it doesn't seem to be releasing any spiritual energy. Your Majesty, the blade is already useless, but the blade is made of deadwater wood, which is also one of the best materials for cultivating the body. So that's how it is. Lin Ling laughed in his heart. His god-devil overlord body did not need to swallow spiritual herbs, it could even swallow metal and stones. Then Lin Ling and the others walked towards the stall. Lin Ling was about to take the broken blade, but a hand was faster than Lin Ling and grabbed the blade. Although the heavenly soldier of the ancient star-picking nation is useless, it might be of help to young master. The one who snatched the death-waiting blade was an old man in a green robe. His aura was mysterious, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. At this moment, he was looking at the blade in his hand with joy. Lin Ling frowned. His luck was really bad. It was snatched away at the crucial moment. He said with anticipation, "Senior, this saber can no longer be used. Why don't you give it to me?" "Little friend, you've also taken a fancy to this saber?" The green-robed elder turned his head to look at Lin Ling, then shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, this saber is hard to part with. Truth be told, I want this saber not because I want to use it, but because I want to study it and see if I can find the forging method of Star-Picking Nation. After all, when it comes to the art of forging, under normal circumstances, no one can compare to that ancient nation. Of course, I'm not a blacksmith. It's just that for a certain reason, I want to familiarize myself with the Star-Picking Kingdom's forging method. Young friend, may I know why you've taken a fancy to this saber?" He was powerful, but he was amiable and did not look down on Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head in his heart. The forging method of this saber was indeed mysterious, but to Lin Ling, he knew what runes were on the saber. After all, this was what the Violet Palace taught him. It was just that Lin Ling did not have the materials, and he was still lacking a bit of maturity to forge it. After all, Lin Ling had only reached the level where he could forge a mid-ranked heavenly soldier. "This saber, I'm here to swallow it." Lin Ling hesitated for a moment, but still said bluntly. Since the other party was amiable, Lin Ling naturally felt embarrassed to hide it. "Huh!" The green-robed elder's pupils constricted, and the corner of the stall owner's eyes twitched. "This guy must be crazy." The surrounding warriors who were watching the show were also surprised. When warriors cultivated, they would borrow heavenly materials and earthly treasures to strengthen their cultivation, but they had never heard of a devouring heavenly soldier divine artifact that could raise one's cultivation. This was too crazy. Young friend's path of cultivation is indeed mysterious. However, this saber is still very useful to me, so I'm sorry I still can't give it up. The green-robed elder laughed. He did not believe that Lin Ling could devour a heavenly soldier to increase his strength. Then I wonder what senior needs this saber for? Lin Ling asked. Seeing that Lin Ling was polite and amiable, the elder did not hide anything. I'll tell you the truth, my young master is trapped by a heavenly soldier, and that heavenly soldier came from the star-plucking Violet Palace. So I bought this saber to see if I can familiarize myself with the star-plucking nation's forging method and save my young master. Lin Ling came to a sudden realization and he laughed. I have some experience in the path of smithing. How about this? I'll visit your young master with you, senior. If I can help him, you'll give this saber to me. If I fail, this saber will belong to you, senior. Moreover, I'll buy it for you. The elder was shocked, and after pondering for a while, he said, All right, but if you can help my young master, then I'll give this saber to you. With that, he bought the saber and led Lin Ling forward. Along the way, Lin Ling kept asking questions, and he found out that the young master that the elder spoke of had bought a mid-grade heavenly soldier, the immortal wave-flying fan, but for some unknown reason, his soul was locked in the heavenly soldier, and he was now a living dead. Moreover, they had invited a large number of blacksmiths to check it out, but because the heavenly soldier came from the star-plucking ancient nation, the blacksmiths were helpless. After all, the current forging method was still lacking compared to the star-plucking nation, and the formation runes domain was not as comprehensive. Senior, it seems that this saber belongs to me. After knowing everything, Lin Ling laughed. When it came to the star-plucking ancient nation's forging method, no one was more familiar with it than him. Hee, little friend, you're very confident. However, every blacksmith who came to my house said the same thing, but in the end, they all returned in failure. The elder did not believe Lin Ling's words. Right now, he was just trying everything he could. After a while, the two of them stopped by a lake in the splendid mountain river. There were beautiful mountains and clear waters, like a paradise on earth. An ancient villa was built beside the lake. We're here, the elder said faintly, and led Lin Ling into the villa. Along the way, Lin Ling saw that the villa was heavily guarded, and the cultivators there were powerful. Seventh stage transcendents were everywhere, and there were even many Saint Realm powerhouses. This place was not simple. Yumun Yun and Yumun Yun immediately became a little restrained, causing the elder to laugh. He was used to the reactions of Yumun Yun and the others, but when he looked at Lin Ling, he found that this handsome young man looked calm, neither arrogant nor humble. This little guy is quite calm, the elder muttered. Then, the few of them continued forward. After a while, they arrived at a vast hall, where a large number of people were gathered. They were all famous blacksmiths in the splendid mountain river, and there were also many big shots with unfathomable strength. Lin Ling glanced around and immediately found an acquaintance. It was Lu Susu. This woman was a profiteer. Since she could appear here, it meant that the owner of the villa had a big background. Moreover, Lin Ling did not want to get too close to Lu Susu, because he had a feeling that Lu Susu seemed to be very interested in him. Little friend, do you want to go and take a look? The elder asked, and Lin Ling's gaze fell on the center of the hall. There was a huge gray stone there, and a mysterious aura was spreading out. On top of the huge stone, a young man was floating. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed. It was likely that he was the young master whose soul was sealed by the heavenly weapon. Little friend. Chapter 1296. The heavenly soldier devours its master, Tanbashi. Even if a person is on his last breath, with the protection of this stone, the deceased can stay in the human world for 3 years. Therefore, it is also known as the treasure that snatches people from the king of hell. At this time, Lin Ling indifferently said, You know about Tanbashi. The old man's heart trembled. This treasure was left behind from ancient times. Many blacksmiths present did not know about it, but Lin Ling knew about it. Unfortunately, your young master's soul was locked by the heavenly soldier. He is missing one of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, so he is not considered dead. Tanbashi will not be of much help. Lin Ling opened his mouth again. The extinguished hope in the old man's heart was once again ignited. This young man was not old, but he knew a lot of things. Lin Ling took out a pen and paper from his green ring, wrote a large amount of words, and handed it to the old man. Because of a certain reason, I will not go. I have a piece of paper here that records how to save your young master. Take it to those blacksmiths and they will know what to do. You are not going? The old man was puzzled. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly in his heart. Lu Susu was there. If he went, Lu Susu would definitely suspect him. If he did not handle it well, Lu Susu might find out that the mysterious person from last time was him, Lin Ling. At that time, there would be endless trouble. I came here for that saber. So, as long as I can save the young master, everything else is none of my business. Lin Ling said with a smile. The old man hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the front of the main hall. At this moment, there was a thin old man standing there. He was leaning on a walking stick. His hair and beard were white, and his eyebrows were filled with worry. He was the master of the villa. Master, I met a blacksmith before. He said that he has a way to help the young master. You only need to do as he says. The old man respectfully said to the old man. What is it? The old man's eyes were filled with hope, and the eyes of the blacksmiths present flickered. They knew very well that the young master's soul was locked by the celestial weapon, the flying immortal wave fan, and the celestial weapon came from the ancient star-plucking nation. It was precisely because of this that they had no other choice. If they forcefully destroyed the flying immortal wave fan, it might cause the young master's soul to shatter. This was why they were in such a dilemma. But now, someone had a solution? Take it and show it to Great Sage Heaven Stroker. The old man said. In the crowd, a tall man stood there quietly. He was about 30 years old and wore a golden cloak. His eyes were slightly closed and his hands, which were larger than a normal person's, were clenched and unclenched. It was clear that he was thinking of a way to help the young master. This person was none other than Great Sage Heaven Touch. The most terrifying thing was that he was one of the 10 hall masters of Langya, and he was the most popular blacksmith in the Silken landscape. Someone said that he would surely become one of the 10 great blacksmiths in the future. Great Sage Heaven Touch. Someone said that you can help the young master escape by following the records on this paper. So, the master asked me to show you. The old man respectfully handed the paper to Great Sage Heaven Touch. At this moment, Great Sage Heaven Touch's eyes were still closed and he was silent. However, the people around him did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they looked at him with respect. Mid-level celestial weapon, the flying immortal wave fan. It comes from the star-plucking nation, but why would it lock the young master's soul? However, I can guess the reason. At the same time, Great Sage Heaven Touch opened his eyes and they shone brightly. Powerful celestial weapons have a process of recognizing their masters. The young master's soul has been locked, so there must be a change in the process. The formation pattern for the master recognition comes from the formation pattern of the Kuan. Heaven and earth are incompatible, and yin and yang are not in harmony. Naturally, the master recognition failed. In addition, the celestial weapon, the flying immortal wave fan, is a water-type celestial weapon. There must be something wrong with the water immortal wave fan. He seemed to know everything, and the other blacksmiths nodded. They vaguely understood something. As for Lin Ling, who was in the distance, his pupils constricted. There was only one voice in his heart. Nonsense. Lin Ling was more familiar with the celestial weapon, the flying immortal wave fan, than anyone else. There was even a course in the mid-level celestial weapon that he had forged. Things were not like that at all. Great Sage, you are indeed the most popular blacksmith today. However, someone said that they found a way. Great Sage, why don't you take a look? Perhaps it will broaden your thoughts. The old man still handed Lin Ling's paper to Great Sage Heaven Touch. Someone found a way? Great Sage Heaven Touch's face was full of curiosity. After receiving the paper, he did not even look at it. He spat on it, rolled it into a ball, threw it on the ground, and even stepped on it a few times. In front of me, who can come up with a solution? I am about to become one of the top 10 blacksmiths. The others are mediocre. This. The old man was slightly embarrassed and felt extremely embarrassed. Great Sage Heaven Touch was too proud, and his actions from before had humiliated him. However, at this moment, the owner of the manor said indifferently, "Come back and ask Great Sage Heaven Touch to come." There's an ancient saying that there are experts in every field. We cultivators aren't familiar with the Tao of forging, so we naturally ask someone who is familiar with it to come. The old man walked back helplessly when he heard this. On the other hand, Great Sage Heaven Touch walked towards the young master while his eyes were filled with pride. Now, I'm going to inscribe new formation markings on the immortal wave fan to cause a change in the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth so that the fan will completely recognize me as its master. In this way, the young master's soul will return, and he'll even be able to completely obtain the immortal wave fan. Great Sage, please make a move. The owner of the manor was filled with even more anticipation. However, right at this moment, a cold shout resounded, and it caused the hall to fall silent. Lin Ling walked over with a gloomy expression from afar. He had no choice but to come over because Great Sage Heaven Touch's actions had caused the young master's death, and if the young master died, then he would definitely be unable to obtain the death-seeking blade. Moreover, Lin Ling was speechless because Great Sage Heaven Touch hadn't even glanced at the paper he'd written. Moreover, Great Sage Heaven Touch had even spat on it, rolled it into a ball, and stepped on it. If Great Sage Heaven Touch had glanced at it, then perhaps he wouldn't have chosen to inscribe formation markings. The crowd gazed at Lin Ling and were extremely curious. Is this young man saying that Great Sage Heaven Touch is causing trouble? On the other hand, Lu Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed because Lin Ling had actually come as well. She instantly revealed a meaningful gaze because she'd always been very curious about the mysterious person behind Lin Ling. You're saying that I'm causing trouble? Do you know who I am? Great Sage Heaven Touch glanced indifferently at Lin Ling with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. I don't know who you are, and I'm not interested in knowing. I only know that you're a piece of trash who pretends to know when you don't know, and you almost caused the young master's death. Of course, in this world, people can die at any time, and I'm not interested in you causing the death of others. However, you made the thing I wanted go down the drain. Moreover, I was kind enough to write down the method for you, and as long as you're not blind, you should know how to solve it. In the end, you trampled on my paper. How can there be such a fool in this world? Lin Ling's voice was incessant, carrying the depression and anger in his heart. Originally, it was a very small matter. Great Sage Heaven Touch would definitely know how to deal with it after seeing his method. After the young master's soul returned, Lin Ling could also silently obtain the treasure and conveniently leave. Who would have thought that Great Sage Heaven Touch would force him out, causing Lu Susu to look at him as if he was her prey? Chapter 1297. Heaven-reaching Great Sage, however, compared to Lin Ling's anger, the others were stunned. Who gave him the guts to rebuke the heaven-touching Great Sage as soon as he came out? Moreover, he even belittled the heaven-touching Great Sage in front of the most famous blacksmith. Who gave him the courage to do that? As for the old man who brought Lin Ling back, he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had given him a good impression, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong when he was angry. Heaven-touching Great Sage was stunned for a moment before he laughed arrogantly. It seems like you don't know who I am. In front of me, other than the 10 great blacksmiths, no one can speak. The young man in front of him was only at the 4th layer of the transcendent realm, and he could kill him with one hand. In terms of blacksmithing Tao, he was much better than the young man. This young man reprimanding him was like plucking the hair from a tiger's mouth. Which cat or dog are you? I'm not interested at all. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Moreover, he saw the weapon hanging on the young man's waist. It was a folding staff with a mysterious aura, so it must be a high-grade weapon. However, I don't have time to chat with you. Go to sleep. Right now, I have to finish my business and leave. Lin Ling said again while looking at the manor master. Heaven-touching Great Sage was stunned. He had said so much, but the young man was still arrogant. From the beginning to the end, the young man had no interest in him and even called him a cat or dog. Good. Manor master, let him come. Heaven-touching great sage shouted, causing the manor master to be silent. However, he soon heard a voice in his ear, let him try. The voice came from Lu Susu, causing the manor master to smile and nod. Lin Ling walked toward the young master floating in the air. At the same time, heaven-touching great sage's voice sounded, Brat, this is a mid-level heavenly soldier from the star-plucking ancient country. You have never touched a treasure in your life. Be careful not to fail to help others and get yourself killed. Where did this dog come from? Lin Ling didn't even look at heaven-touching great sage and turned a blind eye. Good. I'll let you be arrogant. When you fail, I'll see how you're going to deal with it. I wonder how you're going to help the young master? Heaven-touch sage started laughing from extreme anger. He was a dignified hall master of one of the 10 palaces in Langya, yet he'd lost all face today. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move because he wanted to see how this junior who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth would deal with this. Destroy the immortal wave fan. Lin Ling said without turning his head. What? Everyone was astonished. Heaven-touch great sage's method was to set up even more formations to make the celestial soldier recognize him as its master. Can you afford to pay for destroying this treasure? Heaven-touch great sage sneered. If young master dies, can you afford to pay for it? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Heaven-touching great sage's face froze, and he was speechless. The problem with the immortal wave-flying fan isn't the formation patterns. In fact, its formation patterns are perfect, reaching 500,000 formation patterns. However, there are too many formation patterns causing chaos. In the end, the ceiling formation and the 5 elements formation combine to form new formation patterns, which cause the young master's soul to be sealed. Ignoring heaven-touching great sage, Lin Ling stared at the mysterious fan beside the young master and slowly analyzed. What are you talking about? Do you think that the formation patterns are children? They can be born. Ha! Heaven-touching great sage couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Ling's words. He had never heard of what Lin Ling said. It was nonsense. The other blacksmiths were the same. They covered their mouths and laughed. They had never heard of such a thing either. Lin Ling sighed softly when he heard the laughter. Brother, there are many things that you don't know. If you don't believe me, do you know what porcelain is? What's porcelain? Heaven-touching great sage frowned. He had never heard of such a forging formation pattern. Read it in reverse and you'll know what it is. That represents you. Lin Ling said indifferently. Porcelain white, read it in reverse. White porcelain idiot? The crowd muttered to themselves. Then they realized that Lin Ling was calling heaven-touching great sage an idiot. Idiot. Heaven-touching great sage's eyes narrowed, and his tall body trembled with anger. This junior dared to tease him. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, so please shut up. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say more. At this moment, he looked at the fan again. After thousands of years, the formation patterns are also living creatures. Unfortunately, if you didn't have the intention to harm others, you can continue. However, your master wants to fight side by side with you, but you want to devour his soul and occupy your master's body. This kind of betrayal violates the principle of the weapon's existence. He muttered to himself, causing the crowd to be even more shocked. Lin Ling was talking to a celestial soldier? Although it wasn't rare for weapons to have spirits, it didn't mean that they had intelligence. At most, they had spirituality. Then, they saw Lin Ling's hands forming complex formation patterns. His left and right hands joined together smoothly like moving clouds and flowing water. A large number of formation patterns appeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant, forming a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. So powerful! The blacksmiths gasped. They had never seen such an experienced formation pattern method. He's just putting on an act. Heaven-touching great sage was extremely unhappy. This young man was also a blacksmith, and his level was not weak. Come out. At the same time, Lin Ling fiercely clapped his hands. Countless formation patterns landed on the fan, causing it to sway. Then a terrifying face appeared. It was extremely ferocious. How do you know the formation patterns of the star-plucking ancient kingdom? The face spoke, causing many people to be in disbelief. There was indeed a devil hidden in the celestial soldier. Could it be that everything was as Lin Ling said? That the devil wasn't an external object but was born from the formation patterns? This was the first time they had encountered something like this in their lives. You don't need to know this. You still have a chance to live. Let go of the young master's soul and obediently accept my 5 elements sealing formation pattern. Lin Ling said indifferently, "Dream on. I was born with great difficulty. How can I be sealed by you? Let me tell you, no one in this world can suppress me. In time, I'll become a divine soldier." The face shouted angrily and disappeared into the fan. "If you dare to act recklessly, I'll kill the young master's soul. Sigh, I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. Don't blame me." Lin Ling sighed softly. There were even more formation patterns between his hands. Each of his 10 fingers was laying out a different formation pattern. His smooth movements were pleasing to the eye. Born from the 5 elements formation pattern, it's endless. Then, I'll break your 5 elements formation pattern. Among hundreds of thousands of formation patterns, you're hiding in the sealing formation pattern. Do you think I don't know? Moreover, it doesn't matter which formation pattern you hide in. It's useless because I'm going to release this celestial soldier. Lin Ling's expression was focused as he muttered to himself. Ripples bloomed from his slender fingers and blasted towards the fan, causing it to shake violently. In the end, it let out a ferocious roar. "No, I'm willing to be released." Chapter 1298. Emperor rank heavenly soldier Lin Ling didn't pay it any attention. Under his formation patterns, the fan shone resplendently. It was actually broken down, turning into the most primitive material. Disintegrating heavenly soldiers. The other blacksmiths gasped. As far as they knew, only the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianping province had such strength. Finally, at a certain moment, the human face appeared again. Just as it was about to make a sound, Lin Ling's 100,000 formation runes suppressed it and killed the formation rune demon. The human face was also a formation rune, but it was a formation rune derived from itself. At the same time, the light of a firefly flew out and landed on the young master's body, causing him to slowly open his eyes. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. The entire hall was dead silent. In front of everyone's eyes, the young man performed the most dazzling dance for them. He single-handedly saved the young master from hell. The manor lord couldn't help but laugh loudly. His body flickered and he appeared next to the young master. He hugged the young master and cried tears of joy. Hee hee, it's good to have a perverted master. Lu Susu stared at Lin Ling, and her beautiful eyes became more and more curious. Sure enough, everything was as she had guessed. Lin Ling had succeeded. It seemed that Lin Ling needed to be further investigated. "All right, I've saved her. Goodbye." Lin Ling didn't want to stay any longer. He said to the old man who had come first. The old man laughed loudly and handed the saber to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction and strode away. He had already noticed that Lu Susu was looking at him with ill intentions. It disintegrated, and then the young master was saved. How come it's completely different from what I imagined? Furthermore, if I had laid down the formation runes according to my method, it would have been the same as helping the devil. Wait, how do you know all this? Heaven Stroker stood on the spot in a daze, and he no longer had the arrogant look from before. Moreover, he was the most popular young blacksmith in Xianping province, but at this moment, he had no choice but to admire Lin Ling's stunning performance. "Why should I tell you?" Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he continued forward. "Brat, I'm one of the 10 palace masters of Langya. If you tell me, you'll get a lot of benefits." Heaven-touching sage gritted his teeth and endured Lin Ling's disdainful words. "Get lost." Lin Ling replied with a single word. He didn't stop walking, causing Heaven-touch sage to be stunned. In the past, when he said his name, others would have already treated him with respect and worship. However, this young man had actually told him to scram. This caused him to be somewhat unable to react. I'll give you a chance to speak. If you don't, you'll regret it. Heaven Touch Great Sage's voice grew deeper and deeper. Although that young man had some ability, he was too arrogant. If he didn't show him some power, he probably wouldn't know what the Langya 10 palaces were. Your weapon is very powerful, but the formation patterns are weakening with each passing day. I'm afraid it won't be long before you can no longer use your weapon. However, Lin Ling didn't answer the question, causing Heaven Stroker Sage to be stunned on the spot. He subconsciously touched the rod at his waist. This rod had helped him a lot in becoming one of the 10 halls of Langya. It was even to the extent that the rod had become his companion in his heart. But now, Lin Ling said that his companion couldn't fight? Moreover, as time passes, it will slowly disappear. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lin Ling said again as if he was announcing a death sentence. This caused Heaven Touching Sage to tremble. This was the scene he didn't want to see the most. He roared, "You lied to me. Who do you think you are? Do you think I have the time to lie to you? However, you should know that it's very difficult to unseal this Emperor rank Heavenly Soldier. It's starting to be downgraded to a King rank Heavenly Soldier." Lin Ling said with a smile as if it had nothing to do with him. Plop. Heaven Touching Sage's burly body fell to the ground and his body trembled even more violently. How could this be? The crowd looked at the scene in disbelief. Lin Ling's words had caused the existence of the 10 palaces of Langya to tremble. One had to know that other than his identity as a blacksmith, Heaven Touching Sage's identity as the Langya 10 Palace Master was also extremely terrifying. In Shenpeng Province, only the 4 pillars and 8 pillars could make him afraid. But now, Heaven Touching Sage was afraid of an unknown young man. This was too unreal. At this moment, only Heaven Touching Sage knew the meaning of Lin Ling's words. Yes, the world's weapons were also divided into spiritual weapons, combat weapons, sacred weapons, heavenly weapons, and divine weapons. However, combat weapons were only divided into 3 levels: intermediate, low, and high. Sacred weapons were 1 level higher, which was the king rank. As for heavenly weapons, they were even more powerful. They had 2 levels higher, which were the heaven rank and the emperor rank. Heavenly weapons that reached the emperor rank had the ability to unseal and increase their power again. His heaven-reaching staff was at the emperor rank. Unsealing it could greatly increase his strength, but now it was getting harder and harder to unseal it. He had thought that it was because of other reasons, but now Lin Ling told him that it was because the formation patterns in the heavenly weapons were constantly being lost. Heavenly weapons were like humans. They had age restrictions and were constantly suppressing their potential. If they did not strengthen the formation patterns, they would eventually die of old age and turn into ashes. You have to help me. Heaven Touching Sage looked at Lin Ling in fear. He did not know why, but he felt that this mysterious young man could help him. You are very lucky. The heaven-reaching staff came from the star-picking ancient kingdom, so I happen to be familiar with it. However, you are also very unlucky. Lin Ling walked further and further away. Wait, I will worship you as my master. You must save my partner. Heaven Touching Sage stood up and shouted crazily. The flames in his heart burned fiercely. Lin Ling actually knew about the heaven-reaching staff. This was great. For many warriors, the weapon in their hand was their partner. Therefore, how could Heaven Touching Sage let his partner who had fought side by side disappear? Take the paper I threw away and copy it 100,000 times. If I am in a good mood, I might help your heaven-reaching staff. Lin Ling's last words made Heaven Touching Sage stand there in a daze. Then he turned around and ran like a madman, looking for the ball of paper in the hall. His miserable appearance made everyone feel that it was even more unreal. Heaven Touching Sage found the ball of paper with great difficulty. When he opened it, he immediately felt disgusted. There was saliva on it. He immediately became depressed. He had shot himself in the foot. Kid, if I copy it 100,000 times and you don't help the heaven-reaching staff, you will definitely die. Heaven Touching Sage frowned and looked at the people around him who were talking animatedly. Then he bid farewell to the manor master and strode away. However, when he left, he remembered that he did not know the kid's name. At this moment, Lin Ling and Yumun Yun left. Then, they paid vitality stones at the foot of a towering mountain peak in the splendid landscape and entered the mountain peak. This place was called the Blessed Enclave. It was the place with the densest spirit chi in the splendid landscape. It was occupied by one of the 7 kings and built a cultivation cave. Anyone who wanted to enter only needed to pay vitality stones. If one cultivated here, they could absorb the sun and moon every day, and their heart would be as calm as water. Naturally, it was the favorite place of all warriors. Chapter 1299. Stagnant waterwood cultivation, it's so expensive. 1,000 primordial stones a day. How expensive? Yumun Yun said with some heartache as she stared at the misty mountain peak. Expensive has its benefits. At least it saves time. Mingyun, Yanggan, you're about to break through. Come out after you break through. Only when we're strong enough can we find Yu, heavenly concubine, and the others. Lin Ling said with a smile. He had a feeling that Yu and the others were not in Shenpeng province. Perhaps they were in Shenyuan and Shenhuangdeyu. There was also his big brother, Sakura, who had gone out to train. He must have gone to those places. What Lin Ling could do now was to keep getting stronger. The 3 of them walked up the stairs and each of them found a cave residence. Then they began to cultivate. Lin Ling also entered one of the caves. In the cave residence, spiritual energy floated, forming ribbons that wandered around. Lin Ling nodded. It was a good place to cultivate. The reason why he chose this place was that Li Lingxian told him that it was the safest place to cultivate. No one would disturb him. Then, Lin Ling entered the Purple Mansion. Boundless mountains and rivers came into view. Lin Ling looked at the mountains and rivers with a smile. He had stepped into the core of Shenpeng province. Here, he had seen more experts of the 3 mysterious realms of the human realm. Many of them had moved him. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Elder Z, what level does the body of the divine demon overlord belong to in terms of talent? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and looked at the old man beside him. Elder Z smiled. It's hard to evaluate, but in terms of talent, it can only be said to be a cultivation method of the human sovereign realm. Lin Ling nodded excitedly. Although his divine body was earth-grade, with the body of the divine demon overlord, he was not weaker than any other expert. In addition, his divine body was not impossible to improve. It was just that he lacked opportunities at the moment. Let's begin. Lin Ling took a deep breath and said calmly. He was a triple cultivator of essence, chi, and spirit. Above chi was his cultivation level. Now that he had the void spirit lock, his cultivation level must have increased. As for spirit, it was his soul power. He had always been strong. Only his essence hadn't increased. This time, he was cultivating to increase his essence, which was the strength of his body. Dismantle Death Waiting Blade. Lin Ling shouted again, and a large number of heavenly tomes descended from the sky. All of them were formation runes. Lin Ling activated his Eye of Time and scanned them. Instantly, he became even more familiar with the formation runes. To the 2nd level of the Violet Palace realm, Lin Ling added. He was already familiar with the 1st level of the heavenly tomes. Only the 2nd level was left. The 2nd level was not a world of mountains and rivers, but a world of oceans. There were many islands there, and it was extremely mysterious. At the same time, a large number of heavenly books descended from the sky. Lin Ling was learning the way of array patterns, and after a full year, Lin Ling was finally familiar with the high-level heavenly soldier. Of course, he was only familiar with it and could not forge it, but it was enough to dismantle the death-waiting blade. Shock formation runes. Rest formation runes. Wound formation runes. Dismantling the heavenly soldier, all the formation runes were used for attack. If they were carved on the weapon, it would form a huge attack power. The death-waiting blade gradually dispersed, and all kinds of materials appeared. Some were already damaged, while others could still be used. Finally, a piece of black wood as thick as an arm appeared. It was the Deathwater wood. This wood was neither gold nor iron, but it was extremely hard. Then, Purple Elder instructed Lin Ling to plant this wood on an island. When the wood landed on the ground, it instantly grew up like a huge stone tablet. What a mysterious heavenly treasure! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Your Majesty, go. Swallow the spiritual chi of the death water wood, and your physical body will definitely be able to break through. After all, this treasure is extremely rare. Of course, when your Majesty is swallowing it, you can also use the black and white Dao fruit to cultivate. Purple Elder looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. He took a step forward and appeared on the island. At the same time, endless black chi surged and enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shocked. This death water would seem to have a spirit and wanted to swallow him. Your Majesty, the death water would swallows all the water in the world, so it is called water. But because it swallows, it represents death. Your Majesty, what you need to do is swallow it. When Lin Ling wanted to resist, Purple Elder's voice sounded. Lin Ling nodded and allowed the black chi to envelop him. In the end, he was swallowed by the huge ancient tree. Looking from the sky, Lin Ling's figure was no longer on the island. There was only a huge ancient tree. Your Majesty, do your best. The road to becoming an emperor has never been smooth. Only after dying once will you know the value of martial arts. Purple Elder said worriedly. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling felt that his body was being swallowed by the ancient tree. It made him feel like he was isolated from the world. Gradually, a sense of loneliness spread in his heart. This feeling was terrifying. No, I have to rush out of here. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The loneliness infected him, making him feel like he was dying. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. The small world in his body erupted wildly and then withered. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It fought against the ancient tree. The ancient tree wanted to swallow him, but Lin Ling also wanted to swallow it. Let's see who was fiercer. Time passed quietly. The feeling of loneliness grew stronger. It was as if he was trapped in the ancient tree. Lin Ling was completely dead. Once he died, everything turned to ashes. You, heavenly concubine, and Yuer, Yumun Yun, grandfather, mother, grandfather, too many. Familiar faces gradually faded away. I won't die. However, the disappearing faces did not make Lin Ling fall asleep. Instead, it made his fighting spirit even stronger. He could not die. Once he died, these people would leave him. Rumble. The withering small world erupted again. It started from 2 million and gradually reached 2,500,000. Lin Ling also absorbed a large amount of spiritual chi from the ancient tree. At this moment, Purple Elder was still guarding outside loyally. Finally, he noticed that the ancient tree's stone tablet gradually changed. It turned into a stone tablet in the shape of a human. That person was sitting cross-legged. His Majesty seems to have won the battle with Death Waterwood. This means that he has defeated death. Elder Z couldn't help but laugh. Then, a cracking sound could be heard as cracks appeared on the stone statue. Then, it exploded and a half-naked handsome young man slowly walked out. At this moment, his eyes were deep and filled with indescribable vicissitudes of life. It was as if he had died once. Your Majesty, how is it? Purple Elder said worriedly. He knew that those who had undergone the Deadwater wood cultivation had indeed died once. And in ancient times, although many princes had succeeded in their cultivation, their inner demons had always existed. They were unable to walk out of the entanglement of death and were afraid of death. The feeling of dying once is great. However, Lin Ling smiled with a hint of calmness. Only those who had died once could understand that feeling. After dying once, Lin Ling cherished everything he had now even more. Chapter 1300. Removed from the position of palace lord, the winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the pugilistic world, time rushes by. Hegemony is nothing more than a drunken life. Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment, his state of mind had been sublimated, returning to its origin. He was even more carefree, magnanimous, and heroic. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for reaching the third level of the body of the God-fiend overlord. Moreover, your majesty has consumed another black and white Tao fruit. I'm afraid that your realm has also greatly increased. Purple Elder was gratified. After dying once, the benefits were naturally great. My soul power has reached level 45. At the same time, Lin Ling smiled faintly. The sublimation of his state of mind had also sublimated his soul. Third level of the body of the God-fiend overlord, devour the mountains and rivers. Then, Lin Ling roared to the sky, causing the sea water to soar into the sky. At the same time, countless amounts of sea water surged towards Lin Ling, fusing into Lin Ling's arms, making Lin Ling's arms look like the arms of a giant. In midair, Lin Ling charged towards the ground and punched out, smashing down like a meteor. Boom! The sea water formed a huge explosion, and a 10,000-mile-wide whirlpool also appeared. It was extremely terrifying. Devour the mountains and rivers, instantly swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a powerful attack with the power of 6 universes. Purple Elder watched this scene with gratification and nodded in satisfaction. The third level of the body of the God-fiend overlord had awakened 3 million small worlds in Lin Ling's body, giving him the power of 3 universes. In addition to the devour the mountains and rivers, Lin Ling's strength had more than doubled. Moreover, Lin Ling still had the void spirit lock. If he unlocked it, who knew how strong he would be? If he used the ancient flame devil, who knew how strong he would be? Lin Ling's cultivation this time was like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. While Lin Ling was cultivating, below the mountain peak of the Blessed Enclave, a woman was anxiously pacing in circles. She was Li Lingxian. Lin Ling is cultivating. I shouldn't disturb him, but Lord Watermist is about to be impeached. How can Lin Ling not come out? Only Lin Ling can persuade Lord Watermist. Li Lingxian said anxiously. She held the mother and child sound transmission bug and kept notifying Lin Ling. However, the Blessed Enclave was a place for cultivation. Unless the owner agreed, no one else could enter at will. Thus, she could only use the mother and child sound transmission bug to inform Lin Ling. Lin Ling, calm Lin Ling. This is bad. Lord Watermist is about to be impeached from his position as Palace Master. But Lord Watermist has always supported you. If he doesn't give up, he won't be able to keep his position as Palace Master. So, I hope that Lin Ling can persuade Lord Watermist to stop supporting you. Li Lingxian's voice echoed out from the sound transmission bug. At this time, Lin Ling had already appeared in his cave. As he continued to listen to Li Lingxian's voice, he roughly understood what was going on. Currently, the Black-White Dao Palace had 2 spots to recommend the human sovereign. Lin Ling had obtained one of them. In addition, Lord Watermist had given Lin Ling 3 Black-White Dao fruits, wholeheartedly supporting Lin Ling. This caused the Black-White Dao Palace to be dissatisfied. The elders and disciples all believed that Lord Watermist should either give up on Lin Ling or give up his position as Palace Master. This was why Li Lingxian was so anxious. She knew that once Lord Watermist decided on something, it would be difficult to change his mind. So, only if Lin Ling gave up on his spot would Lord Watermist give up. Like this, he could keep his position as Palace Master. I understand. I will return to the Black-White Dao Palace with you. Lin Ling appeared in the heavenly paradise and looked at Li Lingxian. Only if you give up on your spot will Lord Watermist give up. Lin Ling, I'll leave it to you. Li Lingxian bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Everything depended on Lin Ling. Give up. Lin Ling revealed a meaningful smile and said lightly, let's go. I will end it. Let's go. Giving up was the act of a coward. How could Lin Ling give up? If he did, he would be letting down Lord Watermist's trust in him. At this moment, in the Black-White Dao Palace's conference hall, a large number of people had gathered here. Upon closer inspection, many of them were extremely powerful, having reached the rare saint realm. The 18th elder sat there with his eyes closed, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become extremely oppressive. Everyone knew what was about to happen. Lord Watermist had stubbornly supported Lin Ling, who was not part of the Black-White Dao Palace, wasting a precious recommendation. This was why everyone had decided to remove Lord Watermist from the position of Palace Master. Moreover, as far as they knew, Lord Watermist had privately given 3 Black-White Dao fruits to Lin Ling. This caused even more people in the Black-White Dao Palace to feel unreconciled. The Black-White Dao fruit was something that not even the true geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace were qualified to use. Lin Ling was just an outsider. What qualifications did he have to obtain 3? At this moment, 2 tall figures were sitting at the head of the table. They were like divine emperors looking at the people around them. They were the 2 palace masters, Xue Wu and Shan Wu. Xue Wu's face was cold. He naturally knew the purpose of this meeting. He didn't expect that after he was injured, these people would become restless. They had completely forgotten that for the Black-White Dao Palace to become one of the 4 pillars of Xianping Province, Lord Watermist had paid a great price. Is no one speaking? Since that's the case, everyone can disperse. In the silence, Lord Watermist indifferently said. Everyone in the hall narrowed their eyes. They had come to impeach Lord Watermist, but they hadn't even said their purpose. Was this meeting going to end? Lord, I think that you have grown old. At this moment, a voice finally rang out. Qi Xing, this meeting is the most important meeting of the Black-White Dao Palace. You are just a disciple. What qualifications do you have to speak? Someone angrily shouted. It was clearly Lord Watermist's disciple. Shut up, Yang Bin. You've already been defeated, so you have even less qualifications to speak. However, the youth who had spoken coldly shouted, causing Lord Watermist's disciple to frown. He felt extremely humiliated. The youth who had spoken was called Qi Xing. He was at the 7th stage of the Transcendent Realm and was the 2nd strongest disciple of Lord Shan Wu. In the Black-White Dao Palace, he was extremely famous. He had once fought with Lord Watermist's most prized disciple, Li Lingxian, and returned with a draw. But it was said that Qi Xing's strength had increased greatly, and his comprehension of a transcendent martial art had reached the Transcendent Realm. Thus, he had proudly stood out to prove himself. In the ceremonial hall, anyone can speak. How can we be so tyrannical just because we are palace masters? Lord Watermist, don't you think so? At this moment, Lord Shan Wu, who had been silent all this time, indifferently said. This caused Lord Watermist to frown, but he still nodded and said, Indeed. He was furious. This Qi Xing was Lord Shan Wu's disciple. Clearly, he had only dared to be so arrogant because of Lord Shan Wu's orders. Lord, I think that you have grown old. You should give up the position of palace master. With Lord Shan Wu's support, Qi Xing's lips curled into a proud smile as he spoke again. The current him didn't fear Lord Watermist at all. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Chapter 1301. Who dared to remove him? This is something that everyone knows, so it's fine if I say it. I just want to tell everyone that the Black-White Dao Palace's current glory is all because of everyone here, not because of you, Lord Watermist. If you want to deceive everyone and act so tyrannically, then as a disciple of the Black-White Dao Palace, I will not allow that. Qi Xing's voice was like thunder, as if everything he had done was for the sake of the Black-White Dao Palace. He coldly shouted, Lord Watermist, let me ask you, did you give 3 Black-White Dao fruits to Lin Ling? His voice was interrogative, as if he were not a disciple but the palace master of the Black-White Dao Palace. The anger in Lord Watermist's heart grew even stronger. But he suppressed it and lightly said, Yes, but these Black-White Dao fruits are mine. If I give them to Lin Ling, do I need your permission? Oh, what a good yours. But the Black-White Dao fruits belong to the Black-White Dao Palace, not you. Qi Xing laughed. That was one reason. Secondly, you actually recommended a precious spot to Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling is your illegitimate son? Or did you owe Lin Ling a favor, so you used a precious spot to repay it? Bastard, the spots are between me and Lord Mountain Mist. If I give a spot to Lin Ling, do you have the right to interfere? Or do you want that spot? Lord Watermist angrily stood up, unable to bear it any longer. I still say the same thing. The spots belong to the Black-White Dao Palace, not you. You cannot hide the truth from the masses. Qi Xing remained unafraid. If the spots were given to powerful geniuses, I wouldn't object. But to give them to Lin Ling? According to what I know, Lin Ling swallowed 3 black-white Dao fruits, but his cultivation boundary hasn't changed. Does such trash have the qualifications to obtain a spot? Rather than that, you might as well give the spot to me. As he spoke to her, the hall was thrown into an uproar. Qi Xing actually wanted a spot. No wonder he had stood up today. My words before may have been a bit rude, but I was only speaking the truth. From these 2 matters, it seems that Lord Watermist is no longer suitable to be the palace master. Finally, Qi Xing stepped forwards, publicly forcing Lord Watermist to abdicate. How dare you! The disciples behind Lady Shui Wu all roared furiously. This Qi Xing was simply lawless. Qi Xing, after saying so much, you finally revealed your true intentions. You want to obtain the slot, and you want me to give up my position. Qi Xing, who told you to do this? Lord Shui Wu sneered and released a powerful aura. In fact, he knew that the one who wanted to impeach him was Lord Shanwu. Qi Xing was just a pawn, but a pawn was a pawn. How could he offend the palace lord? Lady Shui Wu, I was merely speaking my mind. Why do you have to bully the weak? This is not good for you. Why don't you let the elders decide everything? Said Mr. Shan Wu indifferently. Mr. Shui Wu frowned. As expected, it was Mr. Shan Wu. That's right. This is a critical moment for the Black-White Dao Palace. Only a wise leader can make the correct decision. Thus, I approve of removing Lady Watermist from her position as palace master. Although Qi Xing isn't the strongest genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he is at least stronger than Lady Watermist Li Lingxian. Since he obtained a spot, he has the qualifications. Lady Shui Wu, you should give up your position. From the moment you supported Lin Ling, you no longer have the qualifications to be palace master. At this moment, the elders all spoke out, causing Lady Shui Wu's pupils to narrow. She hadn't expected that the elders would target her. It seems that everyone has the same opinion. Lord Shan Wu said with a sinister smile. It was obvious that he had made some connections with these elders beforehand. Give up your position. At the same time, countless people in the hall began to shout. The atmosphere was explosive, as if someone had ignited a bomb. Everyone wanted Lady Shui Wu to give up her position. Their voices were like the waves of the sea. As they entered Lady Shui Wu's ears, her face turned pale. Over the years, she had poured her heart and soul into the Black-White Dao Palace, making it one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. But who would have thought that after she was injured, her prestige would plummet? Everyone wanted to use the matter of the Black-White Dao fruit to remove her from her position. These people were so ugly. Lady Watermist powerlessly sat back down, her heart ashen. This world was just so heartless. You could only continue to grow stronger, but once you became weak, others would eye you like a tiger eyeing its prey. All of your merits and relationships were in fact nothing more than fleeting clouds. All of you want me to give up my position as palace master? Lady Shui Wu absent-mindedly laughed. At this moment, she seemed to feel a little tired. Forget it, forget it. Since all of you want this position so badly, I'll let you have it. Before she finished speaking, Lord Shanwu's eyes shone brightly. Qi Xing also smiled excitedly. If Lady Shui Wu gave up her position, then he would also be able to obtain a spot. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang and the door was smashed open. Dust and wood splinters flew everywhere. Then a figure slowly walked in. It was Lin Ling. Behind him was Li Lingxian. At this moment, her eyes were filled with shock. She had never imagined that Lin Ling would break down the door and barge in. At this moment, the entire hall was silent. Countless gazes stared at Lin Ling. No one had imagined that the person who had come was Lin Ling. Moreover, he had broken down the door and barged in. Lord Shanwu and Qi Xing in particular had ugly expressions. They had almost succeeded, but at the critical moment, someone had come to cause trouble. Who dares to remove Lady Shui Wu from her position as palace master? As soon as he stepped into the hall, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth. Everyone's eyes widened. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would dare to speak in such a manner. Even Lady Shui Wu was stunned. Everyone in the Black-White Dao Palace wanted to remove her from her position as palace master. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of powerful enemies and had publicly come to support her. "You are not from the Black-White Dao Palace. Get lost." Qi Xing looked at Lin Ling with disdain, frowning. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear him. He shouted again, "Who dares to remove Lady Shui Wu from her position as palace master?" To him, with Lady Shui Wu supporting him so much, how could he not do anything? "You." Qi Xing's face turned ugly. He was the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace and was even stronger than Li Lingxian. Yet Lin Ling dared to ignore him. Just as he was about to speak, Lord Shanwu's voice rang out. "That's right. Everyone agrees that Lady Shui Wu is no longer suitable to be palace master." Lord Shanwu narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Ling. He could kill such a junior with a single slap, but right now, the Black-White Dao Palace was discussing important matters. Thus, he had to convince the masses and give Lin Ling the chance to speak. Why? Lin Ling didn't even look at Lord Shanwu. Instead, he calmly asked. Chapter 1302. Transcendent 6th Stage. That's right, it's because of you. You're not from the Black-White Dao Palace, yet you still have the nerve to appear here. Earth-grade trash. You want to get a recommendation like that? Lord Watermist's vision is getting worse and worse. Scram. 3 Black-White Dao fruits can't help you break through. If you're not trash, then what are you? A large number of disdainful and angry voices rang out from the hall. Lord Mountain Mist and Qi Xing sneered. This Lin Ling wanted to help Lord Water Mist, but the more he tried, the worse he got. Lin Ling, go back. This isn't something you can decide. Lord Water Mist sighed, but just as he spoke, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. Is it because I used 3 Black-White Dao fruits and obtained a recommendation that everyone wants to remove Lord Water Mist from his position as palace master? Nonsense. As soon as Lin Ling's voice rang out, the entire hall filled with disdain. Lin Ling, you still have the nerve to mention it? 3 Black-White Dao fruits were enough to greatly increase one's strength, but Lin Ling hadn't made any progress at all. An Earth-grade Saint body was indeed trash. Trash is trash. You want to stand up and speak? Shame on you. Qi Xing sneered, extremely confident. If you gave me 3 Black-White Dao fruits, I would definitely be a step closer to the Saint Realm. Giving them to others would also greatly increase their strength. Giving them to you is a waste of heaven's treasures. Is Lord Watermist's decision not wrong? Does he still have the qualifications to be palace master? So, if my Black-White Dao fruits were not wasted, then Lord Watermist's decision was not wrong. He can still be palace master? Facing Qi Xing's sneer, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out once more, causing everyone's cheers to instantly stop. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. What was Lin Ling planning? His skin was so thick that he still hadn't given up? Of course. Before Qi Xing could speak, Lord Mountain Mist nodded. Then I would like to ask my lord, what realm would a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator reach after consuming the Black and White Dao fruit? Lin Ling looked straight at Lord Mountain Mist as he asked. Those with ordinary talent can reach Transcendent Stage 5. Those with exceptional talent can reach Transcendent Stage 6 at the very least. As for you, you're just an Earth-grade talent. It's already impressive for you to reach Transcendent Stage 5. Lord Shanwu snorted coldly and said with disdain. All right, I still have a Black and White Dao fruit here. This means that I've consumed 2. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a Black and White Dao fruit appeared. Many people revealed looks of greed, but even more were unwilling. This piece of trash had used 2 Black and White Dao fruits. Since his strength hadn't increased at all, it was truly a waste. Qi Xing's face was also filled with unwillingness. If it were me, I would definitely be able to break through to the next level after consuming 2 Black and White Dao fruits. As for you, I don't even want to say anything more. You should just get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling said indifferently, Is that so? At the same time, Lin Ling's hands touched each other's wrists, and a mysterious force bloomed. Under countless gazes, the crowd saw a chain on Lin Ling's wrist being unlocked. In the next instant, an enormous aura erupted, intimidating the entire hall and causing it to shake. The Void Spirit Lock had been unlocked. A streak of spiritual origin shockingly appeared. 3. Gradually, a total of 7 spiritual sources appeared. One of them was clearly different. It was a heterogeneous spiritual source, but the other 6 were dazzling, making the young man in the hall look like an emperor descending. Transcendence Stage 6. At the same time, all sound disappeared. Everyone stopped breathing and their hearts exploded. Transcendence Stage 6. Lord Watamist's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to rise so quickly. It had to be known that he had only given Lin Ling the black and white Dao fruits for a dozen days. Even a heaven-grade Saint Body cultivator couldn't break through 2 levels in such a short time. But Lin Ling, who was only an earth-grade talent, had done it. How could he know that Lin Ling had cultivated in the Purple Palace realm for more than a dozen years, not just a dozen days? As for Lord Watermist and Qi Xing, their eyes narrowed. 2 black and white Dao fruits had allowed Lin Ling to break through 2 levels. They had said that 3 black and white Dao fruits would only allow a genius to break through 2 levels. Now, their words were like slaps to their own faces, bringing with it a burning pain. Now, tell me, is Lord Watermist's decision wrong? While everyone was silent, Lin Ling's cold voice was like a bomb, causing everyone's ears to ring. But no one could say anything. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's talent was very poor, but at least he hadn't wasted the black and white Dao fruits. Impossible! At this time, an angry roar sounded out. It was Qi Xing's voice. You are only an earth-grade talent. It is impossible for you to rely on 2 black and white Dao fruits to break through 2 levels. You must have used some method to squeeze out your potential and increase your cultivation. But even if you reach the Transcendence 6th stage, it's useless. You still don't have the qualifications to obtain a recommendation. This also proves that Lord Watermist's decision was wrong. Qi Xing angrily shouted. If he wanted to impeach Lord Watermist, he needed an excuse to convince the masses. And of Lord Watermist's 2 major mistakes, Lin Ling had proved that the black and white Dao fruits hadn't been wasted. So, he could only use the second mistake to accuse Lord Watermist. This was their only remaining hope. Do you think you alone have the qualifications to obtain a recommendation? Lin Ling indifferently spat out. At least I have the qualifications. Lin Ling, you squeezed out your potential and increased your cultivation, but that doesn't mean Lord Watermist's decision was correct. Qi Xing took a step forward, his aura domineering. Many people awoke from their shock. Yes, Lin Ling was only an earth-step talent. How could he have broken through with just 2 black and white Dao fruits? He must have squeezed out all his potential and forcefully raised his cultivation. And in the Great Black Pring territory, this sort of thing wasn't rare at all. Still trash. Many people shook their heads in disdain. This made Qi Xing smile. The situation was under his control again. He played with his nails and said, Of course, if you want to prove that Lord Watermist's judgment was correct, then you can also defeat me. This way, it will prove that we were wrong, and Lord Watermist was right. As soon as he finished speaking, his powerful aura burst out. 7 spiritual sources were as majestic as pillars. The heaven-grade Saint Body formed a large area of red lightning, shocking the audience hall. Lightning, his Saint Body was actually of the lightning element. Lightning was already domineering, and after reaching the heaven grade, it was already at the heaven grade. Do you dare or not? Qi Xing's hair fluttered and his voice was like thunder. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was only an earth-grade talent, and his cultivation was 1 level lower than Qi Xing's. If he dared to accept the challenge, he would definitely die. Moreover, Qi Xing was the 2nd greatest genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Even Li Lingxian wasn't his match. Lin Ling, you can't. Chapter 1303. Swallowing mountains and rivers, Lin Ling, they came prepared. There's no point in giving up the position of Palace Lord. Lady Shui Wu said. Lin Ling dared to accept the challenge because he had fallen into the enemy's trap. However, what they didn't know was that although it had only been a few days since the end of the Yellow List's winning streak, to Lin Ling, that was equivalent to a few years. Therefore, why wouldn't he dare? You think you're qualified to compete with me for the recommendation spot? You don't even know how to write the word death. Lin Ling said calmly without fear. As soon as his words fell, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling actually dared to accept the challenge? You're courting death. Lady Shan Wu and the other elders had mocking expressions on their faces. Lin Ling was courting death. He didn't know how powerful Qi Xing was. It seems like you've chosen the path of death. Only by killing you will the Black-White Dao Palace become a pure land. Qi Xing smiled indifferently. He spread his hands, and red lightning erupted like a storm. Destructive and crazy, the hall was instantly annihilated. Everyone felt as if they had stepped into the laws of lightning. My innate talent is the heaven-grade Crimson Cloud Heavenly Heart Lightning. Originally, my innate talent was Earth-grade, but I accidentally came across a set of records from the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom. It recorded how to absorb heavenly lightning, and in the end I succeeded, allowing my innate talent to reach the heaven grade. Furthermore, I comprehended the world of red lightning, reaching the transcendent level of a supreme pattern martial art. Pop pop pop. Along with Qi Xing's voice, a pool of red lightning appeared, roaring ferociously. Lightning snakes swam about, turning the place into a forbidden land of death. Amazing. Apart from the number one person of the Black-White Dao Palace, who else can be his match? Yeah, Qi Xing got the other spot. He deserves it. Lin Ling is trash. He has no hope of winning. The disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace were overjoyed. If Lin Ling were to encounter the second strongest genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, Qi Xing, he would probably be torn apart in a single move. Lady Water Mist had a serious expression as she watched the two of them. As long as Lin Ling was in mortal danger, she would definitely step in. Even if she didn't want the position of Palace Lord, she would protect Lin Ling. After all, she was the one who had dragged Lin Ling into this vortex today. Use your demon god. I want to electrocute your demon god. Qi Xing shouted proudly. His voice actually moved along with the thunder and lightning, causing pain in the eardrums of the crowd. Against you, I don't even need to use the demon god. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm, as if he had no idea how terrifying Qi Xing's lightning power was. As his voice fell, the people of the Black-White Dao Palace all roared in anger. Lin Ling was far too arrogant. He thought he was still facing the experts of Xianping Province. He didn't know what it meant to be a genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. It's been a long time since someone said that to me. Very well, then I won't leave your corpse intact. Qi Xing shook his head and laughed, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. His body blossomed with a red light, and he instantly disappeared. His speed was extremely terrifying, even faster than lightning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Ling. His hands were open, and a terrifying lightning power was released, forming a large area of red lightning. This lightning roared crazily, killing everything in its path. He's dead for sure. Lin Ling didn't even have time to react. Once he enters the lightning law, his corpse won't even be left behind. Seeing this scene, many people began to sneer. However, Lin Ling's eyes remained calm, but there was a trace of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. Qi Xing was indeed very powerful, but unfortunately he had met Lin Ling. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was slightly weaker, but Lin Ling had the body of a fiend god overlord. In terms of Lin Ling's extreme pattern martial arts, Lin Ling could only be stronger, not weaker. After all, Lin Ling had comprehended extreme pattern martial arts earlier than Qi Xing. Allowing the lightning to wreak havoc on his body, Lin Ling's body surged with blue flames. Numerous flame birds flew out from his body, forming a large area of fire law. Gorgeous! The blue flame birds were extremely gorgeous, colorful, and densely packed. A world of fire appeared. The sneers on the crowd's faces instantly froze. Lin Ling had also comprehended extreme pattern martial arts. This time, the lightning law collided with the fire law. Rumble. One side was tyrannical and surging, the other was boundless and majestic. In that instant, the faces of the Black-White Dao Palace disciples turned ugly. If Lin Ling was trash, then what were they? They were probably worse than trash. At the very least, Many of them hadn't comprehended extreme pattern martial arts. You have some ability, but unfortunately, your talent is weaker than mine. You will still die. Let's see how long your fire can resist. Qi Xing's eyes were filled with shock, but he still sneered. His hands were like lightning demons, and the red lightning crazily erupted. You will die within an incense stick's worth of time. Everyone heard this sentence. This also meant that Qi Xing wanted to prove himself. He was determined to get the recommendation spot. At this moment, Lin Ling allowed the flames to fly out of his body. He raised his eyes and looked at Qi Xing indifferently. You will die within one move. Bang. His voice was resolute and decisive, causing the hearts of the elders to violently jump. Qi Xing was crazy enough, but who knew that Lin Ling was even crazier? He didn't finish him within an incense stick's worth of time, but in one move. Dream on. Qi Xing's face instantly turned ugly, and even more terrifying lightning erupted, swallowing mountains and rivers. However, at this moment, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His arms instantly expanded, as if he was blowing air. He was like a god of war descending. Look, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Many people were shocked. They could see with their naked eyes that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was continuously being absorbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to be swallowing mountains and rivers. What kind of ability was this? Uproar heaven. Boom! At this moment, a cold shout rang out, and the huge sword ruthlessly slashed out. This sword was sharp and domineering, arrogant and crazy, as if it was going to swallow mountains and rivers. Rumble! It was as if the sword was going to swallow mountains and rivers. The lightning was ruthlessly slashed apart, and the red pool of lightning was also broken apart. Qi Xing's pupils contracted. That sword seemed ordinary, but who knew that it was so terrifying, as if it could slash through anything. Power, it's power. Boom! At this moment, Qi Xing suddenly understood. He suddenly realized that Lin Ling's talent was weaker than his, but Lin Ling's talent was stronger than his, and that talent was the strength of his physical body. Wait! Retreat! Qi Xing angrily shouted. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The sword slashed out, and the lightning and man both exploded. Exploding was not severing, nor was it killing. Instead, it turned Qi Xing into ashes. This also showed how terrifying the power of the 6 universes was, and how domineering that sword was. All the elders and disciples were silent at this moment. Qi Xing was the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Everyone felt that he had the qualifications to obtain a recommendation, as long as he defeated Lin Ling. Everyone also thought that Lin Ling would not be able to block Qi Xing, but who would have thought that Qi Xing would be killed in a single sword strike without any hesitation? Moreover, many people did not understand how Lin Ling had won. After all, Qi Xing was a transcendent stage 7 genius with a heaven-grade saint body. Lord Shanwu, is this the trash you want to recommend to the human emperor? Yes. Chapter 1304. Shocked everyone. Trash. Trash. Everyone's heart trembled. Before, they had called Lin Ling trash, but now, Qi Xing couldn't even block a single sword strike. Who is the trash? Lord Shanwu's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Lin Ling to win, but he was worthy of being called a Saint Realm Supermaster. He could see the reason for Lin Ling's strength, a bit powerful. Your talent is average, but your physical body has reached at least 5 universes. Trash. Everyone was shocked again. 5 universes, 1 universe represented 1 billion, and 5 universes? It was hard to imagine. Lin Ling was simply a human-shaped monster king. However, physical strength is very difficult to cultivate, and you won't be able to go far in the future. 5 universes is your limit. Lord Shanwu's thin face twitched as he spoke again. His heart was boiling with anger, and he didn't want Lin Ling to be too sharp, so he suppressed him with words. Your eyes are rotten. Mine is 6 universes. Trash. However, just as he spoke, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing Lord Shanwu's eyes to narrow and his face to turn ferocious. Previously, he had wanted to remain calm and not lose face for Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would make him lose face again? What I want to say now is whether Lord Shui Wu is qualified to be the palace master. Trash. Lin Ling spat out another sentence, sweeping his disdainful gaze across everyone. At this moment, everyone was silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling had wasted the black and white Dao fruit, but who knew that Lin Ling would break through 2 stages in a row? As for the recommendation spot, everyone thought that Lin Ling wasn't qualified, but Lin Ling had killed the Black and White Dao Palace's number 2 genius with a single sword strike. Now, who dared to say that Lord Shui Wu's eyes were bad? Even Lord Shui Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Ling to turn the tide and suppress everyone present today. Then, borrowing the momentum of Lin Ling's strength, he said indifferently, "If no one says anything, then I'll sit down again." Trash. Lord Shui Wu's eyes are still unique. I approve of him continuing. That's right. I never thought that the Lin Ling that Lady Watermist found would be so strong. If we recommend him to the human sovereign, he might bring glory to our black-white Dao palace. I support Mistress Watermist. The elders looked at each other and shouted. Their changing faces made everyone feel disgusted. In this world, strength was revered. If Lin Ling was too weak, then they would naturally kick him while he was down. But now, the strength that Lin Ling had displayed was the second strongest amongst all the geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace. If there was a chance to recommend him to the human sovereign in the future, he would definitely be above them. Thus, they immediately turned their backs on him. These bastards! Lord Shan Wu roared in his heart. The trap he had set up had been messed up by Lin Ling alone. Well, let's end the meeting. Lord Watermist was a bit disheartened. Everyone's changing expressions made him feel disgusted. Then he strode away. A bunch of self-righteous fence-sitters. They've lived for so many years, but they've lived like dogs. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he followed Lord Watermist. He also knew that Lord Watermist was feeling helpless in his heart. He had worked hard for the Black-White Dao Palace for so many years, but after being injured, he had been abandoned. If such a thing had happened to Lin Ling, he would have long since abandoned his position as palace master. Anyone who wanted to take the position could do so. Everyone in the hall was speechless for a long time. There was no lack of powerful Saint Realm cultivators among them, but even they were ashamed by Lin Ling's words. Only Lord Shan Wu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling had ruined his good fortune. Outside, Lord Watermist looked at the clear blue sky and let out a light breath, as if he wanted to sweep away all his previous depression. He then smiled and said, "Lin Ling, thank you. Sir trusts me so much, how could I let Sir down?" Lin Ling smiled. Since someone had given him a drop of water, if he had the chance, Lin Ling would definitely give back an ocean. Even now, I have to admire Venerable C. Calming's vision. When he found you in the past, I'm afraid he never imagined you would reach such heights today. Lord Watermist sighed. The current Lin Ling could defeat Transcendent 7-stage geniuses without using his demon god, and with his demon god, he would be even stronger. I really don't know how you cultivate. In such a short time, you broke through 2 realms. Moreover, you didn't fall behind in your physical body cultivation. It feels like you've been cultivating for dozens of years. Lord Watermist sighed helplessly. As one of the top masters of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, he had seen countless rising stars over the years, but someone as mysterious as Lin Ling was simply rare. Lin Ling must have secrets he didn't know. However, everyone had their own secrets, so if Lin Ling didn't say anything, Lord Watermist wouldn't ask. Today, you've established your prestige in front of the Black and White Dao Palace elders. I'm afraid they won't have much to say about your quota, but be careful of Lord Watermist's eldest disciple, Zhang Ren. He's young but has already reached the Saint Realm and is one of the Black and White Dao Palace's other quotas. When the 4 quotas are gathered, he'll definitely make things difficult for you. Moreover, the other 3 quotas are all Saint Realm masters. It's only a matter of time before they reach the Langya 10 temples. Lin Ling frowned. Saint Realm? Lady Shui Wu said again, causing Lin Ling to frown. This meant that the 4 quotas were all top Saint Realm geniuses, and he had the lowest cultivation. No wonder no one was optimistic about him from the beginning. However, there's still some time before the gathering. I hope you can improve your strength again. Lord Watamis smiled. She had confidence in Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded heavily. The arrow was already knocked on the bow, so he had no choice but to keep getting stronger. Lin Ling, I underestimated you before. I hope you don't take it to heart. Li Lingxian looked at Lin Ling and said. She was now completely convinced by Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Qi Xing, and Qi Xing's strength was above hers. She felt that it was a little unreal. After all, Lin Ling had only been in the Black and White Dao Palace for a short period of time, but he was already the second most talented disciple. Even in the splendid mountain and river and the 3 profound realms of the mortal world, his strength could be ranked at the top. Did senior sister say anything? I don't remember. Lin Ling smiled, causing Li Lingxian to be stunned for a moment. She felt extremely grateful in her heart. In the second layer of the Purple Palace realm, above the vast ocean, Lin Ling floated there, his clear eyes staring ahead. After unlocking the Void Spirit Lock and breaking through 2 stages, Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Now that he was at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm, the Void Spirit Lock wouldn't have much of an effect. However, although Lin Ling's cultivation was fast, the other 3 geniuses had higher cultivations. They had all reached the Saint Realm, which made Lin Ling speechless. He was very curious about how they cultivated. After that, Lin Ling asked Old Z and learned that he might have an ancient immortal physique. An immortal physique was a talent above a saint physique. These powerful cultivators cultivated Spirit Yuan the moment they were born. Spirit Yuan. Chapter 1305. Resonance of the Gods. Legend has it that those with immortal physiques have the bloodline of immortals. In the past, the Spirit Creek Celestial Kingdom and the Hong Dynasty had many powerful cultivators with immortal physiques, and even some with divine physiques. Aside from the advantages they bring, they can also comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth faster than ordinary people. Elder Violet said solemnly. Above a saint physique was an immortal physique, and above that was a divine physique. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He only had a saint physique and couldn't compare at all. Your Majesty, there is no need to belittle yourself. As the saying goes, man conquers the heavens. Hotian geniuses may be able to surpass innate geniuses. For example, Your Majesty's God Devil Overlord body. The previous emperor said that this body's martial arts can be cultivated to the level of a divine physique. Of course, whether or not that is true, this humble servant is not sure, but one thing is certain, it is not weaker than an immortal physique. Elder Violet said. So this is the cultivation of Hotun. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. Your Majesty's fire martial Tao is slow, but you can make up for it through other means, such as weapons. Your Majesty's tyrannical song sword's grade is too low, but you can make it a high-grade heavenly weapon, or even a king or emperor-grade weapon. You can add fire runes to the sword. Elder Violet suggested. Moreover, Your Majesty's God Devil Overlord body has reached the 3rd layer, but you have yet to comprehend the divine charm of swallowing mountains and rivers. Divine charm of swallowing mountains and rivers. That's right. When the previous emperor reached this realm at the age of 30, he devoured the world's spiritual energy and formed a powerful physical body. At that time, he had reached the resonance of the gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. If the 3rd layer of the God Devil Overlord body could reach the resonance of the gods, then he would have to work harder. Moreover, he was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. His physical body's talent was very strong, and his soul force was strong to begin with. His only shortcoming was his spiritual energy, but that could be made up for with weapons. It seems like I will have to reforge the tyrannical song sword. Lin Ling's heart was as clear as a mirror. The reason he was invincible among the geniuses in the same generation was because of his triple cultivation. Cultivation, of course, he wouldn't blindly reach the 7th layer for speed. Your Majesty, after transcendence is the 9th step of the Saint Realm. Reaching the Saint Realm means that Your Majesty is only 2 steps away from the peak of the world. Old Z said respectfully. Lin Ling looked at the sea in the distance. Unknowingly, he had already reached such a height. Back when he was in Gu Yen sect, he had thought about reaching the heavens and earth, but he didn't expect that it would take him less time than he expected. I will definitely step into the Saint Realm, but for now, the most important thing is to improve my foundation. Lin Ling smiled as he continued forward with Violet Elder, fighting against the ancient shattered souls on the islands. These shattered souls were all generals of the star-seizing country in the past. Their cultivation bases were all at the 7th level of the transcendent realm. Others always felt that it was unbelievable that Lin Ling could jump realms to battle, but how could they know just how many battles Lin Ling had fought? Your Majesty, I admit defeat. His Majesty's comprehension of martial arts is very powerful. The extreme martial art, Sea of Flames world, is already at the peak of the transcendent realm. He is just one step away from entering the world of heavenly martial arts. I give up. Your Majesty's eyes seem to be able to see through everything about me. On the islands, the shattered souls said helplessly. These shattered souls were more perfect than the shattered souls in the first layer. They had their own consciousness, which was why Lin Ling didn't kill them after defeating them. Your Majesty, this one will fight with you later. The 10 great generals appeared. Their tall and sturdy bodies were like war gods standing above the world. Lin Ling shouted as the small world in his body erupted. Boom, 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 boom. The two fought fiercely. The water in the sea was constantly evaporating. After reaching the 3rd layer of the Fiend God Tyrant body, Lin Ling's physical strength was even stronger than the ancient Flame Devil and Yaksha King. This was the power of the ancient Emperor cultivation technique. Resonance of Gods. Finally, after 3 years of bitter cultivation, Lin Ling comprehended the divine fall of swallowing mountains and rivers. To put it bluntly, swallowing mountains and rivers was devouring the world's spiritual chi, and when the devouring reached a certain level, it would form the resonance of gods. Rumble. Above the vast sea, the 9-colored divine light shrouded Lin Ling. Under the divine light, the vague body of an ancient god appeared. It was tall and mighty, as if it was the ruler of the world. Its fists were especially dazzling with golden light, like a huge meteor. Along with Lin Ling's fierce punch, it raised tens of thousands of miles high waves. I admit defeat. Facing the resonance of gods, General Che Chi anxiously shouted and knelt down in midair. At the same time, the terrifying fist stopped, but General Che Chi was still looking at the vague body of the ancient god, his heart trembling. The 3rd layer of the Fiend God Tyrant body, swallowing mountains and rivers, could make the fists of the ancient god clear, which meant that he had the strength of the ancient god's arms. If he reached the 4th layer, other vague parts would become clear, and Lin Ling's strength would increase again. When he reached the peak, the whole body of the ancient god would become clear, and at that time, it would no longer be a resonance, but a true descent. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for successfully comprehending it. Your Majesty is indeed talented. At the same time, Purple Elder also appeared, and Lin Ling smiled modestly. It's not that I'm talented, but that I've been cultivating for a full 3 years. That's right, for a full 3 years, Lin Ling had been cultivating here. Fortunately, the time here was in a world of its own, so even though 3 years had passed, Lin Ling had only been here for 3 days. Your Majesty, you can go buy the materials to forge a high-level heavenly soldier. Yes, in the previous Yellow Board martial competition, I used all my money to buy materials and forged many low-level heavenly soldieress. Now, I can sell them and then buy rare materials to forge my Tyrant Song sword. The higher the level of the heavenly soldier, the more precious the materials needed. Sometimes, a single material was equivalent to tens of thousands of low-level heavenly soldieress. Of course, with such a precious material, the benefits were naturally not small. With a powerful heavenly soldier in hand, Lin Ling's fire martial Dao could greatly improve. After coming out of the Violet Palace, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Lin Ling first looked for Yumun Yun and the others, and immediately discovered that they were still in closed-door cultivation. Lin Ling did not think of interrupting them, because warriors would go into closed-door cultivation for as short as a month and as long as a year. Is Old Man Dong Fu in the beautiful mountain and rivers? If he wanted to sell a low-level heavenly soldier, the best person was naturally Old Man Dong Fu. I just returned from the 4-star sacred domain. Lin Ling, if you are in the beautiful mountain and rivers, then I will go find you. Old Man Dong Fu's voice came from the sound transmission bug, and Lin Ling also revealed his purpose. After waiting for half a day, Old Man Dong Fu's figure appeared in an ancient transmission array in the beautiful mountain and rivers, causing Lin Ling, who had been waiting for a long time, to finally smile. TSK crazy. A total of 100 low-level Heavenly Soldier S and 10 middle-level Heavenly Soldier S. Lin Ling, this is not a small business. However, I can find someone who can swallow these treasures. Follow me. Old Man Dong Fu was surprised at first, but then he realized that the Heavenly Soldier in Lin Ling's hands should have been forged by the mysterious master. Old Man Dong Fu brought Lin Ling through the boundless green mountains. Not long later, the two of them landed in one of the directions of the beautiful mountain and rivers. This place was extremely lively, but it was also extremely orderly. People wearing white robes walked in the mountains, and between the mountains, there were many luxurious buildings. Chapter 1306. Pill Forging Guild. Old Man Dong Fu laughed, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. Pill Forging Guild? Xianpeng Province's strongest alchemist, the gathering place of blacksmiths? Old Man Dong Fu, every time I see you there is good news, but today you have brought me such a big deal. At this moment, a delicate laughter sounded from the luxurious building in front of them. Then, a charming woman walked over with light steps. Lin Ling's pupils constricted when he heard the voice. It was her. The person who came was Lu Susu. Lin Ling was depressed. He should have thought of it earlier. To be able to swallow so many of his treasures, other than the great hall of heaven and earth, who else could it be? Lu Susu also saw Lin Ling. Her watery eyes revealed a look of curiosity, and the doubts in her heart were easily solved. 100 low-level Heavenly Soldier S, 10 middle-level Heavenly Soldier S, who would be able to take out such a thing, but Lin Ling could, because his master was a mysterious ancient martial artist. Little guy, you are really rich. Arriving in front of the two, Lu Susu suddenly laughed. At the same time, a faint orchid fragrance floated into Lin Ling's nose. Lin Ling's gaze swept over and saw the magnificent Twin Peaks. Lin Ling didn't dare to look anymore. Are you afraid of seeing me? Lu Susu saw Lin Ling's fearful gaze. She took a step forward. She liked Lin Ling's look of not daring to look even though his heart was moved. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. She was a girl, but she was not afraid. How could he be afraid? He looked at Lu Susu from head to toe, looking at her curvaceous body. Lu Susu was bullying Lin Ling at first, but who knew that this brat would be so shameless? She suddenly became thick-skinned and scolded, "Rogue! Aren't you dressed so flirtatiously for others to see?" Lin Ling said with a faint smile. However, he had to admit that Lu Susu was indeed very beautiful. Her skin was also very white. She was tall where she should be and thin where she should be. No wonder she was called a beauty on par with the 9th heaven fairy. Of course, in Lin Ling's heart, Yu and the others were not bad either. It was just that they were younger than Lu Susu, so they lacked the charm accumulated over time. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Lu Susu twisted her mouth. Old Man Dong Fu, do you have those treasures on you? I'll go with you to take a look. If they're real, the price is negotiable. After saying that, she looked at Lin Ling and explained, because the treasure will appear in the auction in the Heavenly Hall, it needs to be appraised. It's not that I don't trust you. I understand. It's not the first time you've said that. Lin Ling imitated Lu Susu and curled his lips. Lu Susu was stunned for a moment. This was not the first time he said this. She remembered that last time when the mysterious person had come to sell the treasure, she had also explained it this way. And this was the first time Lin Ling had made a deal with her, but he said it wasn't the first time. Could it be? A terrifying thought rose in Lu Susu's heart. She continuously shook her head. Impossible. Lin Ling was just over 20 years old. How could he forge a weapon that even Old Man Dong Fu worshipped? She thought so inside, But Lu Susu didn't say more. She led Old Man Dong Fu forward. Lin Ling, wait here for a moment. It'll be done soon. Yes. Alright. Yes. Lin Ling nodded in response. His gaze swept across the buildings at the bottom of the ancient mountain. With curiosity, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. The pill forging union was an extremely sacred place. Every pill forging master's certificate was tested here. And with a certificate, the pills that were refined or sold would have a high reputation. If you want to become a pill forging master, the first requirement is the Soul Force test. Reaching the 10th level of Soul Force is considered a 1-star pill forging master. Reaching the 15th level is a 2-star pill forging master. And with a certificate, you can go anywhere in Xianpeng province. You can even go anywhere in the 3 mysterious realms of the human realm. Even at the moment of life and death, if you announce your certificate, the enemy may let you go. In a plaza, a large number of youths were gathered. An old man's voice was loud and clear. These youths all wore white robes with a star embroidered on their chests. They were the Pill Forging Union's Pill Forging Masters. Those with a star were 1-star Pill Forging Masters. Their status was higher than normal people. Their soul force was at least at the 10th level. Whether it was an alchemist or a pill forging master, what determined their talent was their soul force. As for their skills, it was their acquired talent. This was because the soul force was the most difficult to cultivate. Xianpeng province didn't have many things. There were many geniuses, strange flames, mysterious forging methods, and so on. But everything was based on soul force. Look, that's one of the top 10 pill forging masters, Senior He Tian, and Senior Yu Fu. At this time, the crowd called out respectfully. Today's 3-star pill forging master examination was the same as usual. The top 10 pill forging masters had all appeared. And at this time, Lin Ling was strolling through the crowd. He was slightly curious, so he walked into the plaza. He wanted to see what was different about the Pill Forging Union's way of forging. Get out of the way. What's there to be curious about? That martial stage will never belong to you, nor will it belong to you. At this time, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. A slender and handsome young man said to Lin Ling indifferently. Then he walked past Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. However, he didn't care about the other party's rudeness. The young man was extremely proud. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and there was a golden star embroidered on his chest. He was obviously a 1-star pill forging master. His soul force was at least at the 10th level. Of course, the crowd's expectations for him were even higher. That young man was called Zhuo Mo Yun, and he came from the Touching Heaven Palace Hall of the 10 Langya Palace Halls. He had the guidance of a famous master, and his forging skills were extremely terrifying. Today's examination was most likely to be a 2-star pill forging master. It seems that the most dazzling person in today's examination is Zhuo Mo Yun. Many young men said in admiration. There were also some young girls who looked at the white-robed young man with eyes full of longing. Not necessarily. Today's pill forging genius isn't just Zhuo Mo Yun. Someone suddenly laughed. The crowd was in an uproar. A slender silhouette walked over from afar. She had long silvery hair and was extremely beautiful. On her white dress, there was a star embroidered on her ample bosom. He Tianyu, the granddaughter of one of the 10 great blacksmiths, He Tian. She was also an outstanding pill forging genius. So beautiful! The hearts of many young men surged. Lin Ling looked over. That girl was indeed beautiful, but in terms of appearance, compared to Luo Xuemon, Lu Susu, Yu Yu, and other beauties, she was still a little lacking. But because she was a noble pill forging master, she had a unique temperament. Seeing how much attention they are receiving, their forging skills must be very amazing. Lin Ling thought. Pill forging masters usually cultivated both the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of forging at the same time. They mainly focused on the Tao of forging because it was more difficult and more complicated. But the prerequisite to becoming a pill forging master was soul force. Lin Ling was very familiar with this point. Currently, he could inscribe intermediate runes, but he relied more on his soul force and his eyes. He Tianyu also came. Then you will also come. At this time, Zwa Mo Yun was like an emperor, with his hands behind his back. Chapter 1307. The existence of the focal point. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, another woman arrived. She had a sweet appearance and seemed a little lively and mischievous. When she appeared, the cheers from all around the square were like the sound of a devil. Yu, the disciple of one of the 10 great blacksmiths, Senior Monarch. She was also one of the genius pill blacksmiths. 2 great beauties have arrived. The crowd became even more excited. They wished they could walk together with the beauties. Yu, He Tianyu, I'm looking forward to competing with you. Zwa Mo Yun immediately smiled when Yu arrived. He seemed very elegant. The 2 women also knew Zwa Mo Yun's strength and returned his greeting. However, they still looked at each other with fighting spirit in their eyes. The 2 of them seemed to have been competing with each other for many years. Old Yu, I wonder if your disciple or my granddaughter will succeed this time. Tianyu, that little girl's soul force is very strong. I know you used a special method to increase her soul force, but my Yu isn't weak either. What will surprise you is yet to come. The 2 great blacksmiths, He Tian and Monarch, laughed. They seemed to be competing with each other. This was the pill refining union. Here, they didn't care about martial arts, but about pill refining. Although it wasn't as cruel as the outside world of martial arts, the competition was still fierce. Don't forget that there's still a little fellow, Zwa Mo Yun. His master is Xianping Province's newest pill blacksmith, heaven-touching great sage. He Tian suddenly said. He also had great praise for heaven-touching great sage. Although he wasn't at their level due to his young age, he would definitely become one of the 10 great blacksmiths of Xianping Province in the future. That fellow really can't be underestimated. Alright, let's begin. Senior Monarch waved his hand, causing the square to quiet down. Today's preliminary pill refinement examination had begun. A total of 100 people had come to take the test, and all of them were 1-star alchemy blacksmiths. However, some of them would become 2-star alchemy blacksmiths. It had to be known that although there was only a single word difference between 1-star and 2-star, the soul force requirement was 5 levels higher. One had to know that soul force was the hardest to improve. Reaching 5 levels was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This examination is the preliminary examination. Only when your soul force passes will you be able to proceed to the pill refining examination. But if your soul force doesn't pass, then your pill refining skills will be limited. Of course, the pill refining union also has its own rules. Even if you don't know any pill refining skills, as long as your soul force passes the mark, you can still obtain a pill refining master's certificate. But once you obtain the certificate, you must immediately become a disciple of a master and learn the path of pill refining. An old man shouted. Many people nodded. This was very normal. If one didn't know how to refine pills, but if one's soul power was strong enough, they could learn how to refine pills. Therefore, soul power was the most important requirement. Everyone, enter the examination hall. Someone began to push the youths from the square into the arena. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing in the middle of the square. He didn't know that this was a test and had only walked into the square out of curiosity. At this moment, he was submerged in the crowd as he walked towards the examination venue. But Lin Ling anxiously shouted. Shut up. Since you dared to come, then you have to accept the humiliation. Many youths who were about to take the examination coldly shouted. They had also seen that Lin Ling wasn't wearing the robes of the pill refining union. This meant that Lin Ling wasn't a 1-star pill refining master. He must have come to try his luck. But since Lin Ling had already come to take the examination, how could they give up halfway? Outside the square, many people also saw this scene and began to laugh loudly. How pitiful, encountering 3 great geniuses in the first examination. That guy doesn't even have a 1-star robe. Shouldn't he be taking the 1-star examination first? Whatever. There are always people who make a fool of themselves in every examination, and today is no exception. Cheers. Even the 2 seniors, He Tian, saw this and helplessly shook their heads. But they didn't pay attention to it. You're so stupid. 1-star examination can be taken alone. There's no need to come to the stage of geniuses. Now you regret it. Yes. The examination was extremely crowded. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had approached the young girl called Yu. Yu stared at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. Since he couldn't withdraw, he might as well take the examination and see what the Pill Refining Union's examination was like. Thank you, it really is my first time here. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Don't worry about it. When the three of us start competing, no one will pay attention to you. You should quietly withdraw. That way, there will be less ridicule. Yu revealed her dimples, looking extremely adorable. Not far away, the silver-haired girl seemed to have never been on good terms with Yu. She also said, for the individual examination, you must be fully prepared. Cultivate a bit more the day before and let your soul force reach the peak. As long as you can barely reach the 9th rank, you should be able to become a 1-star pill refining master. Yes. She was also reminding Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. 9th rank soul force, 1-star pill refining master? That's too simple. Yes. Yu and He Tianyu were both stunned. Simple? It had to be known that the soul force of an ordinary person was at the 1st rank. Powerful geniuses were at the 5th to 6th rank. Older martial artists were at the 7th to 8th rank. Only pill refining masters had a higher soul force, nearing the 9th rank. However, Lin Ling said it was simple. I have nothing to say to you. Sigh. He Tianyu helplessly shook his head. Now I know that it really is your first time here. You really are a novice. Yu also shook her head. Two genius girls, why speak so much with a trash? Let's prepare for our soul force competition. At this time, Zhou Mo Yun disdainfully laughed. He didn't even look at Lin Ling as if Lin Ling was trash, a person from a different world. He Tianyu also ignored Lin Ling and entered the examination hall. Lin Ling lightly shook his head. His soul force was at the 45th rank. This was what Elder Z had said. Could it be that the Pill Refining Union's soul force evaluation was different? Right now, he could only go to the examination to find out. At this moment, the square was filled with stone chairs. The armrests of the chairs were inlaid with mysterious white stones. The people in the examination hall entered one after another. Each person held a bamboo tablet in their hand, corresponding to the stone chair. Lin Ling looked at the bamboo tablet in his hand and sat down on one of the chairs. He curiously touched the stone armrest. So the soul force examination was like this. At the same time, the chairs to his left and right also had people sitting down. Lin Ling turned his head to look. His eyes flashed. On the left was Yu, on the right was He Tianyu, and in the front row was Zhou Mo Yun. He seemed to be surrounded by 3 geniuses. Look, that guy is so lucky. On his left and right are beauties. Angry. Zhou Mo Yun was furious. The seat he dreamed of was actually obtained by that brat. Ha. Ha. Surrounded by 3 geniuses, he's interesting. Ha. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then laughter shook the sky. Even He Tian and Yu Fu helplessly shook their heads. The most talented pill refining masters were sitting together with a newcomer? Compared to the geniuses, that guy would lose even more face. Chapter 1308. Test, what a disgrace. You're just a piece of trash with no self-awareness, but your luck is so good. At this time, an unwilling voice came from the front. It was Zhou Mo Yun. Obviously, he should have been sitting in the same row as He Tianyu and the rest. This also represented their circle of geniuses, but Lin Ling luckily got that seat. Yeah, my luck is pretty good. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. The other party kept calling him a piece of trash, arrogant, and conceited. Lin Ling didn't need to give him any face. You've got guts. Zhou Mo Yun's face instantly turned ashen. Lin Ling still dared to talk back? Zhou Mo Yun, don't be distracted. You'll lose to us later. At this time, He Tianyu indifferently said. Zhou Mo Yun finally stopped talking. Indeed, he shouldn't be distracted by a newcomer. That newcomer dared to sit in the genius's seat. His soul force probably hadn't even reached the 8th level. He would definitely lose face later. He Tianyu and Yu glanced at Lin Ling and didn't say anything. Obviously, They had the pride of geniuses and disdained to say anything. When Lin Ling failed, they would leave. Everyone is ready. Let's start the first test, 1-star alchemist test. At the same time, an ancient voice came out. Everyone's hands touched the round stone on the armrest. In the next moment, many people frowned. They had entered some kind of illusion, and many people's faces showed signs of struggle. Some people seemed to have returned to their childhood. Some people entered a world of slaughter. Some people met with the temptation of lust. Those who didn't have a strong soul force would easily sink into it. If you don't wake up within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, your soul force will at most be at the 9th level. An old man indifferently said. Although everyone present was a 1-star alchemist, there were still many people who had to be eliminated. After all, soul force was also divided into different states. If one had a 9th level soul force and wasn't in a good state, they would naturally be eliminated. At the same time, Lin Ling also entered the illusion. He appeared at the Fire Ancient clan. However, he instantly woke up because this illusion was too fake and couldn't affect his soul at all. But he looked around curiously. Clearly, he felt that the mysterious ball was quite magical. Your Majesty, this is a rare dream stone. It has the power of the soul. It was very difficult to find one in ancient times. I didn't think that there would be so many dream stones today. Zilao's voice rang out. He knew that Lin Ling had already woken up. Instead, he was filled with curiosity, as if he was playing around. Interesting. Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment, if anyone knew that Lin Ling was speaking, they would definitely be shocked to the core. In the face of the terrifying illusion, Lin Ling was like a bystander. He was actually commenting. Moreover, Lin Ling woke up too quickly. He woke up almost instantly after entering the illusion. At the same time, people started to wake up in the plaza. The first was Zuemo Yun, then He Tianyu. Amazing! I'm afraid his soul power is close to the 20th level. A few seniors secretly said. Waking up quickly meant that one's soul power was strong. As for the 2 seniors He Tianyu, they faintly smiled. This trial was not difficult for their juniors. But for the others it was very difficult. The incense stick's time gradually approached, but many people were still sleeping. When the time was up, many balls finally lit up. Those people were all eliminated. Afterwards, they left their chairs one by one, their faces full of disappointment. Of the 120 examinees, only 60 remained. Although everyone was a 1-star pill refiner, they clearly only had the soul power of the 9th level. Last time, they had barely passed, and this time, they dared to come again. Naturally, they were beaten back to their original state. Wait, milord, why hasn't this newcomer trash been eliminated? At this time, Zuemo Yun turned his head and looked at Lin Ling behind him. He was extremely dissatisfied when he saw Lin Ling sitting between 2 great beauties. He wanted nothing more than to immediately eliminate him, but the ball on Lin Ling's armrest did not light up. Moreover, Lin Ling did not wake up. This was too strange. The crowd was also astonished. There was such a thing? Sire, you're speaking disdainfully behind other people's backs. Milord. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and said indifferently. Zuemo Yun was stunned for a moment. His face was extremely fierce. Lin Ling actually woke up. How could this be? Everyone in the square was shocked. Lin Ling woke up after the time was up, but why didn't the ball light up before? Was there a mistake? Unfortunately, the test was based on the dream stone. No matter if there was a mistake or not, Lin Ling had passed. What a lucky guy! Those who were eliminated were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. How strange, he woke up after an incense stick's time, but the dream stone did not light up. He Tian and the other 2 pill refiners looked at Lin Ling in shock. There is only one possibility. Perhaps he just happened to wake up when the time was up, but he did not open his eyes. Senior Yu Fu analyzed. Yes, of course, there is another possibility. That is, he was not affected by the illusion at all. Instead, he watched the illusion like a bystander, so the dream stone did not light up. But in reality, he passed. Of course, it is impossible for him to do this. Even my granddaughter can't do this. He Tian also said. They did not know that Lin Ling was really watching the illusion out of curiosity. You luckily passed, but that was because the dream stone was wrong. Next, you will definitely not pass the second test. Zhou Mo Yun coldly snorted. This was the only explanation in his heart. Lin Ling had passed the one-star pill refiner's test. Lin Ling smiled, disdaining to say more. He then took out a wine pot and drank as he pleased, causing Zhou Mo Yun to grind his teeth. This trash was so arrogant. Those who passed can become one-star pill refiners. Next is the two-star pill refiner's test. Yes. At the same time, the elder's voice rang out once more. Many people unwillingly stared at Lin Ling. It was normal for others to pass, but that fellow who didn't even have the union's robes had also passed. This made people jealous. However, the two-star pill refiner's test would definitely eliminate that fellow. Everyone's hands once again placed on the ball. At the same time, invisible ripples bloomed in front of everyone. This was the Dreamstone's fluctuation. It could not be seen with the naked eye, and could only be seen with soul force. This test tested the range of soul force as well as the control of details. The second test was to count the number of rings of the ripples. If the error was within 10 rings, then it would be considered a failure. The remaining 60 people's faces were grave. They released their soul force, enveloping the ripples. Each of them carefully breathed, afraid that they would miss something. The only exception was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was enveloped by the ripples. The ripples were like a stone thrown into water. At first, they were clear, but the further they spread, the more blurry they became. And Lin Ling had to count how many ripples there were. Interesting, Lin Ling said with a smile. A terrifying soul force enveloped the area. 372 rings, 73 rings, 74 rings. Chapter 1309. A wild guess, 1222. After a moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't think it was difficult. Based on his own guess, the error range was no more than 3 ripples. This meant that there were at most 3 ripples that he had missed. After finishing, Lin Ling picked up the wine and drank again. At this moment, everyone's gaze locked onto Lin Ling. When they saw him, they were all astonished. The test had just begun, but Lin Ling had already started drinking. Too arrogant. However, he must have failed. He felt that he couldn't count, so he gave up. It had to be known that using soul force to count ripples was a test of one's mental state, and it was easy to cause irritation and restlessness. So those who knew their limits would give up early. At this moment, He Tianyu and Yu Yu were also counting, but they had both failed the first time. This made them a bit irritated. It was too hard to count. Then they looked at Lin Ling out of the corner of their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was actually drinking? Even Zhou Mo Yun had failed once. However, he was still confident that since he had failed, the other 2 geniuses, He Tianyu and Yu Yu, must have also failed once. So when he looked back, the first thing he saw was Lin Ling drinking. That carefree appearance almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling also saw him turn his head. He immediately shook the wine pot. Good wine. Trash? Do you want a mouthful? Sigh. Sigh. Zhou Mo Yun was furious. This Lin Ling was mocking him. He roared, "Elder, he's interfering with me." Sigh. The test depends on oneself. If you can be affected by external things, then how can you talk about the pill refinement Dao? Lin Ling said indifferently. Zhou Mo Yun, time is about to end. You should hurry up and count. As for his interference, first, you turned your head to look at him. Second, he's right. Although he also felt that Lin Ling was arrogant, drinking before time was up, but Lin Ling's words did make sense. Bastard. Sigh. Zhou Mo Yun roared and hurriedly counted again. An incense stick's worth of time quietly passed. Many people felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Their soul power had been greatly exhausted. I counted 891. You have 902 lines. The error range exceeds 10 lines. You are eliminated. Numerous voices rang out at the same time. After that, the majority of them were eliminated. The 2-star alchemy refinement master examination was indeed very difficult. Unknowingly, there were only 10 people left. I counted 1,110. Mine is 1,109. At the same time, He Tianyu and the other 2 girls also spoke. He Tianyu, you missed 7 ripples, but it's still within 10 ripples. You missed 8 ripples, but it's also within 10 ripples. Both of you can become a 2-star pill refiner. The elder was surprised for a moment before announcing the result. The crowd was in an uproar. They were worthy of being called geniuses with powerful soul force. Even with such a complex fluctuation, they hadn't made more than 10 mistakes. As for the remaining people, most of them were in between the 9 daos and barely made it through. Mine is 1,115. At this moment, Zhou Mo Yun's proud voice drifted out. The elder's expression changed. He sucked in a breath of cold air. You have 1,118 ripples, so you made 3 mistakes. You almost got full marks. Amazing! The entire square was in an uproar. Even He Tianyu and Yu were shocked, their faces filled with unwillingness. As expected of great sage Heaven Touching's disciple, He Tian and Yu Fu also nodded in praise. It's your turn. Are you going to forfeit, or do you want to announce your result? At the same time, the elder looked at Lin Ling. The crowd roared with laughter. Lin Ling had been drinking since the beginning. What kind of result could he have? You think you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me? Scram. Zhou Mo Yun smiled faintly. In the previous examination, he had seized the most dazzling light, so now he had the qualifications to tell Lin Ling to scram. Lin Ling ignored Zhou Mo Yun and said indifferently, let's announce the result. My ripples are 1,222. Ha, this fellow is making wild guesses. He'll definitely be eliminated. Many alchemy blacksmiths laughed out loud, and the elder laughed as well. He looked at the main dream stone in his hand, which recorded the ripples of every dream stone. But in the next moment, his eyes narrowed as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. You have 1,222 ripples, so your mistakes are 0. Full marks. The entire square was silent. Full marks. How many years had it been? This meant that all of Lin Ling's ripples had been counted. Swish. He Tian and Yu Fu stood up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They also knew how difficult it was to count the ripples. Without a rank 25 spiritual force, it was impossible to succeed. And a rank 25 spiritual force was a rank 4 alchemist. Impossible? He doesn't even have a 1-star alchemy robe. How can his result be better than mine? Tell me, how did you count it? After a moment of silence, Zhou Mo Yun roared. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was actually second? Wild guesses. But Lin Ling's voice made him even angrier. Wild guesses? Even wild guesses were correct. How many people would die from anger? But even if it wasn't wild guesses, they also couldn't believe that Lin Ling's spiritual force had reached rank 25. That was already a Grandmaster Alchemist, an existence on the same level as Heaven Touching Great Sage. Next is the 3-star examination. Do you still want to continue? The elder took a deep breath. He also felt that Lin Ling was wild guessing. He could only say that Lin Ling's luck was too good. But the result was the result, so he acknowledged Lin Ling's qualifications. Many people also reacted. Unknowingly, the 3-star examination was about to begin. The remaining 10 people were so strong, nearing the 3-star examination in one go. I give up. 2-star examination is my limit. 3-star examination, next year. The 10 people who had passed shook their heads. But they also felt that it was normal because the 3-star examination was indeed difficult. I want to continue. At this time, Zhou Mo Yun's voice sounded. He Tianyu and the other 2 also spoke. As expected of the 3 great geniuses. Today they will give us a great shock. Many young alchemists said in awe. But they also felt that it was normal. The 3 great geniuses were definitely different from ordinary people. So, they definitely wouldn't miss the 3-star examination. Good, then you 3 rest for an incense stick's worth of time and prepare. The elder praised with a smile. Generally speaking, very few people would pass the 2-star examination before facing the 3-star examination. But today, he had encountered one. This could be considered a kind of blessing for him to witness the clash of the 3 great geniuses. Wait, Elder, you seem to have forgotten about me. Chapter 13:10. Soul Horse, are you sure? The Elder was shocked. Since I'm here, I have to see what's so special about the pill forging union. Lin Ling smiled. He also wanted to know the limits of his soul force. All right, but I hope you won't disturb the battle between the 3 geniuses. So, your seat will be changed. How about that? The Elder said. Sure. Lin Ling didn't mind. You overestimate yourself. Many people said with disdain, but most of them were still looking at the 3 geniuses. Then, an incense stick of time passed, and the 3-star alchemist examination began. 3-star was a terrifying level. One had to know that the top 10 alchemists were only 6-star alchemists, and Heaven Touch Sage was only 4-star alchemists. To reach the 3-star level, one's soul force had to be at least level 20, which was more than double the soul force of an ordinary alchemist. If one had such talent, even if they didn't know any forging skills, their future would be bright. After all, with a strong soul force, one could learn alchemy faster than ordinary people. Zhou Mo Yun and the other 2 were sitting in a row, forming the most dazzling circle of geniuses. In the corner, Lin Ling was ignored. Even if he was eliminated instantly, no one would care about him. After all, although Lin Ling passed the 1-star examination, everyone thought that Lin Ling's dream stone was faulty. As for the 2-star examination, Lin Ling guessed that it was just a random guess. 3-star examination, control the soul horse with soul force. When the soul horse dies, the examination ends. The Elder's voice sounded at the same time. This was more difficult than the 2-star examination. It tested the concentration, control, and overall situation of one's soul force. It was like one's soul force entering another person's body and controlling them. Only those with strong soul force could do this. Of course, the Ghost Dao was an exception. After all, those who cultivated the Ghost Dao had the ability to take over another person's body, but it wasn't purely soul force. Begin. Along with the voice, the 3 geniuses touched the Dream Stone. The Dream Stone emitted light, and everyone's soul force turned into a soul horse, appearing in the midst of the army. Charge! The 3 of them roared furiously. The soul horses began to gallop among the thousands of soldiers. This seemingly simple scene was actually extremely difficult to control. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. This test was a little difficult. The Dream Stone formed a large army of horses and charged towards the soul horse. At first, Lin Ling was not familiar with it. The soul horse was slashed a few times and was on the verge of death. But soon, Lin Ling began to gradually grasp the technique. The soul horse underwent a transformation and became more agile. Looking at Zhou Mo Yun's side, they were even worse off than Lin Ling. Their soul horse had been cut even more at the start and had almost failed. Tianyu, you must calm your heart and focus your mind. Believe that the world was created by you. This is the foundation of soul power. He Tian said solemnly as he stared at the illusion created by the Dream Stone. The Tao of the soul was like this. The wider one's heart was, the wider one's world would be. The powerful soul force would be able to get wind and rain whenever one wanted. This was a kind of dominating realm. You do your best. Senior Moon Axe also frowned, extremely nervous. Their soul force is really powerful. The crowd was also extremely nervous. In their eyes, on the boundless land, 3 horses were galloping. On the ground in front of them, the flames of war were boiling. Ancient generals and horses were chasing after them, blocking the path ahead. If they wanted to break out, they had to be fast and able to see the big picture. They had to know which path was the way out. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. The first test is over. Soon after, the crowd saw the 3 exhausted soul horses crazily charging out of the encirclement of the army. As expected of the 3 great geniuses. Not only do they have to control the soul horses, they also have to split their soul force and see the big picture. Ordinary people can't do this. Many people were even more impressed. Not good, Yu has walked into a dead end. At this moment, Senior Moon Axe sighed. Yu Yu's soul horse charged into the army. The path ahead was blocked, and the path behind was also blocked. In the end, the soul horse died. Yu Yu has failed. She must reach the third test. The elder's voice made Senior He Tian smile faintly. His granddaughter was still the strongest. But just as he finished speaking, He Tian Yu sensed Yu Yu's failure and was distracted for a moment. In the end, he was cut 3 times by the enemy and his soul horse collapsed. Your granddaughter also failed the second test. Senior Moon Axe also laughed, making He Tian's expression extremely ugly. Now it was up to Zuemo Yun. Did Zuemo Yun pass the second test? Many people became nervous. They saw that Zuemo Yun's soul horse was extremely steady. After crossing mountains and rivers, it finally passed the end of the second stage. Then the third stage appeared. Those soul generals were not riding horses, but Qilins and other Shin beasts. Not good. Zuemo Yun shouted angrily. The enemy's speed increased. In the end, he was swallowed by the army and failed again. But he reached the third test. This meant that he passed the 3-star test and became a 3-star pill refiner. Although I failed, I'm still proud. Zuemo Yun opened his eyes and said indifferently. His gaze swept over He Tian Yu and Yu Yu, causing them to grit their teeth, extremely unwilling. As expected of great sage Heaven Touching's disciple. In today's test, he's the only one to become a 3-star pill refiner. This test is finally over. He Tian sighed. Just as he was about to wave his hand, someone exclaimed, "Over there, it's not over yet." Wow! As soon as his voice fell, the entire square fell silent. Countless gazes looked over. In the corner, Lin Ling was still controlling his soul horse. He had passed the 5th test and killed 6 generals. In an instant, he had become the most dazzling existence in the Pill Refiner Union. What, he still hasn't lost? Wow! Zuemo Yun found it hard to believe. He wasn't first? He Tian Yu and Yu Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. This was the youth they had disdained, the youth they had proudly pointed at? Now, this youth's results had surpassed theirs. Amazing! Look, he's at the 3rd test. Wow! Everyone was nervous and excited. At this moment, they felt as if they were fighting alongside Lin Ling, anticipating that Lin Ling would break through the slaughter of 10,000 soldiers. What a terrifying little fellow. His soul force is definitely at the 20th rank. We all misjudged him. He Tian was also shocked. It had been a long time since he had seen a genius with such terrifying soul force. He's also at the 3rd test. At most, his result will be the same as mine. But in that test, the enemy was riding Qilins, Qiongqis, and other divine beasts. Their speed is greatly increased, and there's no way to avoid them. Zuemo Yun was extremely discontent and shouted coldly. He believed that Lin Ling was going to fail like him. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't hear what was going on outside. His soul force was condensing even more, and he could even sense that his soul force was slowly increasing. His eye of time quietly appeared, allowing him to clearly see the entire battlefield. Naturally, he also knew that the enemy's mounts were extremely fast. Chapter 13:11. Leaving others behind, he's been surrounded. Looks like he's going to fail. In front of everyone's eyes, a large number of divine beasts had surrounded Lin Ling. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling's soul horse underwent a metamorphosis, its speed surpassing the wind as it broke through the encirclement in a shocking manner. From a distance, it was a scene of leaving others behind. What? The soul horse transformed, its speed surpassing those divine beasts. He Tian and Senior Yu Fu both stood up, sucking in a cold breath. How powerful was this soul force? It surpassed the ruler of the soul world and increased his speed. How could he increase his speed? Zuemo Yun's face paled. He had failed before and hadn't thought of a way to break through. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's method would be so simple? The enemy was fast, but he was faster. Of course, this was easy to say but difficult to do. It required a powerful soul force. Go! Go! At the same time, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Countless youths were cheering for Lin Ling. Even He Tian and the other two women were excited. Looking at Lin Ling, they realized that this youth was extremely attractive when he was focused. Lin Ling broke through the third trial. His soul force is at least rank 25. He Tian and Senior Yu Fu's breathing slowed. The fourth trial followed, and everyone saw that Lin Ling hadn't given up. He still chose to fight. Pa. In the fourth trial, the sky was filled with soldiers. No matter how fast one was, it was impossible to break through the encirclement. Seeing the illusion reflected by the dream stone, countless people forgot to breathe. As expected, it was difficult. It was impossible to pass. Shio. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling's soul horse transformed once more. A white horse appeared, wings sprouted from its back. With a flap of its wings, it flew into the sky, passing over the army. He can actually fly. He can do whatever he wants in the Dreamstone's soul world. His soul force has probably reached rank 30. Otherwise, how could he have such creativity? Go! Countless people in the plaza trembled with excitement. Moreover, more and more people from the Pill Forging Union gathered to watch this mysterious youth create a miracle. In one trial, he reached 4 stars. Go! Those young men and women were all cheering. It had been a long time since they had seen such an exciting test. The white horse soared above the army of thousands of men and horses, allowing the 5th trial to arrive. This was a test at the level of heaven-touching sage. In Xianpeng province, he would be considered a grandmaster. Does he still want to fight? There was only one voice in many people's minds. Boom! At the same time, an army of god beasts and devilish creatures appeared in all directions. Flying at top speed was useless at this point. Yang Qi looked at Yang Qi and said, "You're right, Yang Qi. How else could Lin Ling charge? How else could Lin Ling create a miracle?" In that instant, the entire square was deathly silent. Some people thought that Lin Ling would fail, but the miracles that had occurred before made them feel that there was still hope. Perhaps they didn't wish for Lin Ling to perish in the 5th level. How old is he? At such a young age, his soul force has already reached the level of heaven-touching sage. Even if he fails, it will be a glorious defeat. The two seniors, He Tian and He Tian, looked deeply at the youth in the plaza. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul horse was facing the army of thousands of men and horses. Its pair of hooves stomped back and forth on the ground. The white wings on its back flapped slightly. Its eyes were just like Lin Ling's, filled with determination and tenacity. This soul force test seemed like a test, but in reality, it was Lin Ling surpassing his own limits. Every time he surpassed his limits, Lin Ling's soul force would increase. Moreover, his martial heart would become even more resolute. Is there no path to heaven and no door to hell? A voice rose in the white horse's heart. Boom, boom. It was as if Lin Ling was the enemy of the entire world. Countless gods and devils coldly looked at Lin Ling, wanting him to die under heaven and earth. This feeling was very real. Even if I become the enemy of the entire world, I will walk this path with a smile. Lin Ling's resolute voice floated out from the dream stone. It was like thunder shaking the hearts of the people in the plaza. They saw that the white horse was facing the enemy of the entire world, but it still faced them with a smile, without any fear. Such a resolute will, such a tenacious soul force. Many people muttered to themselves, it's moving, it would rather die in battle than admit defeat." At this moment, the crowd saw the soul horse in the dream stone's illusion move. The white horse leaped into the air, not fearing death as it charged towards the gods and devils. In the air, the white horse transformed again, turning into an ancient venerable emperor's warhorse. The most frightening thing was that the venerable emperor appeared on top of the ancient warhorse, holding a warblade in his hand, conquering the world. Metamorphosis, another metamorphosis. In the world of the soul, the wider one's heart was, the wider the world would be. When one's soul reached a terrifying level, one would be able to call for wind and rain. It was as if there were no clouds in this world, but if one wanted clouds, clouds would come. This was the characteristic of soul power. In fact, soul force was the soul. This was also a kind of belief. If I believe I will not lose, then I will not lose. A deep voice came out from the venerable emperor's mouth. The warhorse went berserk, its eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. Wherever its eyes passed, thousands of gods and devils would turn into ashes. Moreover, the venerable emperor on the warhorse swung his warblade, sweeping the wind and clouds. It seemed like he wasn't a match for the tens of thousands of demon gods, but miracles happened again and again. Counterattack, it's actually a counterattack. Countless people stared at the scene as the blood in their hearts boiled. They thought that Lin Ling would use some other method to avoid the pursuit of the tens of thousands of demon gods, but who knew that Lin Ling was actually counterattacking? That's right. Why did he have to run? Since he was running, why didn't he counterattack? Of course, it wasn't that they didn't think of counterattacking, but their soul force let them know that the only way to face the tens of thousands of demon gods was to run. However, how could they compare to Lin Ling's soul force? The soul horse transformed into an emperor and counterattacked Meng Shi's soul attack. Its soul force must be at least level 35. In the silence, Senior He Tian's voice came out, shocking the crowd once again. Level 35 is the lowest. Perhaps it has already reached level 40. However, Senior Moon Axe's words made everyone even more incredulous. Level 40, that was too crazy. Kill. The army was in chaos, gods and devils rampaged. Their eyes were fixed on the man and horse in front of them. In fact, they were more focused on the horse because they knew that the truly terrifying one was the soul horse. The venerable emperor was just one of the soul horse's methods. Especially the soul horse's eyes, they made the tens of thousands of gods and devils feel pressured. One man and one horse slaughtered their way into the army, causing the sky to darken. At this moment, a crisp sound came out. Everyone saw that the Meng Shi on Lin Ling's armrest had cracked. The Meng Shi had mysterious soul force and was most suitable for testing a warrior's soul force, but now it had cracked. Could it be that the young man's soul force was stronger than the Meng Shi? The Meng Shi cracked, and all the illusions disappeared. Lin Ling also retreated, frowning with dissatisfaction. Chapter 1312. Precious materials, it ended just like that. I was so close to increasing my soul force again. Lin Ling muttered to himself, unwilling to accept this. This guy. Everyone's eyes trembled. Lin Ling had already rushed to the 5-star alchemist examination and caused his dreamstone to crack, but he was unwilling to accept this? How could the three geniuses, Zhou Mo Yun, He Tianyu, and Yu Yu, endure this? Shaking his head, Lin Ling looked around and saw the commotion in the plaza. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. Before, he had been challenging his own limits, even allowing his soul force to break through to the 46th level. Now he had become the center of attention. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling quietly left. He didn't come to challenge the three geniuses, but to take the examination. Seeing Lin Ling leave, many people had their own guesses. That youth had the soul force of a 5-star alchemist, but he hadn't asked for a 5-star qualification certificate. Moreover, he hadn't been arrogant, but had instead left in a low-key manner. It seemed he had come to challenge them. Soul force at least the 40th level. If he learns alchemy, his future will be bright. Such a terrifying talent can't be missed. At this moment, He Tianyu and He Tianyu also reacted. They looked at the plaza, but Lin Ling had already disappeared. Find him. Hurry! Senior Yu Fu anxiously shouted. Their expressions caused He Tianyu and Yu Yu's eyes to narrow. Was that youth a newcomer? If he was a newcomer, then what were they? At this moment, Zhou Mo Yun's expression was extremely gloomy. No one was looking at him, and no one was worshipping him. All his glory had been stolen by that youth. He was unwilling, but when he looked at the plaza again, Lin Ling had already disappeared. This made him even more furious. Did he think he could leave after humiliating the 10 halls of Langya? However, since Lin Ling wanted to avoid them, they couldn't find him. The pill refining union was thousands of miles wide, like a celestial mountain. A moment later, Lin Ling returned to the waiting area. Old Man Dong Fu and Lu Susu had already been waiting there for a long time. We've been waiting for you for so long, but you went to play. You've made us wait for so long. Lu Susu grumbled as she stared at the handsome young man walking towards her. Of course, she was just complaining. Sorry, I was a little curious, so I walked around casually. Lin Ling smiled apologetically. In this matter, he was in the wrong. Hee, we didn't wait too long. All right, how's the pill forging union? The old man of Dong Fu waved his hand, not caring about the Lin Ling that was waiting for him. Very good. Everything is organized and logical. Learning the Tao of pill refinement here is indeed very good. Lin Ling nodded. The challenge of the Dream Stone had increased his soul power by 1 level. If the Dream Stone hadn't shattered, he would have continued to challenge it. It looks like you've already seen a lot. But if you want to become an alchemist, the first thing you have to do is take a soul force test. Next time, I'll take you to experience it. The old man of Dong Fu smiled, making Lin Ling mutter in his heart. He had already seen it before, and now it seemed like the entire plaza was in an uproar. It made him feel a little embarrassed to take the test again. Because when he first went to take the test, he didn't know that his soul power had surpassed the others by so much, so he didn't want to cause a big commotion. All right, let's get back to business. The Heavenly Hall plans to buy your 100 low-level Heavenly Soldiers for 20,000 yuan stones each. As for the 10 middle-level Heavenly Soldiers, the Heavenly Hall plans to buy them for 100,000 yuan stones each. The total price is exactly 3 million yuan stones. How about it? Lu Susu interrupted the conversation between the two and said with a smile. Profiteer. Lin Ling muttered in his heart. It had to be known that during the last auction, the low-level Heavenly Soldiers had been sold for over 20,000 yuan stones. Little brother, I also need to make a living. Lu Susu revealed a lovely and moving posture. Her body leaned forward, and her full breasts were about to burst out, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. In the end, he nodded. He also knew that if his Heavenly Soldiers went through the auction, the price would be even higher, but it would also take a longer time. Therefore, he didn't want to wait any longer. Moreover, the high price of the last auction was because he, Lin Ling, had raised the price. Lin Ling couldn't possibly liven up the atmosphere in every auction. A total of 3 million yuan. I wonder if the Heavenly Hall has the Snow Spirit Fire, the Life Scale, and the Vermilion Bird Feather? Lin Ling asked. Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The treasures that Lin Ling spoke of were extremely rare. You don't have them? The expressions of the two made Lin Ling frown. These were the materials to forge the tyrannical song sword, and those treasures were of the fire attribute. They could greatly increase the power of Lin Ling's fire martial way, and would definitely be of help to the improvement of his saint body in the future. Right now, the day of the gathering of the top 4 was imminent. Lin Ling didn't want to embarrass Lady Watermist, so he urgently needed to improve his strength. The Snow Spirit Fire, legend has it that it is formed at the boundary between the human world and the void, but because of the power of the void, it became a snow fire. Such a treasure is rare. As for the life scale, it seems that only Monster Kings at the Desolate Beast level have it. That level of Monster King is equivalent to the Saint Realm. The rarest thing is that not every Monster King wants the life scale. The Vermilion Bird Feather, you must be joking. Who has seen the Vermilion Bird before? The Vermilion Bird illusion in the martial way, the Vermilion Bird talent, is only a part of the legendary Vermilion Bird's power. It isn't the real Vermilion Bird, and its feather, where can you get it? Lu Susu was indeed a businesswoman. She knew a lot. Lin Ling sighed softly. He could buy the other treasures with money, but those 3 treasures were very difficult to find. However, they were indispensable to his martial way. However, the Snow Spirit Fire, my Yinyang main palace has it. I just don't know if that big shot will be willing to take it out. Lu Susu said again. Please, Temple Master Lu. No matter the price, I will buy it. Lin Ling said expectantly. His clear eyes were filled with desire. His current soul power was assisted by his eyes, so it wasn't difficult to improve it. His physical body had the celestial demon overlord body, but he lacked a strong foundation for his fire martial way. Forging the tyrant song sword was his only chance. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely need the help of the Tyrant Song Sword to upgrade his saint body to immortal body. Hee, since you've said so, what else can I do? At most, I'll use my ability to act coquettishly and pester that old man. Let me tell you first that treasure is not cheap. It's at least 3 million primordial stones. Moreover, you owe me a favor. Lu Susu shrugged her shoulders and said, "But..." Lin Ling nodded helplessly. Don't look like you're at a disadvantage. You should know that the big shot is one of the 7 kings. She can kill a kid like you with one hand. It's your fortune to be able to give you a treasure. Lu Susu was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't be happy, so she said this. I know. Lin Ling nodded. One of the 7 kings, the existence of the great Emperor Zhai Xing, was naturally unattainable. Chapter 1313. First on the yellow board, if you want a natal scale, I know a little about it. That year, the temple master of Langya 10 halls once asked me for guidance on forging and offered a natal scale as a reward. At that time, I felt that the kid was too arrogant, so I didn't take it. Maybe he has it, of course, I'm not too sure. The old man Dong Fu also said. Temple master of Touch Heaven Hall? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Not long ago in the assessment, he seemed to have met a disciple of Touch Heaven Hall. Could it be that he was the temple master of Touch Heaven Hall? This matter, there were some connections. Of course, the natal scale is extremely precious. If you want to get it, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of money. Old man Dong Fu exhorted while Lin Ling nodded his head. The money you just found has been used up. If you want to find more money, why don't you challenge the yellow board? If you get first place, you'll get 1 million vitality stones as a reward. Little brother, you and I hit it off at first sight. Sister will definitely kindly remind you of a way to find more money. Lu Susu suddenly thought of something and immediately smiled charmingly. You want to bet and win money, right? Lin Ling saw through the other party's scheme. Profiteers wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. It would be strange if she was kind. Ha! Lu Susu smiled enchantingly. The 2 lumps in front of her were jumping violently. Lin Ling curled his lips and secretly cursed her. The yellow board was the gathering place for the strongest transcendental 6th stage experts. Those who were able to enter the board could easily defeat the strongest transcendental 6th stage experts. After all, the board contained the strongest transcendental 6th stage experts in the mortal realm. At this moment, in the mountain range of the Martial Pavilion, a large number of people were staring at the board. On the yellow board, flames were rippling and behind each flame was a name. Moreover, the flames would be extinguished at any time and a new flame would be born. This meant that there were people who failed the challenge and there were people who entered the yellow board. Of course, the flames in the top 50 did not last for a long time. If they wanted to leave, they would have to break through on their own. I'm so envious. Entering the board, the name of the mortal realm's 3 Xian. Below the ancient stone tablet, a large number of people stared at it, full of reverence. There were also some who used this as motivation to become stronger. At this moment, on the modeled stairs, a couple of figures stepped on the stairs and slowly walked towards the Huang board. Among them, there was a young lady whose clothes were whiter than snow. Her white deerskin boots fluttered in the wind. As she walked, there was a clear sound of her footsteps. This caused many people below the Huang board to look over. So beautiful! Many young men nodded secretly. That young woman was like a fairy. Her skin was white as snow, her features were alluring, and she was filled with the aura of an immortal. It's the second 9 Heavens Maiden of the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace. Some people recognized the young girl and couldn't help but ask. The 9 Heavens Maiden Palace was an extremely powerful super sect in Xianpeng province. However, compared to the Splendid Land, the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace was somewhat ordinary. This was because the Splendid Land had more ancient sects, such as Langya and the Carefree 10 Halls, the 4 Pillars, and the 8 Pillars. There were also sects like Xianyuan and Xianhuangdiu. Therefore, the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace's radiance was not dazzling. However, it was undeniable that many people still had expectations for Luo Shuamen. After all, she was very beautiful, and her talent was indeed not bad. She just lacked the accumulation of time. At this moment, Luo Xueman walked forward gracefully, ignoring the gazes around her. If it was a year ago, she would still be as arrogant as a white swan. However, after Lin Ling's appearance, she recognized herself and even felt a little inferior. However, this feeling of inferiority did not last long. Right now, she had once again regained her former pride. Perhaps she could not compare to Lin Ling for now, but her man could. To be her man, one had to be in existence in Langya or the carefree 10 halls. This was the minimum requirement. However, not long ago, a man beyond her imagination appeared. He came from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars and personally pursued her. This man was very perfect. He was even more perfect than the geniuses of the Langya 10 halls. Perhaps he was just like her master. Her master and the Golden Armor King of the Langya 10 halls together had achieved great things. She and the people of the Hong residence together would also be the envy of others. Men, from now on, you are my fiancé. Behind Luo Xueman, a man in white followed with a smile. His steps were steady, clean, and refreshing. He looked at the people in front of him with a faint smile. It actually carried a kind of domineering light of freedom. Who is this person? He actually said that Luo Xueman is his fiancé. Moreover, Luo Xueman did not refuse. Many people secretly thought. A man who could catch Luo Xueman's eyes was probably not weak. All right, Hong Tianting. However, if you want to marry me, then you must defeat my inner demon. Luo Xuan halted her steps. Her beautiful eyes stared at the white-robed young man as she spoke, causing the crowd to be stunned. After which, their gazes shifted onto the yellow rankings and stared at the top of the yellow rankings. The top of the yellow rankings was at the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm and the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. The top of the Transcendent Realm was blazing with a resplendent flame. Behind the flame, an arrogant name appeared, Hong Tianting. And the most terrifying thing was that the flame was at the first place of the yellow board. This meant that this person was the strongest Transcendent 6th layer cultivator. No matter what kind of genius he was, it was extremely easy for him to defeat a Transcendent 7th layer cultivator unless he met a Transcendent 7th layer cultivator. And if Hong Tianting stepped into the Transcendent 7th layer, he would definitely be at the first place of the yellow board. So it's him, Hong Tianting, the younger brother of Emperor Hong Tianting. This person's strength seems to be at the Transcendent 7th layer, and he is also one of the 72 demon gods of the heavens. He has the 6th demon god. Someone said in awe. Hong Tianting's strength was already terrifying, and he also had an unrivaled Transcendent demon god. No wonder he was at the first place of the yellow board. Alright, I wonder what your inner demon is? At this moment, Hong Tianting didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Perhaps he was already used to being the center of attention. Since he was young, he had always been at the first place of the Transcendent 1st layer. When he reached the 2nd layer, he was still at the first place of the Transcendent realm. What was there to not get used to? If there was anyone who could move his heart, it would probably be Luo Xueman. Help me defeat a person. I want him to know that he is a toad forever, and I am a white swan above his head. Luo Xueman looked into the distance and said indifferently, "It's a piece of cake. I will help you solve it or even kill him." Hong Tianting thought it was something big and immediately shook his head with a smile. Do you want to know who he is? Luo Xueman was looking forward to it. No need. Yes. Hong Tianting said softly. These 2 words carried a strong sense of arrogance and pride. Luo Xueman suddenly laughed. She liked men who could dominate everything. She took the initiative to hold Hong Tianting's hand and said, "This person pursued me in the past, but I rejected him. Later, he defeated me and humiliated me even more, making me change my mind. However, I, Luo Xueman, can be defeated, but I will never like someone I don't like. In my heart, he is a toad, and he will always be a toad. Such a shameless person has piqued my interest. What is his name?" Hong Tianting smiled faintly. That person was very shameless. If he failed in his pursuit, he would use force? Lin Ling. Luo Xueman said word by word. Then she looked forward to seeing Hong Tianting's serious gaze. After all, the current Lin Ling was extremely famous in Xianpeng province. I don't know a nameless junior. Chapter 1314. 10 battles to the top. At the height where Hong Tianting stood, he was facing Lang Ye, the carefree 10 halls, the 4 pillars, the 8 pillars, and even the 7 sovereigns, the top prodigies of the 3 Xian of the human world. Lin Ling was only a little famous in the Xianpeng Great Region. He was indeed incomparable to Hong Tianting. Luo Xuemon was overjoyed. At this moment, everyone around the yellow board was shocked. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. Of course, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. He had won 10 battles in a row in the yellow board when he was only at Transcendent Realm 4th stage. Now, Lin Ling was going to meet Hong Tianting. This Lin Ling's light was going to be extinguished. Transcendent Realm 4th stage can't win against Hong Tianting. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling didn't offend Hong Tianting, but Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan wanted to make Lin Ling feel inferior, lose face, and call himself a toad. Not long after, the yellow board challenge started again. A large number of people gathered around the wide martial stage, and there were more people than usual. Everyone seemed to know that there would be an exciting challenge today, which led to the bets being even crazier. Lu Susu, Old Man Dong Fu, and the other experts had arrived early and heard the news. This Luo Xuemon is really despicable. As far as I know, Lin Ling didn't like her. She lost to Lin Ling and thought too highly of herself. Now, she said that Lin Ling liked her and humiliated her after winning? Lu Susu immediately said with disdain. Huh, girls love vanity. Of course, they won't talk about such shameful things. However, the 9 Heavens Dark Maiden Palace is in decline. Old Man Dong Fu said lightly. Around the martial stage, many people heard that and their eyes flickered. Could it be that Luo Xuemon was lying? At this moment, Luo Xuemon and Hong Tianting were sitting beside the martial stage. When the rumor spread, Luo Xuemon's face turned cold. Nonsense! Hong Tianting shouted angrily and looked at the crowd with cold eyes. The crowd didn't dare to look at Luo Xuemon anymore. They couldn't afford to offend Hong Tianting. Defeat! At the same time, on the martial arts platform, the martial artists who wanted to challenge the list were completely defeated. No one is challenging the powerhouses on the list anymore. Lin Ling actually didn't come? I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. Many people looked around and someone said disdainfully. Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Realm 4th stage cultivator. It would be strange if he dared to come here. However, just as the crowd finished speaking, a young man in a blue and white robe appeared at the edge of the martial stage. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and he had an ancient sword behind him. Lin Ling is here. In that instant, the martial stage quieted down. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Ling actually dared to challenge again? The person who came was Lin Ling. He frowned. He did not expect so many people to be waiting for him. However, he guessed that the yellow list challenge was always so lively. He was completely unaware that today's challenge was even more lively than usual, and that was because Hong Tianting had appeared. Ha, you're finally here. Little guy, I'm looking forward to your change for me. Many ancient martial artists laughed. Because Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, the odds were high, and they had made a fortune by betting on Lin Ling. You might not lose money today. However, some people knew that Lin Ling's opponent was not simple, so they were not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. Lin Ling didn't know about this at all. He smiled and walked towards the registration area. Lin Ling, I bet 100,000 vitality stones on you. Don't lose. At this moment, Lu Susu's voice sounded. Lin Ling was startled and shook his head helplessly. This female profiteer was very supportive of him. As for the crowd around the martial stage, their hearts trembled. 100,000 vitality stones on Lin Ling's victory. Lu Susu was very generous. If he lost, she would be bankrupt. After all, not everyone could casually take out 100,000 vitality stones. I bet 50,000 vitality stones on you. You will definitely lose. A sinister voice sounded out. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was the 3 Lives Ghost King. He smiled and said, Thank you for your golden skeleton. The grudge between him and the Ghost King was difficult to resolve. Either you die or I die, so Lin Ling was not polite. As soon as the golden skeleton was mentioned, the 3 Lives Ghost King's face turned ugly. He ordered that if any yellow list expert met Lin Ling, they must kill him. Although Lin Ling had chased him down and forced him to flee, the 3 Lives Ghost King knew that Lin Ling was only strong as a demon god. Although he was strong, he had not reached a terrifying level. Therefore, the 3 Lives Ghost King guessed that a peak Transcendence 6th-stage expert would be able to kill Lin Ling. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had defeated even the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he would not have dared to bet on this bet. Unfortunately, only the people of the Black-White Dao Palace knew about this. No one else knew. I want to fight 10 rounds and reach the top. Is that possible? Ignoring the 3 Lives Ghost King, Lin Ling looked at an old man of the martial pavilion. The old man's pupils constricted and he said with uncertainty, "Of course, you can fight like this, but you can only fight against opponents who are stronger. For example, if you reach the 98th rank, you can't challenge anyone in the 99th rank. Otherwise, you will lose. Moreover, you have to pay 100,000 vitality stones for this challenge. If you lose, you won't have to pay back. Do you still want to fight?" This kind of challenge was very unconventional and arrogant. It should be known that other people challenged the rankings one by one and spent half a year. Lin Ling wanted to reach the top in one day. This was the first time someone had done it. How could he know that Lin Ling could not wait for half a year? But Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. He came for the top of the yellow list. If he could reach the top of the yellow list, he would get 1,000,000 vitality stones. Boom! At this moment, the entire martial stage was filled with endless roars. Lin Ling actually challenged the yellow list in such an unconventional way. As a result, the odds changed again because Lin Ling's challenge was even more difficult. It could be said that it was impossible. Moreover, Hong Tianting was waiting for him to reach the top. It should be known that Lin Ling at his peak was not Hong Tianting's opponent, not to mention that he had to fight 9 rounds in a row before challenging Hong Tianting. The odds increased crazily and the roars became even crazier. Lin Ling frowned. He did not understand why these people were so crazy. How could he know that Hong Tianting was already waiting for him? Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. Definitely. I've changed my mind. I'll bet on Lin Ling to lose. Yeah, he's only a transcendent 4th-stage cultivator. How can he reach the top? That's just a fool's dream. Nonsense. Even many ancient martial artists changed their minds and no longer bet on Lin Ling. Of course, there were still some who stood their ground. Hee, this guy is really challenging our trust in him. Old man Dong Fu smiled bitterly. At this moment, he did not know if he believed that Lin Ling could win. Place your bets. That guy doesn't look like an arrogant person who doesn't know his limits. Lu Susu crossed her legs and said. Her slender jade legs emitted an alluring light. She still believed in Lin Ling. Chapter 13:15. Don't provoke me, please go up. Go. Lin Ling's gaze shifted to one of the seats. Over there were old and young, male and female. These were the 100 transcendents of the yellow board. Since these people were able to enter the yellow board and receive the attention of the public, their strength was definitely not weak. Although Lin Ling had defeated the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he knew that there were countless capable people in Xianpeng province. If he could do it, others could do it too. Not to mention, the Black-White Dao Palace was on par with the Sword Pavilion, Hong Residence, and Xiantian Dynasty. The experts of the yellow board all had cold expressions. That young man was too arrogant. It was his first time challenging the yellow board and he wanted to reach the top in 10 battles. It was said that he was only at the Transcendence 4th stage. Ignorant. Everyone here is stronger than you. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Trash, you can't even win against one of us. The experts all shouted coldly. They felt that Lin Ling was humiliating them. It was no wonder that they were furious. They were able to enter the rankings because they relied on years of challenges. Their strength was absolutely strong. If a newcomer wanted to sweep them away in a single day, then the fame they had earned with their strength was too worthless. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't expect these people to have such a big reaction. To put it bluntly, it was because Lin Ling was young and his fame had just risen. If Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all, would they still dare to say anything? You guys obtained your current status because you challenged other experts. Why didn't you all say that you were ignorant, arrogant, and trash then? Lin Ling faintly spoke, his words causing the expressions of those experts to stiffen, unable to reply. Indeed, they were like Lin Ling in the past, challenging experts to enter the yellow board. Why didn't they call themselves that when they challenged others? When Lin Ling challenged them, they were angry and disdainful. Impudent. You only know how to talk big. Me. Finally, the first expert appeared. He was ranked 95th on the yellow board. His name was Purple Dragon Red Fong. He was 56 years old. Although he didn't have a strong advantage, his age was an advantage. A 56-year-old Transcendent 6th Stage cultivator, in terms of martial arts experience, was definitely stronger than the younger generation. Who are your parents? Didn't they teach you to respect your elders? Your parents don't seem to be good people, and you're already so arrogant at such a young age. Your future accomplishments will be limited. Purple Dragon, Crimson Fong, landed on the stage with his hands behind his back as he spoke indifferently. Purple Elder, teach him a lesson. The people around the martial arts platform were also shouting madly. Originally, many people had placed their bets on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wanted to accomplish the impossible, so they did not dare to follow him. So now they were all unhappy. Lin Ling frowned once again. He had come for the 1 million primary stones, but who would have thought that it would cause so much anger? Furthermore, this old man actually mentioned his mother and father? You shouldn't implicate my family. Elder, seeing that you're old, I won't fuss about what you said before. Let's begin. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ah, then why are you so arrogant? Have you never thought of getting your family into trouble? It seems that your family members aren't good people, or else you wouldn't be so unappreciative. Purple Dragon sneered. Don't provoke me. Lin Ling's voice became deeper. I'm qualified to be your great-grandfather, and you're telling me not to provoke you? The old man laughed even louder. But Lin Ling took a step forward, and dense spiritual energy burst out. 7 streams of spiritual energy shone brightly. Then, a giant spiritual energy palm slammed towards the old man, as majestic as a tribulation cloud, causing the stage to tremble. What? 7 streams of spiritual energy. One of them is a heterogeneous spiritual energy. He's reached Transcendent 6th Stage. The angry crowd's expression instantly froze. Lin Ling had broken through 2 stages in such a short time. They thought that Lin Ling would use his physical strength, but this time he used spiritual energy in the first battle. As for Purple Dragon, his face was filled with disdain, but he also froze on the spot. There was only one voice in his mind. Transcendent 6th Stage, 7 streams of spiritual energy, comparable to a Transcendent 7th Stage. Boom! The giant spiritual energy palm slammed towards Purple Dragon at the same time. It was as majestic as a mountain, and Purple Dragon didn't even have time to counterattack. He was hit hard and spat out blood, falling to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Lin Ling took a step forward and came before Purple Dragon Scarletfanged. He stepped on Purple Dragon Scarletfang's chest and said, I told you not to anger me. He came here to look for money, and he didn't want to provoke anyone. However, if Purple Dragon was too arrogant, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. How dare you step on me? Purple Dragon's old face was filled with anger. He was on the Huang board, and his name was well known in Xianping province. Therefore, he was respected in the sanctuary. Who would have thought that he would be defeated in one move and be stepped on by someone else? Take back what you said. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Since Purple Dragon dared to reprimand his parents, he wouldn't show mercy. Dream on. Purple Dragon roared. You're so rude. I'm afraid your parents will be dead because of you. Ha! With so many people watching, how could he, Purple Dragon Scarlet Fong, take back his words? Bang! Lin Ling stomped down, and Purple Dragon Red Fong's arm was torn off. The smile on Purple Dragon Red Fong's face froze. He did not expect Lin Ling to attack. My father is indeed dead, but my mother is still alive. She won't die because she wasn't implicated by me. Instead, she is protected by me. You can die now. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. He gave Purple Dragon a chance, but Purple Dragon still dared to be so arrogant. His mother was one of his reverse scales. Who dared to insult her? Wait, I take back what I said before. I saw that you were young, so I didn't think you were strong enough. Plus, I thought it was impossible for you to reach the top in 10 battles. That's why I said those words. Purple Dragon's eyes narrowed as he shouted anxiously. At this moment, the young man in front of him changed from a gentle and low-key person to an unsheathed sword. The sword was full of killing intent. It's too late. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. His right leg was like the leg of a demon king, stomping down heavily. Boom! Purple Dragon's body exploded. At the same time, his martial platform cracked and spread. A famous expert of the yellow board fell in one move. The crowd quietened down. That was too fast. As for some older martial artists, they revealed gloating smiles. They shouldn't implicate their families. That Purple Dragon's mouth was too smelly. If they had encountered them, they would have killed them all the same. The second one, if you are not ranked above 90, don't come up and embarrass yourself. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at the experts with cold eyes. At this moment, many of the experts on the yellow board were frowning. Lin Ling had actually broken through to the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. However, they were still laughing coldly. Lin Ling's current cultivation base was barely enough to enter the yellow board. There was nothing to be shocked about. Who's up? Me. Let me do it. 10 Transcendent Stage 6 experts among the 80 looked at each other and said indifferently. They were competing to go up. Chapter 1316. Fatal Blow. Stop fighting, I'll take care of him. Finally, a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old shouted coldly. He looked at the few people who wanted to go on stage and said, "You guys go. Although you can win, you can't win beautifully. My divine body is heaven grade. I can finish him in an instant." "Alright, Monarch, you go." Everyone nodded. They had rich battle experience and could defeat Lin Ling, but it would take some time. Matai didn't need to. As expected of the yellow board's experts, Lin Ling has shown his trump card, but they're not afraid at all. Instead, they're arguing about who should take care of him. Everyone around the stage started discussing. At the same time, on the stage, Matai's burly body appeared like a door god. After he appeared, an indescribable aura of destruction spread out. "Kid, every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I don't have much enmity with you, but if you want to reach the top, you'll have to face us. So, don't blame me. When you go to hell, don't blame me. You're so confident that you can win." Looking at him, Lin Ling could feel Matai's destructive aura. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too weak. If Matai was a 7th realm transcendent, Lin Ling would be a little bit more cautious. You've been fighting in the yellow board for 5 years, so you're confident too. That's one thing. Secondly, you were only a 4th realm transcendent the last time. Breaking through 2 realms in a short period of time, your cultivation has improved, but your realm is still unstable. Matai sneered. An ancient door appeared behind him. It was a yellow door that seemed to lead to the divine world. Destructive aura spread out from the door and soon, the entire stage was filled with the ancient divine gate. Desolate ancient gate of solitude, the moment it opens, even an early Saint Realm expert like you will have to die. A cold voice came out from Matai's mouth. It's the solitary gate. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This solitary gate was a supersect of the ancient star-picking nation. What they cultivated was precisely the opening of the divine gate. After the divine gate was opened, it would communicate with the powerful force of the divine realm. In the end, it would suck the opponent into the divine gate. It was said that those who had such a bloodline talent could easily fight someone 2 realms higher than them. Lin Ling is dead for sure. The crowd could already see Lin Ling's defeat, because once the divine gate opened, even a Saint Realm master would die. Hee, I've said it before. If I go on stage, I'll definitely win beautifully. There won't be any deathmatch. A mysterious pattern appeared on Ma Tai's face as he laughed insolently. Are you regretting that you reached the first place in 10 rounds? I've said it before. You're underestimating us famous experts. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned and Violet Elder's voice appeared in his mind. I didn't expect it to be someone from the solitary gate. Lin Ling, the desolate ancient solitary gate is indeed terrifying. Once the godly gate is opened, everything will be destroyed. However, the people from this super sect were not very powerful in the ancient times because they had a flaw, and that was that they took too long to open the gate. Therefore, no matter how powerful they were, it would be useless if they couldn't open the gate. Lin Ling nodded and understood. He looked at Ma Tai and said, "What you should regret is that you went on stage." Ma Tai stretched out his left hand and a raging blue flame bloomed. The sea heart flame appeared. An Earth-grade Saint Physique is no match for Ma Tai's Heaven-grade Saint Physique. Lin Ling, you're overestimating yourself. Many people sneered. They could see the difference in talent at a glance. Ma Tai's face was full of disdain. He smiled faintly and said, "You have 5 breaths of time. You'd better admit defeat or you'll die." More and more divine gates appeared in the surroundings. They were densely packed, forming a scene of an ancient miracle. Anyone who was here would tremble in fear, afraid that the gate would open. Lin Ling sneered, "Are you trying to scare me? It's useless. The more you scare me, the more curious I am." Sea heart flame. Ma Tai's pupils constricted. He thought that Lin Ling would be frightened by him, but who knew that Lin Ling would still choose to fight? As a result, Ma Tai panicked. He knew that the flaw of his Saint Physique was the short process of opening the gate. Otherwise, with his heaven-defying talent, he would have already become the top of the yellow board. Crazy. Lin Ling is attacking. Everyone gasped. They didn't understand why Lin Ling didn't give up. Boom. Blue flames burst out wherever the huge fist passed. Those divine gates were broken one by one. The crowd heard Lin Ling's words. The solitary gate is indeed powerful, but it takes time to open the gate. If you can't open the gate, then what is there to be afraid of? That's the biggest weakness of the solitary gate. You! Ma Tai roared. Lin Ling knew his weakness. How was that possible? It was Lin Ling's first time to fight in the yellow board. How could he have so much combat experience? He knew his weakness. Although there were people in the yellow board who knew his weakness, they were all experts who had fought with him before. The crowd's eyes flickered. They had heard about the mysteriousness of the solitary gate, but they didn't expect that to be its weakness. It meant that although the solitary gate was powerful, it wasn't worth worrying about. You'd better take care of yourself. Lin Ling's voice was accompanied by an invincible flaming fist. Looking from afar, there was a flaming fist as big as a small mountain on the martial stage, sweeping across the ground. Wherever it passed, all the divine gates were destroyed. Ma Tai exclaimed. He was completely terrified. He wanted to escape, but he was killed by the flaming fist. Next up, we need 70 experts to come out. In the sea of fire, an ethereal voice came out. It was extremely unreal. Lin Ling won 2 consecutive victories. Let me do it. Ma Tai's strengths and weaknesses are obvious. Those who know the secret, Ma Tai isn't strong. But those who don't know the secret, Ma Tai can kill a Saint Realm expert. So, your previous victories don't mean anything. An expert ranked 72nd on the yellow board landed on the stage. You don't mean anything. Lin Ling replied indifferently. You will know. Both of them instantly released a huge aura. That expert was an assassin who walked the Tao of killing. He had killed hundreds of millions of people, and each of them died without knowing why. Void Killing Arrow. At the beginning, that expert used his strongest trump card. He was at the peak of the extreme martial art, half a step into the transcendent realm, only to see him disappear from the battle platform. The battle platform became chaotic and chaotic. Explosions unceasingly occurred in the void. The fluctuations were like ripples, making it impossible for people to see anything clearly. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. If you die, the people behind you will die too. Don't ask me how I did it, because I'm an expert in this kind of powerful Tao of killing. The ethereal voice came out from the chaotic void. It was extremely mysterious. This expert has already mastered the great void law. Once he attacked, he formed a void space. Coupled with the void-killing arrow, it's impossible to guard against. Many people said nervously. Even though they knew that the expert was on the stage, they couldn't see his figure. Moreover, they didn't know his name. They only knew that he was called Wu Ming. Perhaps, assassins like to hide themselves, so they were called Wu Ming. Absolute killing. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations appeared. A black arrow shot over ferociously, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 13:17. Ferocious Dragon Crossing the River Pa. However, under the gaze of countless people, Lin Ling took a step forward and easily dodged the arrow. This caused many people to think that Lin Ling dodged the arrow carelessly. How is this possible? That assassin sucked in a breath of cold air. How did Lin Ling do this? How would he know that although his arrow was fast, Lin Ling's soul force was extremely powerful? It had already enveloped the entire stage, allowing him to detect even the slightest movement. Lin Ling would be able to sense it. Absolute kill. Another arrow shot out from the void and Lin Ling dodged it once again. What a cunning junior. However, you won't be able to win just by dodging. Don't think that you can dodge my arrows forever. An enraged voice rang out from the void. Firstly, don't think that you're invincible just because you can control the void. In reality, you're still on the stage. Secondly, there's no need to dodge your arrows sometimes. Lin Ling calmly replied, causing many people to shake their heads. They thought that Lin Ling was just trying to show off because even a transcendent 7th layer expert couldn't detect his presence. What a joke! Absolute kill. The void exploded, and countless arrows appeared in an instant, shooting toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. Then I'll let you see if it's a joke or not. However, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. He stretched out his hands and raised them up high. Blue flames erupted as countless resplendent blue lotuses floated out. After reaching the transcendent 6th layer, the number of lotuses was even more than the number of arrows. A resplendent scene appeared on the stage. 10,000 arrows against 10,000 lotuses. No matter how you try to hide yourself, as long as you're on the stage, my 10,000 lotuses will bloom. You won't be able to hide. Fire of 10,000 homes. Indifferently speaking, Lin Ling raised his hands and countless lotuses floated out, forming a huge explosion of lotuses. Madness. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's blazing lotus flower had also reached the pinnacle of extreme martial arts. Moreover, from a certain point of view, it was even stronger than an arrow because the power of an arrow lay in the arrowhead. However, from the point of view of a head-on collision, it couldn't be compared to the blazing lotus flower. After all, archers were hiding in the dark. Rumble. The martial platform exploded, scorching, tyrannical, incomparably dazzling. Then, a body was blasted out, his face pale. However, before he could even say anything, an endless stream of lotuses floated over, continuously bombarding him. Rumble. That person was blasted to death. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. As long as the person was still on the martial stage, no matter where they hid, it would be useless. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't even need to look for the other person's figure. Because of the large-scale explosion, no matter how deep the person dived, they would still be blasted out. One move, another move, Lin Ling won again. Lin Ling challenged the famous experts of the yellow board. Although he was a newborn calf, he was still like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Madness. Last time, Lin Ling displayed the strength of his body. Now that his physical strength can't match the experts of the yellow board, he finally displayed the martial Tao of fire. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Next, the warrior of the 60th round. However, this time I will choose my opponent. Come out, people from the 1,000 Generations Ghost Sect. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. If the other experts of the yellow board wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. However, even if the people of the 1,000 Generations Ghost sect didn't kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. May kill him. From afar, the 3 Generations Ghost King shouted angrily. Only the person called May could stop Lin Ling's footsteps. A man wearing a white cloak like a ghost slowly walked onto the martial stage. Amazing! You are only an Earth-grade Saint Physique, but you are able to display the martial Tao of fire to such an extent. Your comprehension in this aspect is extremely strong. However, you should admit defeat. Don't you feel tired? Until now, how many rounds have you fought? Don't you want to relax your mind and live a normal life? You are too stubborn. Because of your determination, you are tired. Buddha says, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. That person continuously spoke as soon as he stepped onto the martial stage. His voice was ethereal, causing a strange thing to happen. The entire martial stage shone with golden light. At this moment, the martial artist who practiced the martial Tao of Ghost became holy, as if he was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. At the same time, a large number of illusions appeared. It was actually the life of many people. Birth, old age, sickness, death, blooming, and withering. It was the comprehension of those people after they returned to hell. At the same time, at the edge of the martial stage, many people were in a daze. It was as if their life struggle was ultimately a pipe dream, and death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Since everyone was the same after death, why fight? They might as well let go of everything and let the heavens and earth arrange it. The Ghost Buddha, the disciple of the 1,000 Generations Ghost sect's 4th generation Ghost King. This person should be from the Heavenly Dragon Temple in the past. Therefore, his domain is extremely powerful in affecting others' fighting spirit. The eyes of some powerful martial artists flickered, and a majestic spiritual energy halo appeared on the surface of their bodies. Only then did they stop the invasion of the voice. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the Ghost Buddha's voice. Lin Ling is hesitating. Subsequently, many people looked at Lin Ling and frowned. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was like a bamboo shoot after a spring rain. His rise was extremely fast, and his cultivation realm and extreme martial arts were extremely sharp. However, his strength increased too quickly, and his martial heart wasn't firm enough. This had become his weakness. Give up. Everything is an illusion. Buzz. 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 The formless sound wave still enveloped Lin Ling. It was sacred and mighty, and it was impossible for people to guard against it. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. At first, he was indeed in a daze, but in an instant he regained his senses. The anger in his heart quietly erupted. Under the influence of the Ghost Buddha's voice, he had the thought of committing suicide. Moreover, the Ghost Buddha had actually asked him to kill his family. This was a kind of release, a release for his family. This was an extremely evil ghost Tao. Killing his family was the reason for Lin Ling's anger. If he was really affected and killed his family, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. How dare you affect me? The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched, and his cold voice drifted out. The Ghost Buddha made people want to kill him. I'm not affecting you. I just want to give you some pointers. The Ghost Buddha was shocked, but he still said indifferently, I used to be like you, but after seeing through everything, I finally realized that everything is just dust. Since it's dust, then you can die. Lin Ling took a step forward. At this moment, his affected martial heart became even more determined. He wasn't tired. He still wanted to soar through the heavens and earth. How could he be afraid of a challenge and give up? But Lin Ling's step caused the Ghost Buddha's expression to change drastically. He seemed to have seen Lin Ling's vigorous fighting spirit and will. He muttered, emptiness is form, form is emptiness. Lin Ling, you're too stubborn. You still want to affect me? I'll let you be dust, I'll let you be an illusion, I'll let you bewitch me. Boom. Lin Ling's expression became even colder. With a thought, surging flames erupted. Layers of blue flames were like the sea, intimidating everyone. The blue flame god had descended at this moment. Turn back is ashore. Boom. Seeing this scene, the Ghost Buddha's heart trembled violently. Ironically, he was actually afraid. Even the voice that was trying to bewitch Lin Ling became nervous. I told you to turn back. Turn back. Lin Ling shouted again. Divine beasts like the flame bird, vermilion bird, phoenix, Baifeng and others flew out crazily from his body. Then, they hovered above Lin Ling's head. At this moment, it was as if he dominated the entire battlefield. At the same time, the great law of fire appeared. Chapter 13:18. 9 consecutive victories. He wasn't bewitched, instead he seems to be enraged. His battle intent is crazy. Heavens! Heavens? Transcendent extreme martial art? How did he cultivate it? Heavens! Everyone stood up at the side of the stage. Their eyes were wide open. Lin Ling's extreme martial art had reached transcendent extreme martial art. One must know that transcendent extreme martial art was something that only a few transcendent 7th-stage experts could master. Heavens! Ghost Buddha's face turned pale at this moment. Give up, why struggle? Everything you've done is just an illusion, you won't be able to escape death. Heavens! Lin Ling stepped forward with a large number of flame birds behind him. The blue flames that gushed out of his body made him look like he was looking down on the world. His voice was thick with sarcasm. Before this, the Ghost Buddha had wanted to bewitch Lin Ling and make him give up. But now Lin Ling had used his tyrannical strength to force the Ghost Buddha to give up. I can't win against you? Ghost Buddha's eyes flickered. His heart was actually shaken. In the distance, Third Era Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. He could see that Ghost Buddha had also failed. One must know that Ghost Buddha's innate saint body was extremely mysterious. It specialized in attacking a martial artist's martial heart. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's soul force and martial heart were beyond his peers? He was even stronger than these 100-year-old monsters. And now, Ghost Buddha was bewitched by Lin Ling. This situation was like a slap to Third Era Ghost King's face. Most importantly, Ghost Buddha was 4th Era Ghost King's subordinate. It was said that 4th Era Ghost King spent a lot of resources to nurture him. Now that he was implicated to death, 4th Era Ghost King would definitely not let him off. Moreover, 1000 Era Ghost Sect had also lost an expert. At this moment, Ghost Buddha gradually calmed down. He was worthy of being called an expert in this field. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Ling, you want to bewitch me? Dream on. You can't win against me. This battle is not over. He felt incomparable shame. His strongest move was actually used by Lin Ling to attack him. How could he let go of his face? Bewitch you? You think too highly of yourself. I can't win? Take a look now. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, and the flames on his body surged even more fiercely. He roared, World of Fire. An even more dazzling scene than the blooming of millions of lotuses appeared. The entire martial stage was filled with flame birds and god beasts. The great rules of the Sea of Fire completely erupted, burning, destroying everything. In the eyes of everyone, they could only see a massive sea of blue flames erupting. The Ghost Buddha's pupils constricted as he saw the Sea of Fire surging towards him from all directions. He felt as if he was being surrounded by an army. He panicked and was terrified. He unleashed all of his means and summoned the Hell Ghost soldiers. However, in the face of the Fire Sea world that had a preliminary understanding of the laws of fire, any ghost soldier would be incinerated to death. If the two of them were generals on the battlefield, then at this moment, Lin Ling was leading a magnificent army into the imperial city. With a furious roar, the Ghost Buddha was burned into a puff of green smoke. Any Tao of bewitchment, any Ghost Tao martial arts, when faced with the surging and majestic flames, was simply a joke. With one move, another expert was defeated. It was too crazy. Next, those who are ranked within the top 50, come on. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from the dazzling sea of blue flames. This time, the experts of the yellow board were all pale. They were scared and could not understand how Lin Ling could be so powerful at such a young age. Among them, there were many century-old monsters, the 3 mysterious of the mortal world, the carefree martial artist, and the 10 temples of heaven and earth. Many of them were even from the heaven-grade holy lands. However, none of them dared to say a word. As for the people around the martial stage who did not bet on Lin Ling, their hearts were shaken at this moment, and they even regretted it. No one knew that Lin Ling would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Trash, come on up. Lin Ling retracted all of the flames and shouted again. Trash. The experts of the yellow board were embarrassed. Lin Ling dared to call them trash? You go on up. The battle is inevitable. You should do it. However, the experts of the yellow board said to each other. The atmosphere was completely different from before. This time, they were urging each other to go on the stage. It was extremely ironic. This guy's martial Dao of fire has reached perfection. However, the continuous battle has consumed most of his spiritual qi. Without spiritual qi, he will never be able to reach the top of the list with his physical body. At this moment, an old man said faintly. Many people's eyes flickered. This statement was correct. Suddenly, the experts of the yellow board were eager to make a move. Lin Ling could never reach the top of the list. Otherwise, they would be ashamed of themselves. I'll do it. Sea of flames. Lin Ling acted as if he did not know what everyone was thinking. He dared to go on the stage and defeated his opponent in one move. This guy is so arrogant. The experts of the yellow board were embarrassed, but more of them were sneering. Lin Ling was too arrogant and he was fooled. Then it's my turn. Sea of flames. The person who came was defeated again. He was burned to death because he admitted defeat too late. However, at this moment, no one paid any attention to him. Instead, the corners of many people's mouths curled up, and their sneers deepened. They also saw Lin Ling's weakness, which was that his spiritual source was constantly being depleted. Lin Ling was so stupid that he didn't know how to conserve his spiritual source. That fire sea world was indeed terrifying, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual source. Gradually, Lin Lingjio won in a row, and his spiritual source dimmed. Terrifying. A flame that can shake the world. He fought 9 people in a row and none of them could resist his flame. Although they knew that Lin Ling was fooled, it was undeniable that they were shocked by Lin Ling's flame. Last time, Lin Ling won 10 consecutive battles with a cultivation of Transcendent Realm Level 4, which shocked the yellow board. Today, Lin Ling won again. Such an accomplishment could be said to be one of a kind in Xianping region. However, Lin Ling's arrogance had to stop in the 10th battle. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling would win. 1. Lin Ling had consumed too much spiritual qi. 2. Lin Ling was facing Hong Tianting from the Hong residence. After 9 consecutive victories, you can rest for an incense stick's time. At this moment, the martial pavilion elder could not bear to watch any longer. He knew that everyone thought that Lin Ling was a monkey and wanted to use Lin Ling to wear him down. Since when was there such a rule? Since it's a winning streak, then it must be a winning streak. Just as the martial pavilion elder finished speaking, a wave of objections came from all around. The 3 Lives Ghost King was the leader, and upon closer inspection, there were many people from the Void Star Divine Palace and the Jiuli tribe. Obviously, they wanted to hit Lin Ling when he was down and make him die in the 10th battle. The martial pavilion elder frowned and remained silent. After all, he could not bear to see Lin Ling being killed, so he helped Lin Ling. However, he had also violated the rules. Most importantly, everyone was against it. These guys. Lu Susu and Old Man Dongfu's faces turned ugly. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to win the next battle. Lin Ling, do you still remember me? Just at this moment, a voice that sounded like the sound of nature rang out, and it caused the arena to suddenly fall silent. Countless gazes looked towards the person who spoke. A woman who was as graceful as a fairy sat there. Her clothes were purer than snow, and her eyes were filled with an otherworldly arrogance. She was Luo Xueman. Chapter 1319. Do I need you to let me win? Last time, you defeated me and proved that you're a true genius and I'm a toad. Now, do you still dare to say such words? Staring at Lin Ling, Luo Xueman's delicate face was filled with excitement. In the past, she lost to Lin Ling and witnessed Lin Ling's brilliance step by step, which made her feel inferior. And now, she finally had the chance to defeat Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know that he, Lin Ling, is a toad. What do you want to say? Lin Ling said calmly. I want to say that today I want you to lose. And after you lose, I want you to kneel and lick my feet. Luo Xuemon stood up. At this moment, she no longer looked like an elegant fairy, but more like an empress. Today, she wanted Lin Ling to repay the humiliation in the past by double. Wow, so ruthless. Interesting, a man licking a woman's feet. Hee, this scene can't be missed. I'm looking forward to it. The entire stage was silent for a moment, then voices of schadenfreude rang out. Luo Xuemon was indeed domineering. She could defeat Lin Ling, but she didn't let Lin Ling die. Instead, she wanted him to kneel and lick her feet. This was more satisfying than killing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, but he was still calm like an ancient well. You're so sure that you can win. Hee, of course, this is my husband, an opponent that you can never defeat. Luo Xuemon smiled proudly. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming. She pointed at Hong Tianting beside her and said, at this moment, she was proud and filled with endless glory because that man was her husband. Hong Tianting. Everyone here was a regular visitor to the martial pavilion, so they naturally knew of this terrifying young man. This person came from the Hong residence, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. His elder brother, Hong Tiandi, was one of the 4 candidates recommended to the human emperor. As for Hong Tiantian, even though he was only at the Transcendent 6th stage, he was considered to be invincible in the Transcendent realm. If he were to step into the Transcendent 7th stage, then the number 1 position on the yellow board would definitely belong to him. Moreover, not only was this person invincible in the Transcendent realm, he had even managed to kill a Saint Realm Master. This record was extremely dazzling. One had to know that a Saint Realm Master's spiritual chi would condense into a Saint Si and their Dantian would form an extremely powerful Saint Si, so for a Transcendent Realm cultivator to be able to defeat a Saint Realm Master was an extremely rare occurrence. Alright, if you lose, then you'll die. Lin Ling's face was still calm as he said indifferently. Last time, when he defeated Luo Xuemon, he didn't do anything. However, the other party didn't know how to be grateful. This time, she actually sent someone to kill him. This kind of woman was very disgusting. Shut up. As soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, a man in white robes next to Luo Xuemon stood up and said indifferently, I have no interest in who you are or what your name is, but Xue is my wife. No one can blaspheme her. This man was Hong Tianting. Hong Tianting, so handsome. Around the martial stage, many women were moved. For his lover, Hong Tianting didn't fear the world. If only Hong Tianting liked them. Luo Xuemon smiled happily. Her man was strong, proud, and most importantly, loved her. This gave her a strong sense of accomplishment. Poor man. Lin Ling shook his head and stared at the proud man in white robes, disdainfully saying, liking someone is not wrong, but unfortunately, your love is so great that you've even lost your own heart. Such a person, how can he talk about the martial Tao? Shameless man, you're not qualified to talk about me. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Xue. You must kneel before her. Hong Tianting said indifferently. His body was flat on the martial stage and he actually floated down just like that. That kind of flying ability shocked everyone present. It must be known that if an ordinary person flew in the air, they would have some kind of movement. However, Hong Tianting did not do so. It was as if he was an immortal and directly floated down. Lin Ling shook his head again. He could do that as well, but he would never use such a mysterious movement technique just to please the crowd. He couldn't help but look down on Hong Tianting again. This person's background and talent were not bad, but it was a pity that he was blinded by beauty. Restore your spiritual yuan. I won't take advantage of you. After landing on the martial stage, Hong Tianting said without even looking at Lin Ling. With his status, he didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name. No matter how dazzling Lin Ling was before, he was nothing but trash to Hong Tianting. Hong Tianting's overall strength was comparable to an early Saint Realm Master. Good courage. Many people shouted in admiration. Lin Ling, you're lucky. Hong Tianting is magnanimous. What's the use? Even if Lin Ling has restored his spiritual yuan, how can he be Hong Tianting's opponent? Many people shouted, admiring Hong Tianting's magnanimity and mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Even Luo Xueman smiled faintly at this moment. Even if her man won, he had to win beautifully. Even if he had to fight, he had to fight domineeringly. Her man didn't even care about Lin Ling's name. This was Hong Tianting. The voice was like a wave, falling into Lin Ling's ears, making him smile. He stretched out his left hand and a majestic flame gushed out, burning behind him. This action stunned the clamoring crowd. What was Lin Ling doing? That's his Fire Sea world. Someone saw the terrifying flame released by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't use the Fire Sea world to attack Hong Tianting. Instead, he used it to burn the martial stage. This made the crowd even more confused about what Lin Ling was doing. Do I need you to let me go? Lin Ling smiled faintly with disdain. Boom! The crowd's heart exploded. They finally understood Lin Ling's intention. Hong Tianting gave Lin Ling time to recover his spiritual yuan, but Lin Ling didn't need it. He even released all the spiritual yuan that he had recovered. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he didn't need the sympathy of others. This guy. Lu Susu, Old Man Dong Fu and the others all sucked in cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so confident and so proud. Lin Ling looked at Luo Xueman with a smile on his face. His smile was frivolous, domineering and arrogant. It was as if no matter what Luo Xueman did, she was just a toad in his heart. Luo Xueman also noticed that smile. Her beautiful face became extremely ugly. Lin Ling's action was equivalent to giving her a hard slap. You, for that backbone, you're simply sending yourself to your death. Hong Tianting looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling's actions. Lin Ling didn't want his sympathy? Say that after you win. Lin Ling withdrew his left hand and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. His spiritual yuan was almost exhausted. You'll know. Hong Tianting shook his head. This was the first time he saw such an unappreciative guy. Giving up his spiritual yuan, did he want to admit defeat? Then let's begin. Lin Ling indeed acted as if he didn't know how powerful Hong Tianting was. With his sword by his side and his robe fluttering, his indifferent voice drifted out with the wind. Hong Tianting nodded. He knew that only by using force could he let the insignificant ant in front of him know how lowly he was. He said indifferently, I came to the Four Pillars Hong residence. My brother is one of the 4 people who recommended the human emperor. In the future, he will become an existence in Langya and the 10 halls of heaven and earth. I have the bloodline of the Flood King of the ancient country, which is a true immortal body. Therefore, I won't say whether I'll let you have a chance because I already let you have a chance before. You overestimated yourself and didn't know your limits. Therefore, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Chapter 1320. The existence of the immortal physique. The existence of the immortal physique was indeed worthy of Hong Tianting. Not to mention 3 moves, even Lin Ling might not be able to block one. The strength of the immortal physique was innate. Others painstakingly cultivated spiritual energy, but the immortal physique naturally condensed spiritual energy. Moreover, the immortal physique's comprehension of the martial Tao was also extraordinary. In other words, Lin Ling had even less of a chance to win. Lin Ling had a saint physique, and it was only at the earth grade. Hong Shui Eagle King. Hong Tianting shouted in a low voice. An ancient white eagle king appeared behind him. Its pair of eagle eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. The moment the eagle appeared, countless people felt a sense of worship. That was the pressure of an immortal body. Poof! The white eagle king swept its wings, forming a large area of wind law, causing cracks to appear on the martial stage's protective light curtain. Transcendent grade martial art. The top experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Hong Tianting's talent was too good. The existence of the immortal physique and the transcendent grade martial art. Then, who in the transcendent realm could be his opponent? At this moment, the bets began to change. Everyone was betting that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block 3 moves, and the odds were 1 to 100. Some even bet that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block one move, and the odds were even higher, 1 to 1,000. The entire martial stage seemed to have gone crazy, and a large number of voices were cursing, all of them wanting Lin Ling to lose quickly. How is it? What do you think now? Hong Tianting didn't care about the voices around him. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling, as if the ancient Hong King had descended. I only know that you talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Ling replied indifferently. At the beginning, when Hong Tianting's terrifying pressure attacked him, he did feel a sense of pressure, but soon, that feeling disappeared. He knew that it was the resistance of the Fiend God Overlord physique, and the end point of the Fiend God Overlord physique was the existence of the divine physique, so naturally, it was immune to the immortal physique. Talk a lot of nonsense? Hong Tianting was stunned for a moment. Veins popped out on his forehead. He hated this ant more and more. After all, he had displayed such a terrifying innate immortal physique, but the other party was still fearless. He did not like such a person. When he was angry, he didn't notice that when his immortal physique descended, the others were trembling with fear. However, Lin Ling was standing opposite him, but he wasn't affected at all. This showed that there was a problem. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his immortal physique. Unfortunately, he only knew that Lin Ling was an Earth-grade saint physique, so he didn't take it to heart. The words of the Hong dynasty. Countless Eagle Kings appeared on the martial platform. Among them, a blurry figure appeared. It seemed to be the Flood King from ancient times. At this moment, he was leading the eagles to attack Lin Ling. It was so fast that it surpassed the speed of wind and thunder. The eagle's claws tore through the void and grabbed at Lin Ling. This was the transcendent realm of extreme pattern martial arts, the great law of Snow Eagle. Lin Ling was doomed. Many people couldn't see through the speed. They could only say that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block a single move. Lin Ling stared ahead. He noticed that the great law had appeared. The void was filled with eagle claws. He simply closed his eyes and observed everything with his soul force. However, the great law was more terrifying than the general momentum. Lin Ling had to face it carefully. An extremely fast claw appeared from the void at this moment. It felt as if it had been there for a long time. It swept at Lin Ling fiercely. Looking at the momentum, even a Saint Realm Master wouldn't be able to block it easily. Lin Ling didn't dodge. Instead, he counterattacked. The Tyrant Song sword stabbed out at an extraordinary speed. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. At the moment of collision, the void exploded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his sword to block Hong Tianting's claw. Both of them retreated a step. How can this be? Many people gasped. Lin Ling actually blocked the first move. Lin Ling not only noticed the trajectory of the eagle claw, but he also seemed to have the strength to block it. That's right, it was the strength of his physical body. During the last Yellow Board Challenge, Lin Ling also displayed the strength of his physical body. This time, everyone thought that Lin Ling's physical strength couldn't be used. Who knew that Lin Ling blocked the first move with his physical strength? At this moment, Hong Tianting appeared on the other side. On the palm of his right hand, there was a sword mark that looked like a white dot. It was the sword that had blocked his words of the Hong dynasty. It had to be said that Lin Ling was very experienced in battle. If that sword had been struck a little later or a little earlier, the result would have been completely different. Moreover, if the angle of the sword had been a little higher or a little lower, he would have been able to kill Lin Ling with his claws. However, Lin Ling happened to stab his palm, causing the attack to end. As for Lin Ling, his right hand was trembling slightly. The previous collision was extremely terrifying. If he didn't have the strength of 3 universes, he wouldn't have been able to block that claw. Physical strength? That's very rare, but that's all you have. Hong Tianting sneered. The figure of Hong King behind him became clearer as if he was looking at the mountains and rivers. On Hong King's shoulder, the Hong King Snow Eagle became more condensed and let out a shocking cry. Its eyes were even colder and more domineering, chilling people's hearts. Year of the Hong Dynasty. Roar! Hong Tianting's body turned into an afterimage, causing the entire space to be filled with the flying shadows of the Hong King Snow Eagle. Not only was his speed faster, but there were also more of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a rabbit being watched by the Eagle King, about to be killed at any time. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. Hong Tianting had an immortal body, and his casual attack was a great law. He was indeed very powerful. With a light step, he dodged the attacks of a large number of Hong King snow eagles. Those snow eagle kings were densely packed, layer upon layer. After Lin Ling took the first step, he took another step. It was as if he was moving with the wind, extremely graceful. So powerful he actually saw through the great law. Many people's eyes narrowed. They couldn't understand how Lin Ling broke the great law. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling's eyes were still closed. This was simply crazy. They didn't know that Lin Ling's soul force and physical combat experience were extremely powerful. It seemed like he couldn't dodge, but he dodged time and time again. Other than running, what else can you do? Hong Dynasty's Eagle King. Hong Tianting was enraged after his repeated attacks were fruitless. He leaped up and opened his arms. All the Snow Eagle Kings gathered together and turned into a Snow Eagle King that was as big as the martial stage. A pair of claws swept down and turned the martial stage into dust. Now that the martial stage was under Hong Tianting's control, Lin Ling had nowhere to hide. It's about to end. Lin Ling died under the second move. Seeing the terrifying claws sweeping over, many people seemed to see the ancient Hong King appear, controlling the Snow Eagle King to kill Lin Ling. And Lin Ling definitely couldn't block it. Lin Ling. Yes. Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with worry. Seeing the majestic power sweeping down from the sky, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, his lips quickly revealed a cold smile. Hong Tianting's immortal body was indeed very powerful, controlling everything. However, Lin Ling discovered that his God Devil Overlord body was even more powerful. He was becoming more and more unafraid of immortal bodies. Chapter 1321. Two Emperors, Heavenly Sword. Lin Ling did not choose to dodge anymore. He gripped his sword with both hands. In that instant, the second stage of the body of the celestial demon Overlord also appeared. It was unstoppable. It merged with the earth uprooting heavens to form the most domineering sword. The giant claw continued to sweep downwards, but soon after, it collided with the terrifying heavenly sword. A tyrannical shock wave immediately erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. That sword was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. At the same time, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Hong Tianting's figure appeared in the sky with a ferocious expression. His right hand was hanging by his waist and there was actually blood dripping down. "You hurt me." Hong Tianting's voice was filled with anger and was extremely low. "Second move, you still have one more chance." On the ground, Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently and said coldly, "He's injured? How is that possible?" Staring at the scene, many people's hearts trembled fiercely. Hong Tianting was invincible in the transcendent realm, but facing Lin Ling, a transcendent sixth-stage cultivator, he was actually injured. Lin Ling's sword was too frightening. No wonder Lin Ling didn't use his physical strength at the beginning. It turns out that his physical strength is currently stronger than his fire martial Dao, so it became his trump card. An ancient cultivator said in shock. Today's battle was completely different from the previous one. Last time, Lin Ling hid his fire martial Dao and relied on his physical strength to defeat all the strong masters. This time, Lin Ling began to use his fire martial Dao, making everyone think that Lin Ling's physical strength was useless. Who knew that Lin Ling's physical strength had become stronger, so it became his trump card. So impressive. Many people secretly admired. To be able to injure Hong Tianting, Lin Ling was extremely powerful. As for Luo Shuamon, her face turned ugly. How could this be? Shouldn't her man win beautifully? Why was he injured first? Moreover, this was the result of Lin Ling's 9 consecutive battles. What if Lin Ling was at his peak? "You must die." Above the sky, Hong Tianting said word by word. This was the first time in his life that he had such a strong killing intent. "Didn't you defeat me in 3 moves?" Lin Ling also said lightly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Hong Tianting in the sky, showing off its sharpness. 3 moves? Hong Tianting laughed, his smile filled with contempt and disdain. I underestimated you before, yet you're so confident. I am invincible in the transcendent realm and have defeated countless opponents. Even Saint Realm early-stage cultivators are powerless against me. Before, I only used the power of my extreme martial skill, but now I'll show you the power of my immortal body. A violent power bloomed from Hong Tianting's body. The 5 elements reversed, and yin and yang descended. The 2 extreme powers of holiness and slaughter seemed to fuse together. Gradually, the illusory figure behind Hong Tianting became clearer. It was Hong Wang, Hong King, the #1 emperor of the Hong dynasty in the ancient times. Hong Tianting possessed his bloodline, which stimulated the greatest potential of his immortal body. The power of the immortal body. All cultivators below the immortal body must bow down and worship it. Many people trembled in their hearts. It was too terrifying. Hong Tianting actually allowed the ancient Hong King to descend. Who else could it be but him? With the descent of the immortal body, unless one's cultivation realm was much higher than Hong Tianting's, they would lose their will to fight and be intimidated by the ancient emperor. Moreover, with the appearance of the immortal body, Hong Tianting's strength had undoubtedly increased by more than 10%. Lin Ling was also very powerful. He fought 9 battles in a row and was not at a disadvantage against Hong Tianting. If he had not met Hong Tianting, his pride would have continued. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was going to fall in the end. What a pity! However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he did not know how powerful the immortal body was. He said calmly, "It's the 3rd move. You have been attacking before, now it's my turn." My turn? Around the martial stage, everyone's hearts were pounding. Facing the Hong King's immortal body, Lin Ling actually said it was his turn to attack. Even Hong Tianting's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was not afraid of him? Then, everyone saw the ground tremble. The young man standing on the ground seemed to be suppressing an extremely terrifying power. A sword buzzed incessantly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into Lin Ling's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It formed a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. He is absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without restraint. Everyone was completely shocked. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card? What kind of trump card was this? At this moment, an overbearing aura gushed out crazily. The entire martial pavilion seemed to be shaking. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Ling seem to have grown taller. No, it was not Lin Ling who had grown taller, but behind him. There, a tall emperor figure slowly appeared. It was like an emperor, like an ancient god. The aura that looked down on the world also erupted. Emperor, it was another emperor. Hong Tianting's immortal physique erupted, and Hong Wang appeared. However, Lin Ling also used some unknown technique, and also erupted with the appearance of a venerable sovereign. The most terrifying thing was that the venerable sovereign also made people prostrate themselves in worship. Could it be that Lin Ling also had an immortal physique? How could they know that Hong Tianting's bloodline had stimulated the Hong King's power? Lin Ling was not weaker than Hong Tianting. Instead, he was stronger because Lin Ling did not have a bloodline. Instead, he directly cultivated the cultivation technique of the great Emperor Zhai Xing. The great Emperor Zhai Xing and the Hong King were ancient emperors of the same era. Pa. The 2 emperors appeared in a condescending manner. Around the emperors, the void continued to explode, crack, and fuse. The 2 emperors seemed to be extremely powerful. So, who would win this battle? The world is vast and boundless. In the past, there were the 4 great ancient empires, the 7 emperors, the 4 pillars, the 8 pillars, Langya, and the unfettered 10 temples. You're just a little transcendent, yet you dare boast about being invincible. How ignorant! Moreover, a cultivator's life is filled with pride and arrogance, yet you've been bewitched by beauty. How pathetic! After the 3rd layer of the celestial demon overlord body appeared, Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and looked at the sky like an emperor. Your immortal body is inherited from your bloodline. Moreover, you are not a direct descendant of the Hong King, so you are only a collateral descendant. That is why you are so arrogant. My emperor body was cultivated step by step. Now I will show you how useless you are. His cold shout was like a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was so shocking that everyone's eardrums hurt. Then they saw Lin Ling stomp on the ground. The ground cracked, and the ancient emperor flew up into the sky. The sword was dazzling, as if it was suppressing the power of mountains and rivers. Then it slashed at Hong Tianting, as if it was going to cut the world apart. At this moment, Hong Tianting's pupils constricted. Lin Ling also had a venerable sovereign. What terrified him the most was that he had a feeling of worship towards that venerable sovereign. How could this be? One had to know that he had an immortal body. Now, seeing the majestic sword slashing at him, Hong Tianting's eyes were in a daze. His heart was shaken. Was he really not invincible in the transcendent realm? He remembered Lin Ling's words. This world was vast, and there were many people stronger than him. It was just that those people were more low-key. Thinking of this, his momentum became weaker and weaker. Looking at Lin Ling, his momentum was rising steadily, as if he was going to cut the world with his sword. Not only that sword was sharp, but it also had a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was no longer cutting everything, but destroying everything. Chapter 1322. Kill anyone who dares to invade. Surrender. The entire martial stage was silent. When the powerful Hong Tianting faced Lin Ling, he said that he would defeat Lin Ling in 3 moves. However, he did not gain any advantage in the first 2 moves. After the 3rd move, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. However, in that instant, Hong Tianting directly admitted defeat. This made his previous arrogance extremely ironic. This made the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Hong mansion extremely embarrassed. Surrender! Lin Ling sneered. His sword had already been drawn. How could he stop just because his opponent admitted defeat? Save me, Martial Pavilion Elder. Hong Tianting was in a sorry state. He anxiously shouted at the elder outside the martial stage. Compared to his previous arrogance, it was a 180-degree change. Lin Ling, stop. The rules are as such. I'm sorry. The Martial Pavilion Elder shook his head helplessly. He also felt that Hong Tianting was too arrogant. He didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name when he fought with him. He even allowed Lin Ling to recover his spiritual energy. Now, Lin Ling defeated him without using his spiritual energy. This was simply asking for humiliation. However, the rules of the Martial Pavilion were as such. As long as one admitted defeat, they couldn't die. Therefore, the elder had to intervene in the end. Long, tens of thousands of spiritual chi turned into a vortex, and a giant palm appeared. It grabbed the Dizun sword in midair. However, the sword's sharpness cut through everything, and the giant palm was also cut in half. The sound of explosions continued, and the Martial Pavilion Elder's expression changed. He had no choice but to release a new burst of energy to barely block the sword. I'm afraid that not many saints of the 1st layer can block this sword. The Martial Pavilion Elder's heart trembled. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. A transcendent 6th layer cultivator could shake a saint. What if he reached the 7th layer? It was unimaginable. Of course, he was shocked in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. As for Hong Tianting, he had already escaped from the martial stage. Bai Yi was in an even more sorry state. Around the martial arts platform, everyone's jaws dropped. In the battle between Hong Tianting and Lin Ling had won. He had won 10 consecutive battles and reached the top of the list. He had completely created the 1st place record in the Martial Pavilion. They couldn't help but look at Hong Tianting, who was panting heavily. His face was pale, which made them feel even more ironic. With such strength, Hong Tianting dared to let Lin Ling recover his spiritual source. Fortunately, Lin Ling hadn't recovered, or he would have lost even more face. Then, everyone felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. They didn't think highly of Lin Ling before, so they all lost money. However, despite losing money this time, They did not dare to show any anger because Lin Ling's previous performance was too dazzling. So what if he fought 10 battles in a row? So what if he ran out of spiritual source? So what if Hong Tianting came out to fight? Lin Ling was invincible. This battle had already proved that Lin Ling was a great hero, and he was a top expert among the great heroes. This little guy hid his strength well. He actually won. Old man Dong Fu said with a smile. He had been extremely nervous before. Brat, I was worried for nothing. No, he must compensate me. Lu Susu also smiled, but she was still curious. After all, Hong Tianting had a divine physique from the Hong dynasty, an ancient country. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of his divine physique. Could it be that Lin Ling's talent surpassed Hong Tianting's? However, it couldn't be seen on the surface at all. She could only see that he had an Earth-grade divine physique. She could only say that Lin Ling was hiding a secret that even she didn't know. That Di Zun looked familiar, but it was too blurry. Only the area between his arms was clear, so I couldn't see it clearly. Lu Susu said in a low voice. Luo Xuan, what else are you proud of? At this moment, on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling looked at Luo Xueman indifferently. Luo Xueman's beautiful eyes narrowed, as if she still couldn't believe that Hong Tianting had lost. Then she kept shaking her head. It was impossible. Lin Ling was only from the insignificant 8-star holy region, but Hong Tianting was from the Hong residence. How could Lin Ling defeat him? However, although she shook her head, she already knew that her pride and her man had lost, and he had admitted defeat in a humiliating manner. She couldn't accept it, she couldn't accept it. She had been so proud before, wanting to see Lin Ling kneel. However, in the end, she had lost again. This time, she was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead, she was like a shrew. I said that if you lose, you can die. Lin Ling said again. The crowd also looked at Luo Xueman with a cold smile. It was a fair bet, and one had to accept defeat. Moreover, Lin Ling had won as the weaker party, so Luo Xueman had nothing to say. I am the second leader of the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace. Luo Xueman's heart trembled as she gritted her teeth. So what? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Luo Xueman wanted to kill him, so how could he show mercy? Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them back. It was that simple. Lin Ling, spare my life. Seeing Lin Ling's murderous gaze, Luo Xueman's body trembled. She quickly ran out and knelt at the side of the martial arts platform. Then she kept kneeling in front of Lin Ling, begging for mercy. She knew that Lin Ling wouldn't give face to the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace, nor would he treat her as the 9 Heavens Maiden. Spare my life. Luo Xueman had already knelt in front of Lin Ling and licked his feet. Just as she said, Lin Ling had lost, so Lin Ling wanted to lick her feet. Now that she didn't want to die, she hoped that licking his feet would make Lin Ling let her go. Disgusting. Is this still the 9 Heavens Maiden? Around the martial arts platform, there was an uproar. The young people were all angry. Luo Xueman was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead, she was extremely ugly. She actually licked Lin Ling's feet. She was a spineless toad. Lin Ling looked at Luo Xueman condescendingly. His first impression of Luo Xueman was the second dream. However, the second dream was much better than Luo Xueman because the second dream wasn't as ugly as Luo Xueman. Moreover, the second dream was often helpless and even saved him at critical moments. Luo Xueman provoked him for her reputation. The second dream wouldn't do such a boring thing. Do you know what are the 2 things you did wrong in your life? Lin Ling said indifferently as he lowered his head and looked at Luo Xun. Luo Xueman raised her head. Her eyes were filled with respect and fear. What are they? First, you thought too highly of yourself. I never liked you, but you kept telling others that I liked you. Second, you shouldn't have provoked me again. As the last sentence fell, Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with murderous intent. Around his right leg, a small world exploded. It was as if he had kicked out fiercely like an emperor. Boom! His foot landed on Luo Xueman's body and sent her flying like a cannonball. Just as she was about to say something, a terrifying force exploded, causing her body to explode in midair. Blood rained down. The 9 Heavens Maiden had fallen here. Moreover, she died in an extremely ugly manner. After that, Lin Ling slowly walked down the martial arts platform. To him, Lin Ling could forgive a mistake once, but he would never forgive a second time. She died just like that? The hearts of the crowd trembled inexplicably. Luo Shuiman was kicked to death by Lin Ling. This death was too ugly. They stared at Lin Ling with fear in their hearts. This man was like an emperor. Anyone who dared to offend, humiliate, and kill. Chapter 1323. Reaching the top at this moment, Hong Tianting's face was pale as he witnessed the death of his lover. He wanted to save her, but his legs were weak. His cowardly appearance made many people shake their heads in disdain. Previously, Hong Tianting was so domineering, teaching Lin Ling a lesson for his lover. However, Luo Shuiman died in front of Hong Tianting, and the latter didn't even dare to move. This so-called love was, in fact, just a joke. Hong Tianting trash? An ancient cultivator from the 3 mysterious realms mocked. Hong Mansion, shame on you. Similarly, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Kuan Palace sneered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he shouted angrily, Lin Ling, I haven't lost yet. Because I couldn't use the demon god in the previous battle. If I used the demon god, you would have died without a doubt. If you have the ability, let's fight outside of the yellow board. He stood up and regained his previous confidence and pride. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said in a cold voice, Sure, the next time you lose, you die. As soon as the word die came out, Hong Tianting's confidence and pride instantly vanished. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Ling directly. Obviously, Lin Ling's previous display of strength had left a deep impression in his heart. He's still trash. Lin Ling's words scared him. Such a cultivator, what's the point of talking about the martial Dao? Just like Lin Ling said, Hong Tianting's strength comes from his bloodline. He's trash. Many people shook their heads again. Hong Tianting was actually scared by Lin Ling's gaze. It was simply disappointing and humiliating. Lin Ling is currently at the Transcendent 6th stage, but he can already threaten a Saint Realm expert. If he reaches the Transcendent 7th stage, then I'll definitely die. I have to kill him. Staring at Lin Ling's dazzling light, the 3 Lives Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. Watching Lin Ling grow stronger step by step, the pressure on him was getting heavier and heavier. I'll go with you. At this time, someone said coldly, Count us in. The Thrice-World Ghost King looked over and laughed coldly. 9 Li Tribe. Void Star Heavenly Palace. Not bad. In addition to that Hong Tianting, he is also determined to kill Lin Ling. There is also the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. Someone laughed sinisterly. After that, the few of them left the martial stage. Lin Ling received 1 million primordial stones from the martial pavilion elder, which made him smile. With these primordial stones, his martial Dao of fire could also be improved. Through the previous battles, Lin Ling knew that as his strength increased, the experts he faced would also be older and stronger. His Earth-grade Holy Ground talent would no longer be able to display its prowess. Hence, he had to find a way to improve it. Fortunately, he had the Fiend God Overlord physique, and this physique cultivation technique was extremely powerful. Lin Ling, well done, your name has appeared in the first place of the yellow board. Many people looked at Lin Ling and said, these people had all placed their bets on Lin Ling. Witnessing Lin Ling soaring in the sky, they were all extremely happy at this moment. Thank you. Lin Ling replied politely to those who supported him. As for those who mocked him before, Lin Ling replied with a gloating look, which made those people grit their teeth. They had placed huge bets before, but they had lost everything. After that, Lin Ling and Lu Susu left the martial stage. At the same time, on the peak of the martial pavilion, the flame on one of the stone tablets dimmed. Then, a new flame was born. After the flame, a brand new name appeared, Lin Ling. Moreover, this name appeared in the first place of the yellow board, which was extremely dazzling. This guy really did it. Around the yellow board, many people were waiting for the news quietly. At this moment, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling, reaching the top in 10 battles, His name shook the Black Pern continent. Even some of the hidden super sects and experts were shocked at this moment. Lin Ling? They had never heard of him, but such a nobody actually became the first place of the yellow board? They knew how difficult it was to become the first place of the yellow board. Even these hidden Saint Realm experts did not have the strength to reach the top when they were at the transcendent sixth realm. Reaching the top represented the strongest person in the same realm and era. In the sea-calming heavenly prefecture, all the 7 colored armored generals received the news. As expected of Lin Ling. He just became a hero not long ago, and now he is at the top of the list. Ha, amazing! Ha! The 7 colored armored generals of the sea-calming heavenly prefecture had heard of the yellow board and the splendid mountains and rivers. However, they were not qualified to enter with their strength. Now, Lin Ling represented the sea-calming heavenly prefecture to create a miracle. Moreover, the news was also passed to the rainforest's sacred ground through venerable sea-calming heavenly prefecture, which made thousands of people excited. Through venerable sea-calming heavenly prefecture, they already knew that the so-called yellow board was the strongest of the 3 profound realms in Xianpeng province. Reaching the top would bring glory to one's ancestors. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know this at all. He left the martial pavilion with Lu Susu and the old man of Dongfu. It's really strange. Your innate saint physique is only at the earth grade, but you are not afraid of an innate saint physique? You should know that once an immortal physique appears, thousands of saint physiques will have to kneel down. Unless their realm is much higher than their opponents, they will only be able to use 50% of their strength. However, you actually made Hong Tianting, who has an immortal physique, afraid. That's too strange. Moreover, the appearance of the venerable sovereign you displayed is very familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before. Along the way, Lu Susu talked non-stop. Lin Ling followed behind her and stared at the enchanting woman's curvaceous back. He smiled helplessly. He knew that this profiteer was suspicious by nature, but she was able to see through some small details. Of course, Lu Susu felt that it was familiar because that vague venerable sovereign appearance had the shadow of the star-plucking great emperor. The star-plucking great emperor was one of the 4 ancient venerable sovereigns. It seems that your master's background is not small, right, Lin Ling? Lu Susu said with a smile. She wanted to find out the details of Lin Ling's background from his words. As expected of Hall Master Lu. In fact, I don't know what it is, but my master told me to cultivate a martial art, and then that illusory figure appeared. Lin Ling said with a serious expression. He lied and pushed all the blame to his mysterious master. Amazing, I already knew that he was not ordinary. Lu Susu immediately nodded. Lin Ling's expression was too serious, so he was definitely not lying. She asked curiously, I wonder who that old man is? Although he gives people the feeling that he is old, he is actually very young. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. Lu Susu was too powerful. She had also noticed this. Because that mysterious person was him, Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling did not explain anything. He let Lu Susu and the old man of Dongfu guess by themselves. Moreover, Lin Ling was also feeling emotional. He did not expect his acting talent to be so strong. When he became serious, Lu Susu also fell for it. Moving forward again, the old man of Dongfu and the old man of Dongfu bid farewell to Lin Ling and left. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He planned to go to Groping Heaven Hall, one of the 10 halls of Langya. Currently, he wanted to reforge the Tyrant's Song Sword. He could buy all the other materials, but he had to obtain the life scale and the feather of the vermilion bird. Moreover, when he wanted to increase his talent in the future, the Tyrant's Song Sword would definitely be of help. Chapter 1324. Touching the Heavens Palace. Touching the Heavens Great Sage, one of the 10 palace masters of Langya. His strength is comparable to the Golden Armor King, so he must be extremely difficult to deal with. However, if I miss this chance, I won't be able to get my natal scale. Lin Ling flew towards one of the splendid mountains and rivers. While Lin Ling was heading towards the Touching the Heavens Palace, a large number of experts had gathered in a hidden valley in the splendid mountains and rivers. Kill him. This brat insulted me. He must be killed. My Shui was actually killed by him. He was so ruthless. His heart is too cruel. Two voices sounded first. They were Hong Tianting and the mysterious maiden of the Nine Heavens. At this moment, the mysterious maiden of the Nine Heavens had naturally received the news that her beloved disciple had been killed. How could she not be angry? She thought that Lin Ling was vicious and had to be killed. Of course, she had never thought that Luo Xueman would die because she had provoked Lin Ling. Mysterious maiden of the Nine Heavens, will the Golden Armor King step in? Someone asked. It was Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. These experts had gathered to discuss the matter of killing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too arrogant and his growth was too fast. If they didn't kill him this time, they might not have another chance. What kind of person is the Golden Armor King? He's even more powerful than the four people who recommended the human emperor. He won't step in. The mysterious maiden of the Nine Heavens shook her head. Lin Ling and the Golden Armor King were not on the same level. In addition, there was no good excuse, so the Golden Armor King wouldn't step in to kill Lin Ling. After all, it would have a bad impact on the Golden Armor Palace. There's no need for the Golden Armor King to step in. We're enough. Another old voice sounded. A carriage came through the clouds in the distance. Then, a fat old woman walked down from the sky, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. It was the Nine Li Holy Mother. However, Lin Ling had killed Li Fengge. How could the Nine Li tribe let Lin Ling go? Enough, there are enough masters here. Lin Ling is just a trivial transcendent. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to cause any trouble. The Three Lives ghostly king swept his gaze across the crowd and laughed excitedly. Of course, he was also lamenting in his heart. The puny junior of the past had grown to such a terrifying extent today. They had to mobilize so many experts just to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you sure have a lot of face. This time, I don't believe that kid can survive. An elder from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect and a prince from the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace also spoke. They were extremely confident. It's just Lin Ling, yet so many experts have to be mobilized. Could it be that he has some sort of backer? Hong Tianting stared at the experts and frowned. In the past, he didn't even care to know Lin Ling's name, but now, he was curious about Lin Ling for the first time. From what we know so far, Lin Ling and Temple Master Lu are very close. However, Temple Master Lu is a merchant, so I guess she's cooperating with Lin Ling. She won't help Lin Ling. The only big shot left is Senior Shui Wu. But Senior Shui Wu is only optimistic about Lin Ling. If we join forces, Senior Shui Wu will probably pretend not to see us. The last one is Heavenly Venerable Si Kaming. This person's strength is comparable to mine, so he's not worth worrying about. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing explained, analyzing Lin Ling from various angles. Lin Ling is actually from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Black-White Dao Palace. Many people gasped. They didn't know this. I'm also from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Hong Mansion. How can Lin Ling's status be higher than mine? I'll kill him all the same. Hong Tianting didn't care. After all, the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars were also filled with countless geniuses. How could Senior Shui Wu place so much importance on Lin Ling? Unless Lin Ling was one of the 4 great referrals, or if he was Senior Shui Wu's eldest disciple. Unfortunately, none of these were possible. Then, today, we will join forces and vow to kill Lin Ling. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent. They believed that Lin Ling would undoubtedly die this time. Once Lin Ling separates from Temple Master Lu, we can kill him. Of course, it's even better if we can lure him out alone. I have a way. I heard that he has a close female friend in Splendid Landscape. If we capture her, why should we worry that Lin Ling won't come out alone? Good. Lin Ling is a sentimental person. If we capture his close female friend, I want to anger him to the point where his heart is filled with anger. At that time, let's see how arrogant he can be. Everyone separated one after another, and the valley regained its tranquility. It was said that there was a huge spiritual vein hidden under the ground in Splendid Landscape. Therefore, all the super sects had branches here. The Langya 10 halls and the Carefree 10 halls were also established here. Langya 10 halls and Carefree 10 halls were the two great powers of heaven and earth hall. They were above all the other experts and were only below the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. At this moment, on top of a mountain peak, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. There were clouds and mist, and the sun hung high in the sky. Incomparably bright golden light shone down, enveloping 20 towering mountain peaks that reached into the clouds, making the other mountains look small. Those 20 mountain peaks were Langya 10 halls and the Carefree 10 halls. The spiritual energy here is even denser. To be able to establish a sect here, as expected of Langya 10 halls and the Carefree 10 halls. Lin Ling was secretly envious. He took a step forward and shot towards one of the directions. Heavenly Touch Hall wasn't hard to find. To be able to become one of the Langya 10 halls, the hall's name was given by the hall master himself. It possessed supreme authority, and heavenly touch represented touching the blue dome of heaven, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, in Heavenly Touch Hall, a large number of figures were entering and exiting one after another. These people were all arrogant, and every one of them was a top-notch genius. 7th layer transcendence could be seen everywhere. These were the disciples of Heavenly Touch Hall. Not only were they powerful, they were also blacksmiths. Who is it? When Lin Ling stepped on the stairs, someone on the mountain peak shouted angrily. I'm Lin Ling, here to pay a visit to Heavenly Touch Sage. A clear voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the eyes of the young men on the mountain peak to flicker. Lin Ling? What a familiar name. Could it be the Huang Rankings number 1, Lin Ling? A voice came down, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. The news spread so quickly. He had just reached the top of the Martial Pavilion and there were already people here who knew about it. The Martial Pavilion was indeed an extremely valuable ranking. Lin Ling quickened his pace and arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking around, this place was grand and magnificent. A dazzling golden palace sat there, and the entire palace was actually a heavenly weapon. The surroundings were filled with mysterious runes, and there were at least 99,000 of them. Of course, in Lin Ling's eyes, these runes were full of loopholes. For example, the auspicious gold rune could borrow the sharpness of metal to force the enemy to retreat. However, there were dozens of karmic fire runes placed next to the auspicious gold rune. These runes could absorb the karmic chi in a cultivator's body and produce a powerful force. However, the karmic fire rune belonged to fire, and fire suppressed metal. When the two runes were placed together, the auspicious gold rune was obviously ineffective. Nonsense, Lin Ling thought. Moreover, he could see that Heavenly Touch Sage was proficient in divination, so he added this Tao into the runes, causing the 4 odd beasts. You're Lin Ling? You think you're qualified to pay a visit to Heavenly Touch Sage? In front of the palace, more and more people gathered. There were both men and women, and all of them curiously looked at Lin Ling. I heard that the number 1 of the Huang ranking is quite powerful. However, I'm also on the Huang ranking, but I'm on the 7th layer transcendent realm list. How about we exchange some pointers? A handsome young man walked out with a smile. His face was filled with anticipation. If he could defeat the number 1 of the Huang ranking, then it would be a great achievement. Chapter 1325. Heaven Touching Demon Subduing Art. I'm not interested. I'm here to visit Heaven Touching Great Sage. Lin Ling said indifferently. Are you not interested, or do you not dare? Let me tell you, how can Lord Temple meet a junior like you? Of course not. Of course not. Lin Ling, you don't deserve your reputation. You can only be arrogant in Xianping province. You're like a dog when you meet the 10 halls of Langya. If you want to meet Lord Temple, you have to kneel down and call him father. Seeing Lin Ling's rejection, many young people couldn't help but laugh proudly. Many young girls couldn't help but laugh as well. The people of Heaven Touching Hall were indeed powerful. Lin Ling didn't dare to speak when he met them. After the young girls laughed, the young men became even more proud. Heaven Touching Hall was a powerful force under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Lin Ling naturally couldn't be proud. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He knew that being a disciple of the 10 halls of Langya meant that his status was naturally higher than others. However, he didn't have time to care about these clowns. He continued to move forward. Stop. One of the young men shouted coldly as he walked out from the crowd. Many people saw the young man and immediately called him eldest senior brother respectfully. This young man was as handsome as Jade. Although he wasn't the strongest, Heaven Touching Hall was also a gathering place for blacksmiths. The young man's Tao of blacksmithing was proud of the crowd, so he was also their eldest senior brother. The young man was Zuemo Yun. Senior brother Zua is here too. I heard that he went to the Pill Forging Union to take the test. He should have passed and greatly raised the prestige of Heaven Touching Hall. Many people thought in their hearts after bowing. Lin Ling looked over and naturally recognized the other party. Hee, I was still looking for you, but you ran out on your own. However, I didn't expect you to be Lin Ling. You can't judge a book by its cover. At this moment, Zuemo Yun seemed a little excited. He was still brooding about losing to Lin Ling in the past and had always wanted to take revenge. Who knew that Lin Ling would jump in front of him? If he didn't teach Lin Ling a lesson, then his surname wasn't Mo. It's you. Lin Ling nodded calmly. I'm here to pay a visit to Heaven Touch Sage. I hope you won't stop me. Ha, shitty, did you hear that? He's come to pay a visit to Hall Master Darren. Such big words, he really thinks he's something. Zuemo Yun was shocked and then couldn't help but roar with laughter. The crowd also roared with laughter. Lin Ling, did he not see through himself? Did he think that he could just visit whenever he wanted to? Without our agreement, you won't be able to see Lord Palace Master. I've said it before, try calling me father a few times. Someone shouted, causing the atmosphere on the mountain peak to become even more clamorous. Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with their taunts and continued forward. So stupid. If you want to see the Palace Master, you won't have any chance unless you defeat me. I think the number 1 on the yellow board is just a piece of trash. Someone shouted coldly. The more Lin Ling remained silent, the more they thought Lin Ling was unworthy of his reputation. Maybe Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but he was only invincible in the Transcendent 6th stage. Therefore, when he saw them, he immediately shut his mouth like a coward. You're right. Heaven Touch Palace is so big. Rather than going to find him, why don't I let him find me? At this moment, Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. He also had an idea. If he went to pay a visit to Heaven Touch Sage as usual, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, he had to find another way. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He shot towards the laughing young man like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. In mid-air, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being absorbed by him. His fist became huge, like the fist of an ancient god. Devour the mountains and rivers. A cold shout was heard, causing the crowd to stop talking. They didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any hesitation. As for the disciple who mocked Lin Ling, his eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling actually dared to attack him? One had to know that he was a transcendent 7th stage expert, ranked 75th on the yellow board. Heaven Touch Demon Subduing Art. That disciple instantly grew taller. His aura was like the sea, and a great law of subduing appeared. It was a mysterious force field that was 100 meters wide. With a bang, the ground exploded. It was said that when this great law of subduing appeared, anyone would have to kneel down. Even the power of martial arts would be reduced by 40%. It was similar to the great law of gravity of the earth element. Boom. Apart from that, a brown light screen appeared around the disciple's body. The shadow of Heaven Touch Sage was extremely thick on his body. Senior brother Zhang Yu, defeat him. How dare he be so arrogant in my Heaven Touch Palace? After being stunned for a moment, angry voices rose one after another. Gravity? At this moment, Lin Ling was still shooting towards that disciple. He was secretly surprised. Such a strange great law of power. This guy actually cultivated a transcendent martial art to the transcendent realm. At the same time, Elder Z's voice sounded, Your Majesty, this is a type of subduing force. It's not considered gravity, but it has the same effect as gravity. Lin Ling secretly nodded. The world was so big, martial arts were indeed useful. It was undeniable that with this great law of subduing, that disciple had few opponents in the transcendent 7th stage. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Unstoppable. Not only did his speed not slow down, it actually increased by a bit. To Lin Ling, his body was everything. No matter how strong the gravity was, if it didn't surpass his body's strength, then everything would be useless. How is this possible? What kind of martial art are you using? That disciple's pupils constricted. He saw with his own eyes that Lin Ling entered his great law of power, but he was safe and sound. Lin Ling wasn't suppressed by his great law of power? One must know that once he used his great law of power, his opponent's spiritual energy would be suppressed and he would be lying on the ground, unable to move. However, Lin Ling was like a demon king in human form, fearless. A martial art that you don't understand. Lin Ling had already appeared in front of his opponent and punched out. His fist was like a battering ram, landing on that disciple's brown light screen. Instantly, the light screen cracked like glass. In the next moment, that disciple's body flew backwards and crashed into the ground far away, spitting out blood. A transcendent 7th stage expert of the yellow board was defeated in one move. This meant that Lin Ling could challenge another yellow board expert. The clamoring faces of the crowd froze in disbelief. You want to stop me with just this? A bunch of trash. As his feet landed on the ground, Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. At this moment, his previously silent image had quietly changed. He was showing off his ability and arrogance. The heaven-seeking palace's disciples stared with their eyes wide open. All of them were unconvinced, but they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength. Great, you dare to be arrogant in Touch Heaven Hall. At this moment, Zhou Mo Yun's angry voice drifted out. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the angrier he became. He had not expected Lin Ling's strength to be able to enter another yellow board. Come at me then. You lost to me in the previous assessment of the Pill Crafting Guild. Today, you will lose again. Soul Force or martial arts, you can choose. I will give you a handicap of 3 moves. Lin Ling looked disdainfully at Zhou Mo Yun as though he was all-powerful. He decided since a long time ago that instead of looking for the heaven-touching sage himself, it would be better to get the heaven-touching sage to look for him. So, how could the heaven-touching sage not know if he caused a huge commotion? Moreover, this disciple of Touch Heaven Hall was so arrogant that it made him unhappy. You! Zhou Mo Yun's face twisted. Lin Ling was looking down on him. Chapter 1326. Old Trash. Moreover, Soul Power and Martial Dao, you can choose. I'll even give you 3 moves. This meant that Lin Ling could crush Zhou Mo Yun in every field. Zhou Mo Yun was speechless. He wasn't Lin Ling's opponent in these 2 fields. Even if he had the chance, he couldn't and didn't dare to use it. A piece of trash. Is Touch Heaven Hall full of trash like him? Seeing Zhou Mo Yun's silence, Lin Ling said indifferently. This made the high-spirited disciples of Touch Heaven Hall gnash their teeth in hatred. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He could crush the entire Touch Heaven Hall by himself. Don't be too arrogant. My master is here. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Zhou Mo Yun didn't want to lose face and shouted angrily. Then ask your master, that old trash, to come out. Lin Ling laughed loudly. Everything he did was to wait for Touch Heaven Great Sage to come out himself. What, old trash? He's crazy. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and their angry voices were like waves. Touch Heaven Great Sage was an existence of the Langya 10 halls. His strength was unparalleled. Lin Ling, a junior, actually dared to call Touch Heaven Great Sage an old trash? He was simply courting death. Sir, how dare you? If you can leave here today, Touch Heaven Hall will disappear from this world. Sure enough, Lin Ling's big commotion had finally attracted the main character, and all the disciples of Touch Heaven Hall were in high spirits at this moment. Lin Ling, you're dead. My master is a top Saint Realm expert. No matter how arrogant you are, you'll definitely die. Zhou Mo Yun also laughed loudly as if he was elated. Then, he tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Now, I just want to know, do you have anything to say before you die? Ha, eldest senior brother, we also want to know. The others looked on coldly, waiting for the show to come. At this moment, a tall and mighty figure appeared in the sky, looking down on everyone. His strength was earth-shattering. He was Touch Heaven Great Sage. Master. Hall Master. At this moment, countless people looked at the man with worship in their eyes. This was their legend, Heaven Touch Great Sage. This person was also a genius of heaven and earth. He could cover the sky with one hand. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he had also reached great heights in the way of pill refinement. He had been designated as one of the 10 rising blacksmiths in Xianpeng province. Even the 4 beams and 8 pillars gave him face. Old Trash, you're finally here. Just as the crowd was filled with anticipation, an insolent voice drifted out once again, causing the eyes of the crowd to narrow. Their legend had arrived. Lin Ling was actually still cursing the Old Trash. He was dead meat. He was dead for sure. As one of the 10 palaces of Langya, Heaven Stroker Great Sage had a tyrannical temperament. If others dared to look down on him, he would not show any mercy. There were once people who questioned his qualifications to be one of the 10 palaces of Langya. However, the Saint Realm where those experts resided was taken down by him. Thus, there were hundreds of millions of people who were unconvinced. And that was the result of their doubts. At this moment, Lin Ling was not doubting him, but cursing him. Moreover, compared to those experts, Lin Ling was only ranked first on the yellow list. In terms of background, he was not comparable to them. You called me an old trash? Up in the sky, Heaven Touch Great Sage's eyes turned cold. Previously, he was forging a heavenly weapon. However, the commotion outside the palace made him furious. Subsequently, he rushed out. In the end, as soon as he came out, someone scolded him as an old trash. It had been a long time since someone dared to cause trouble in his Heaven Touch Palace. Do you want me to call you that again? Old trash. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched slightly as he coldly spat out a sentence. It was to tell Heaven Touch Great Sage that he was an old trash. You're courting death. Heaven Touch Great Sage's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was definitely going to die. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, but in the next moment, there was surprise in his eyes. It was him. Not long ago, the heavenly elder of Spiritual Mountain's grandson's soul was seized by the heavenly weapon of Star-Picking Nation. He was invited to help, but he failed. Instead, a mysterious young man appeared during the process and turned the tide, saving the grandson. The young man even told him that his heavenly weapon, the heavenly staff, was about to be destroyed. After that, he kept looking for the mysterious young man. He also knew that the heavenly elder of Spiritual Mountain was also looking for him. Who knew that the young man would appear here? Moreover, he also said that if the mysterious young man could help him reforge the heavenly staff, he would be willing to be the young man's disciple. At the thought of this, Heaven Touch Great Sage's eyes kept flickering. Master, he's so arrogant. Kill him. Hall Master, Heaven Touch Hall is the largest power under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. How can we tolerate his arrogance? At this moment, Zhou Mo Yun and the others didn't know what Heaven Touch Great Sage was thinking. They were laughing coldly and shouting. Lin Ling dared to scold their master, so there would definitely be a good show to watch. At this moment, Heaven Touch Great Sage walked down from the sky, causing Zhou Mo Yun to be excited. He hurriedly ran over and kept talking about how arrogant Lin Ling was. However, Zhou Mo Yun hadn't finished speaking when Heaven Touch Great Sage swung his palm and directly slapped Zhou Mo Yun to the ground. Shut up. I'll kill you if you continue speaking. The crowd was like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck, and they couldn't say anything. What exactly happened? Zhou Mo Yun had almost been knocked unconscious. His master didn't deal with Lin Ling but hit him instead? Heaven Touch Great Sage paid no attention to them and walked towards Lin Ling with a complicated expression instead. He still remembered what he'd said. If Lin Ling helped him reforge the Heaven's Arrival Rod, then he would take Lin Ling as his master. Even though he still doubted Lin Ling until now, he still believed Lin Ling a little. After all, Lin Ling really was mysterious. Master, you're finally here. Heaven Touch Great Sage arrived before Lin Ling and spoke indifferently. Bang. The hearts of everyone exploded. Lin Ling had actually become their master's master, their Hall Master's master. How could this be? Zhou Mo Yun lay on the ground while his pupils narrowed. He'd originally thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure once Heaven Touch Great Sage showed himself, but who would have imagined that the legend in his heart would actually call Lin Ling his master? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have definitely thought that he was dreaming. Lin Ling chuckled softly. Previously, he'd arrived arrogantly. First, he'd drawn out Heaven Touch Great Sage. Second, he knew that Heaven Touch Great Sage didn't really trust him, so he'd been arrogant before. Otherwise, if he kept a low profile, others would also doubt his ability. After all, pill refiners were the most arrogant. How could they tolerate being humiliated by others? On the contrary, pill refiners with no ability were the ones who kept a low profile. You're getting more and more arrogant. You asked me to come to you personally, but you sent your disciples to stop me? Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Heaven Touch Great Sage to frown. He looked at the disciples and said, "Those who disrespected Master before will all face the wall and reflect on their actions for a year. Now, get the hell over here and apologize." The disciples opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They wanted to apologize. Chapter 1327. Rotten Lin Ling waved his hand. "Forget it, I don't care. As for Master, I've already said that you're not qualified to be my disciple." What? The hearts of all the disciples rumbled again. Their legend had acknowledged Lin Ling as his master, but Lin Ling wasn't happy at all. Instead, he said that the other party wasn't qualified to be his disciple. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, Lin Ling's words had another meaning for Heaven Touching Sage. The more arrogant Lin Ling was, the more Heaven Touching Sage believed in Lin Ling. After all, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't a fool. If he dared to be arrogant here, then he must have true ability. "Master, you're right." Heaven Touching Sage hurriedly bowed. Lin Ling nodded. "I only have one purpose in coming here. I heard that you have a natal scale, so hand it over now." Natal scale? Heaven Touching Sage's eyes flickered. He did have this treasure, but was he going to give it to Lin Ling? "Your heaven-reaching staff needs to be reforged, but because it's a treasure left behind by the ancient star-picking nation, you don't know how to forge it. However, I know how to forge it. You're currently lacking 5 materials. Once you've gathered them, you can come to me. The 5 materials are called Jasper Cold Silkworm, Teeling or Mother, Whirlpool Essence Brain, Ice Soul Cold Crystal, and Rhinoceros Wings." Lin Ling also knew that if he wanted Heaven Touching Sage to be willing, he had to reveal a trump card. As expected, Heaven Touching Great Sage sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never heard of these heavenly treasures before. Lin Ling was indeed capable. He asked curiously, "I can find other heavenly treasures, but the rhinoceros wings? Does the rhinoceros use wings?" Of course, there are 24 types of rhinoceros. One of them is the white rhinoceros winged demon. It has wings. Lin Ling said lightly. Lin Ling had been bitterly training in the Purple Mansion. Apart from training, Lin Ling had also often heard Purple Elder talk about ancient matters. Therefore, he was extremely clear about them. "I've never seen such a Lingxi before." Heaven Touching Great Sage spoke with a solemn expression. He truly couldn't figure out why Lin Ling would know about these ancient things even though he was younger than him. However, even though he trusted Lin Ling more in his heart, he was still slightly hesitant. After all, natal scales were extremely rare, and it would be letting Lin Ling off too easily if he just handed them over. "Master, what do you think of my palace?" He took a deep breath and looked into the distance, his voice filled with pride. His palace was a heavenly weapon with countless runes. He had spent a lot of effort to set it up. Moreover, ordinary people could not see the secrets hidden in the palace. Now, he wanted to test Lin Ling. The people in the surroundings also understood this layer of meaning, and they all sneered, especially Zhou Mo Yun. He had always thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things, and now he could tear apart Lin Ling's mask of hypocrisy. After all, even he could not understand the mysterious heaven-touching hall. There were so many formation patterns that it was enough for him to study for a lifetime. "Senior Lin Ling, what do you think of the palace? Your master's master, so you should have some opinions about it." Zhou Mo Yun's eyes glowed brightly. I do have some opinions, but I lack some interest right now. Of course, if brothers Zwe Mo Yun can take out some origin stones, then I might be interested. Lin Ling spoke calmly. How could he not know what Zwe Mo Yun was thinking? Zwe Mo Yun was definitely waiting for him to lose face and even wanted to hit him when he was down. Once Zwe Mo Yun doubted his Tao of forging, then the outcome would definitely be death. Zwe Mo Yun, take out all your origin stones and let Master take a look at Heaven-Touching Hall. Heaven-Touching Great Sage roared furiously when he heard this. So long as he could test Lin Ling's ability, then Lin Ling would satisfy any request of his. I have 100,000 origin stones, but Master, these origin stones are mine. Zwe Mo Yun suddenly regretted it. He wanted to hit Lin Ling when he was down, but Lin Ling seemed to have set his eyes on him. Only 100,000 origin stones? That's really little, but I'll reluctantly accept it. Hand it over and I'll take a look at Heaven-Touching Hall. Of course, if my opinion is wrong, then I won't take the 100,000 origin stones. Lin Ling's heart jerked. He was tempted by the 100,000 origin stones because he was short of money right now. All right. Zwe Mo Yun revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying, and he hated himself to death in his heart. Lin Ling smiled, and then he walked towards the hall with large strides while the others followed behind him. They didn't believe that Lin Ling could become their legendary master. Master, what do you think of this hall? Heaven-Touching Great Sage seemed to be respectful, but he had ill intentions. Whether Lin Ling had the real materials would depend on this moment. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was asking a tiger for its skin. He was in such a situation now. So long as his imposing manner was slightly weaker or his ability was slightly weaker, then Heaven-Touching Great Sage would kill him. When he thought up to here, Lin Ling didn't intend to give him any face. Rotten. A light sentence floated out, causing Heaven-Touching Great Sage's face to turn ugly. This was his proud work, but Lin Ling didn't say it was average, nor did he say it was good. Instead, he said it was rotten. This evaluation was too low. I wonder why Senior Lin Ling would say that? Heaven-Touching Great Sage suppressed the anger in his heart and asked indifferently. Formation runes can appear on weapons and ancient formations, but they appeared in this hall. Are you trying to prove your luxury? Also, that formation rune was carved using the 10,000-year Thunderclam Pearl, which is extremely rare. Don't you think it's a waste to use it to carve a low-level heavenly soldier? The carving of the formation runes doesn't depend on the value of the treasure, but on the appropriateness of the treasure. Look at the auspicious gold formation runes. This formation rune is very beautiful and dazzling with golden light, but is it suitable to be carved in this hall? Could it be that you want to use the auspicious gold formation runes to protect the entire hall? Moreover, you actually carved the karmic fire formation runes. I have to say, it's indeed very luxurious. However, fire restrains metal, so the auspicious gold formation runes are useless. Lin Ling walked along the hall, constantly reprimanding, the Tao of formation runes is the same as the Tao of martial arts. The most powerful thing is not its magnificence, but its practicality. Heaven-Touching Great Sage's pupils constricted as he recalled Lin Ling's words. He vaguely understood something. In the past, as long as he obtained an ancient formation rune, he would immediately learn to carve it. After learning it, he would feel a strong sense of accomplishment. However, he had never figured out why those formation runes appeared and what kind of formation runes matched perfectly. Master, please explain further. At this moment, Heaven-Touching Great Sage's voice was filled with reverence from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling smiled faintly. The heaven and earth formation runes are divided into 99,990 low-level ones, more than 300,000 mid-level ones, and countless high-level ones. However, you don't have to learn every formation rune. The real key is to fuse them together. When you know that the world's formation runes are divided into 7 types, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, you can deduce 3 from 1. With that, Lin Ling shook his head the more he looked at the palace. This palace is getting worse and worse. Then his 10 fingers moved slightly and actually began to dismantle the palace's formation runes. Lin Ling, how dare you? The disciples of Heaven-Touching Hall were furious. Lin Ling actually dared to dismantle the palace. Let him dismantle it. Chapter 1328. Reforging, I'll let you see what a low-level rune is. Lin Ling's voice was filled with disdain. After dismantling the excess runes, his hands fluttered like butterflies as a large number of runes landed on the palace. Dazzling rays of light continued to bloom. The disciples of Heaven-Touch Hall sucked in a cold breath. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying method of inscribing runes. There are actually more than 99,000 types of low-level runes. Why do I only know 50,000? Heaven-Touch Great Sage sucked in a cold breath. He was even more in awe of Lin Ling. When he looked at Zhuo Yun again, his mouth was wide open. In the previous assessment, he thought that Lin Ling was only powerful in soul force. Who knew that in terms of the Tao of forging, Lin Ling still surpassed him? It's not that more runes are better, but that they can be fused together. It's best if they complement each other. Lin Ling's hands constantly danced with a focused expression. His handsome face had the demeanor of an expert. Heaven-Touch Great Sage and the others watched without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. So the wood elemental runes can be inscribed like this. Amazing! Look, the earth and gold runes have fused together. The karmic fire runes are indeed useless. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Finally, the palace's 5 elemental runes were completed. Wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, earth gave birth to metal, metal gave birth to water, and water gave birth to wood. The 5 elements supported each other, and the palace's defense became stronger. Wood restrained earth, earth restrained water, water restrained fire, fire restrained metal, and metal restrained wood. The 5 elements restrained each other, and the palace's attack greatly increased. At the same time, dark clouds rolled in the sky. The heavenly weapon tribulation had arrived. Master, be careful. Heaven-Touch Great Sage anxiously said. He sensed that this was the heavenly weapon's great tribulation. Lin Ling had reforged his heavenly weapon and attracted the heavenly tribulation again. It's fine. The runes will protect themselves, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused Heaven-Touch Great Sage to be shocked. A heavenly weapon could actually resist a heavenly weapon? One had to know that when the heavenly tribulation arrived, an ordinary heavenly weapon wouldn't resist it, but this palace could? Rumble. 81 heavenly tribulations fell from the sky at the same time. The crowd exploded. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. This also meant that the palace was a rarely seen heavenly weapon. But what shocked them even more was that the palace emitted 5 types of divine light. It was as if the runes in the palace were absorbing spiritual energy from the air. The 5 lights shot into the sky, fusing together into a massive curtain of light that resisted the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Rumble. The sound was deafening. Even the other palaces in the distance heard it. All of them looked at the heaven-touching palace in astonishment. However, the god's trial came quickly and disappeared quickly as well. It was extremely unreal. That's it? This was the only thought in everyone's mind. 81 bolts of heavenly tribulation were blocked just like that? The crowd turned their gazes towards the palace. The palace was still unscathed. Instead, the light it emitted was even more resplendent than before. Beside the palace, the young man was clad in a long robe, with a great sword behind his back. He seemed to be the person behind all of this. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled violently. The palace that Lin Ling had reforged easily blocked the heavenly tribulation. Senior Lin Ling, what level of heavenly soldier is this palace? Zhuo Yun asked nervously. At this moment, how could he not be convinced? He was willing to give those 100,000 yuan stones. Middle stage heavenly soldier. Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Middle stage heavenly soldier. It was actually a middle stage heavenly soldier. One had to know that treasures of this level could only be auctioned in the universe main hall. And Lin Ling, with a flip of his hand, a middle stage heavenly soldier appeared. It's just a casual arrangement. It's not very good. Lin Ling looked at the palace and said with some unwillingness. If not for the fact that the palace had been engraved with array patterns from the beginning, he could only make a small change. Otherwise, he would have been able to do even better. Hearing this, everyone's foreheads broke out in cold sweat. Their faces were pale white. Casually laying down a middle-stage heavenly soldier was not even considered good. Lin Ling's requirements were too high. At the same time, after the palace blocked the heavenly tribulation, multicolored light shone brightly, making the heaven-touching hall look like a celestial palace. Even Langya and the unfettered 10 halls in the distance could clearly see it. Many people could not help but be secretly envious. Heaven-touching great sage was the only blacksmith among the hall masters, and blacksmiths had this kind of benefit. The difference between array patterns and martial arts was that array patterns were slower and not as convenient as martial arts. Moreover, it consumed a lot of materials. However, once it was successfully engraved, it would be of great help in defense and attack. Heaven-touching great sage did not hesitate. He knelt down on both knees and offered his life scale at the same time. The current him was sincerely convinced. One had to know that even though he was one of the youngest blacksmiths in the Xianping region, he had always been self-taught, and no one had given him guidance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally paid a visit to old man Dong Fu to ask for guidance. Now, he'd encountered a mysterious master. Even though the master was much younger than him, he definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. As for the disciples outside the palace, they felt that it was unbelievable. Their master, heaven-touching great sage, actually knelt down in front of a young man in his 20s and respectfully called him master. This kind of thing was too strange. However, the disciples were only surprised for a moment before they knelt down one after another. They did not want to miss this opportunity. A large number of people knelt down and the scene was spectacular. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He only wanted to prove himself and then obtain the life scale, but he did not expect everyone to have such a big reaction. In the ancient era, the star-picking country was destroyed, but there was a blacksmith who left alive. Therefore, he gave me some pointers and made me more familiar with the ancient formation patterns of the star-picking country. Now that I have this ability, I don't dare to be called master. We are of the same generation, so we can study the formation patterns together. Lin Ling said. He also knew that heaven-touching great sage would be curious about his forging path, so he found an excuse. After all, the purple mansion came from the star-picking country. Many people wanted to obtain this treasure. Now that he was not strong enough, it was natural for him to hide this secret. Especially when Lin Ling thought about the unfettered Prince of Heaven, one of the 10 halls of Yao Yao country. If that mysterious person knew about the purple mansion, he would not let him go. I see. Heaven-touching great sage's doubts were solved, but he was still shocked. Master has received pointers from an expert. But because of his talent, he was able to learn the forging path of the star-picking country. We are stupid. Even if we received pointers from an expert, we will never reach Master's level. That's right, Master Lin Ling. Everyone agreed and flattered because they knew that it was 1,000 times better to have someone to guide you on the forging path than to fumble around on your own. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Talent? He had cultivated in the Purple Mansion for dozens of years. Where did his talent come from? Your Majesty, there is no need to belittle yourself. Although your Majesty has cultivated for a long time, your Majesty's eyes are extremely mysterious. You can see through many things and learn formation patterns faster than anyone else. Even the former emperor could not compare to your Majesty. At this moment, Elder Zi's voice sounded. Lin Ling's talent was amazing, but the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was also very diligent. Rise. Chapter 1329. Seeking the Martial Tao. Oh right, do you have Qiankuan wood, thunderbolt flower, spirit water steel, thunderleaf spirit stone, and rootless water? Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile, causing everyone to be puzzled. Heaven-touching great sage asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Lin Ling's smile carried a hint of cunning. Naturally, it's to refine a middle-stage heavenly soldier. He suddenly remembered that there was a middle-stage heavenly soldier called Wind Thunder Lightning Feather recorded in the Violet Palace. It was a powerful weapon that could increase one's speed, and in the star-picking nation, many generals had such treasures. Although the materials used to refine this heavenly soldier were expensive, they were not rare, so Lin Ling planned to refine it now. Of course, the most important thing was that someone was providing the materials for free. Middle stage heavenly soldier? We have these materials, right away. Heaven-touching great sage was shocked. To be able to see a master refine a heavenly soldier was a rare opportunity, but he was even more puzzled. I've heard of the other materials, but the rootless water? This seems to be a heavenly material used to recover spiritual energy. Master, could it be that this kind of heavenly material can also be used to forge weapons? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was curious. Everyone had naturally heard of the rootless water. In the past, when the star-picking nation opened, there were many such treasures. Naturally, the rootless water can't be used to forge weapons. I'm just using it for cultivation, Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone, cold sweat dripped down heaven-touching great sage's forehead. Lin Ling seemed to be plundering him, but he was willing to do so. To be able to see Lin Ling forge, not to mention the rootless water, even if he gave the heaven-touching palace to Lin Ling, he wouldn't mind. All right, let's find a quiet place. I'll temper my body and forge a middle-stage heavenly soldier. Lin Ling took a large step forward and entered the palace. Cultivating and forging at the same time? The pupils of the people outside the palace trembled violently. This was too crazy. How could they know that in order to save time, Lin Ling would often forge and cultivate at the same time? Not long after, the great sage of heaven-touching gathered all the treasures he needed and allowed Lin Ling to personally forge a middle-stage heavenly soldier. As for the middle-stage heavenly soldier, the current Lin Ling had already reached perfection. All this time, he had only lacked the materials to forge, so the great sage of heaven-touching had benefited greatly. Most importantly, Lin Ling was indeed cultivating his body while forging. With the help of great sage heaven-touching's rootless water, Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique had reached a higher level, and he wasn't far from the 4th level. Zephyr Lightning Feather, the former heavenly soldier of the star-picking nation. It increases speed by a huge margin and has the power of great laws. Unfortunately, it consumes a lot of spiritual source, so most martial artists who use Zephyr Lightning Feather don't have the ability to attack. Lin Ling said indifferently. Between his hands, a pair of wings made of thunder appeared. Amazing! The great sage of heaven-touching sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the heavenly soldier of the star-picking nation, the user could actually possess the great laws of wind and thunder. One had to know that great laws were the symbol of heavenly pattern martial arts. From the momentum of heaven and earth to the great laws, ordinary martial artists might not be able to comprehend them in their entire lives. But now, a heavenly soldier was able to possess great laws. Heavenly soldiers have their advantages and disadvantages. For example, Zephyr Lightning Feather consumes a lot of spiritual source. Lin Ling reminded. After all, heavenly soldiers were only used as support. They were not as good as their own strength. That was what truly belonged to them. Master is right. The great sage of heaven-touching nodded. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. The middle-stage heavenly soldier consumed a lot of resources. Only the great sage of heaven-touching hall had a rich family background and could gather enough heavenly treasures. The others might not be able to. Did you understand anything this time? Lin Ling asked. The great sage of heaven-touching hall shook his head awkwardly. Master carved the runes too quickly. This disciple did not see it clearly. Apart from him, there were many other disciples in the palace. They also shook their heads. Lin Ling was multitasking. No, it was multitasking. His 10 fingers could carve runes separately. How could they understand? Sigh, then prepare the materials. I'll show you next time. Lin Ling shook his head. If you want to reforge your heaven-reaching staff, you must prepare all the materials. I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling strode away, causing heaven-touching sage to be extremely reluctant to part with him, and he secretly slapped the back of his head. His master had personally forged something for him to see, yet he hadn't been able to discern anything in the end. He'd truly disappointed his master. Moreover, he was the youngest blacksmith in Blackping region, yet his natural talent was simply like the difference between the clouds and mud when compared to his master. Right? Prepare more rootless water next time. Lin Ling's voice floated again, causing the great sage of heaven touching Hall's heart to skip a beat. Then he laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's words meant that Lin Ling would definitely come again. Disciples, let's have a big feast today. After Lin Ling left, the great sage of heaven touching Hall shouted excitedly. He had a feeling that he would definitely become one of the top 10 blacksmiths in the future. After leaving the heaven touching hall, Lin Ling nodded inwardly. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had he improved his fiend god overlord physique, but he had also obtained the life scale. Moreover, while he was cultivating, he had also swallowed the last black and white Dao fruit. It was only a matter of time before he reached the transcendent 7th stage. Are you Lin Ling? Come to the Heaven Mountain Pass quickly. Good things are waiting for you. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice came from the mother-child sound transmitting bug. Lin Ling frowned. Only his friends and family knew about his mother-child sound transmitting bug, but this person was a stranger? Who are you? Lin Ling asked indifferently. I am Elder Jean of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. This time, I want to discuss martial arts with you. Therefore, come to the Heaven Mountain Pass immediately. The geniuses of the Blackping Empire have gathered there and are waiting for you. The other party's voice was domineering. It seemed that Lin Ling had no choice but to go. Sorry, I'm not interested in discussing martial arts with you. Our Three Elements Golden Dipper sect has always won people over with virtue. If you don't want to come, I don't mind. However, Yang Gan and Yuman Yun are also discussing martial arts. The sinister voice sounded again, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. No wonder the other party knew about his mother-child sound transmitting bug. All right, I'll go to the Heaven Mountain Pass immediately. However, you better ensure that my friends are fine. Otherwise, I don't mind erasing the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect from this world. Dense killing intent rippled from Lin Ling's body. He guessed that the other party had captured Yuman Yun and the others to threaten him. I've said that this time, the geniuses of the Blackping Empire are discussing martial arts. It's not as embarrassing as you think. Get over here. The mother-child sound transmitting bug left behind a sentence and then disappeared. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, this super sect, has a grudge with me, but it's not a great enmity. Why did it attack me? Lin Ling's body moved and flew towards the sky. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although I'm not a top expert at the moment, I have a small reputation in Xinping province. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect won't dare to provoke me easily. Therefore, there is a mastermind behind them, and the mastermind has a powerful identity. Therefore, the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect is unscrupulous. However, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect had done something they shouldn't have done. That kind of thing was enough for Lin Ling to cut the sky and burn the earth. Because that kind of thing was Lin Ling's reverse scale.